this video, you will build AutoHunt, a car marketplace application to sell both brand new and used car. You will learn how to create reusable filter, price range selection, image gallery with thumbnails, a reusable upload image hook, a form generator, and a well-structured coding technique used in real world. You'll be using Next.js for front-end and back-end, Appwrite for authentication, database, and file storage, TailwindCSS and ShadCN for our UI design, and so much more. So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notifications for amazing content like this. Now let's jump into the demo of AutoHunt. On the landing page, we have this hero section with the search and filter components, where you have the option to search for brand, model, condition, year, fuel type, and price. If you scroll down, we have this brand section where we have all brands of cars. You can filter by a specific brand. Then if you scroll back up and click on the search button to search for the option you've selected, you will be brought to this beautiful search page, which has all of the filters. All of these filters are all using a single reusable component, which you will learn in this video. We can filter by car brands, which has a search bar. We have the price range, also a custom price range, which uses the bounds to avoid unnecessary API calls. We also have the fuel type, model, conditions, colors, years of manufacturers, and a clear button which can be added to any of the filters, and also a reset button at the top which resets the filters. You can change the main content layout from grid view to list view. Once you click on a single car, you'll be navigated to the car details page, which has this beautiful image gallery and thumbnail, the description, key features, and also the price of the car. You can also sell a car by clicking on the sell car button on the nav bar, where you'll be navigated to the add car listing page. Here you can upload minimum of 3 car image using the custom image hook. We can select the car brand, model, years of manufacture, color, interior color, condition, second condition, wheel gauge, transmission, fuel type, key features, body type, drivetrain, seating capacity, price, and contact number, and then submit. Once you have submitted, you will navigate to your shop, where you will see all the newly added car in your shop. So let's dive into the video. So I have my VS Code open. So let's open the terminal and install Next.js. So I'm going to press Ctrl Command J to open my terminal, and let me install Next.js. So I'm going to go to my terminal, and we're going to install Next nps create Next app, and this is going to be version 14.2.28. and we're going to set this to TypeScript, and let's press enter, and this should ask us some few questions on what name of our project. I'll just put dots, and we'll say no, yes, no, yes, no, and this should install our project for us. So I'll wait for it to install. So it has installed completely. So the next thing to do is to add Shanty UI to our project. So let me clear my terminal. I'm using Shanty UI Shanty 2.1.6. So if you don't have Shanty UI, you just initialize it. And once you initialize it, then we'll be able to add Shanty UI components. So I'm going to just do exactly that. So I'm going to initialize Shanty UI in this project. So it's asking me the style type. So I'm going to pick New York like that, neutral, and just say yes. And this should add Shanty UI into our Next.js project. And once we initialize, then we'll be able to add Shanty UI component into our project. So let's wait for it to install. So it has successfully installed Shanty UI. So the next thing to do is to add Shanty UI. So I'm going to add Shanty UI, Shanty. Then we're going to add. You can put the version here 2.16, and then let's put add. So add is going to show us all of the components that Shanty will have, and we're going to select the ones we want to use in this project. So I'm going to pick accordion. So to pick anything, you're going to press the space key once it is on this any of the components, I'm going to create space key. It's going to select and use the down arrow key to move it to move anyone. So I'm going to select avatar. Then I'm going to say badge, breadcrumb, button, card, carousel, checkbox, command, I think dialog, drop down, form here, input, label, no, pagination of popover, and then progress, yes, video group, scroll area, select, separator sheet, and slide bar skeleton. So I'm going to move over and select skeleton. Then I'm going to select text area, post. I think that is all. So let's once you selected all of these, all the components is showing this asterisk there, just press enter to add all into the component. So Chantier is going to create a component folder for us here, add it into the UI folder. So let's wait for that to install. And you can see that it has added all of these components into our UI folder. If you go, you see UI and all of these components are added here. So let's clear our terminal. And then we can install some other packages which we are going to use, like React Jordan for the image, React Jordan zone. We can just set that to 14.3.5. Then we can add Axios, and that is going to be 1.7.9. And let's just add this, and the remaining ones will be installed. We'll install it as we move on. So let's wait for this to install. And once this is completed, let's just run npm run to run our server so we can be able to see this on the browser. And this should run localhost 3000. So just copy this. I'm going to paste it on my browser here. And it should load our server for to display our Next.js project on the browser here. So we can see the Next.js is up and running. So the next thing we're going to do is our folder structure, which we're going to do. So I'm going to go into my app folder, and we're going to clear uh, all of this we have here. So to do that, I'm going to go here. So let me delete this font so you can delete. And go into the layouts. So I'm going to drag this my terminal down. I'm going to close it. And let's just clear out all of this local font. Don't need to use any font here. And then let's remove the styles added to this. So save that. And then you can change the title from this to Auto Hunt. This Auto Hunt is going to be the name of the project. Then here I'm going to give it a style. I'm going to call it background and give it EB F2 F7, and this will be our background. Then we can add a toaster here. Before toaster, because we can use toaster inside the project, we need to add toaster from toaster. Sorry, toaster from we're going to import that from Shanty UI. And yeah, we can set that there. And then let's open this and let's start our folder structure. So in the app folder, we're going to create the web. So the web is going to be a group route which will wrap all of uh, our website, like the landing page details, card details, and others, which can be accessed by anybody visiting the website. Then we have the dashboard, which is also a group group route, which wraps the protected route. So I'm going to call the dashboard. Only users that are logging can access the dashboard. And both of them will have layout. So I'm going to say layout.tx. And yeah, we're going to move the page into the web. Let's move that. Our layouts.txx. And so inside the layout, uh, we're going to define the function. So we say constant, let's say export default, and this is we're going to call it web layouts, and we're going to pass in the children, and this is going to be read only. Let's set the type children to React node, and then let's return if and the main content main, which has the children. So here we can give it a style flex column. So we are going to add later on work on the navigation bar, which we are going to put in this place too. So I'm going to say auto. Let's change this to full. Once you've done that, then inside the page, let's just remove everything here. Let's just remove everything. And we can just import button from ShadCN and just say click me to see that our ShadCN is working inside our project. So I'm going to close this. And then inside the dashboard, we're going to do the same thing. So I'm going to copy what we have in the layout inside the web group route. I'm going to paste it here. And inside the dashboard, we're going to name this dashboard layout. So I'm going to just say dashboard layout. And this is also going to be the same thing. So let me just add a div here. And we're going to make this class with full. That's it. So I think we need to save everything. So let me close everything here. So and and we should see, let me reload this. And this should show our button instead. Now we can see the button. So if you go to global.css, we can see the theme Shanti has added for us. So we are going to change the theme. We're going to use a custom theme for this. To change it, I have the theme already created. So we can copy the style from GitHub. So I'm going to put a link in the description. So once you click on the link, you'll be brought to this page, to this section below here, where we have custom themes in the GitHub URL. So I'm going to click on this drop down. Once I click on it, you can see the custom styles here. So just hit copy here, go with the font, and then copy this and highlight all this, remove it and paste it inside. Save this, and you should see back body. All of these styles will be needed once we start working on the cursor and other parts like the input, phone input too. So just save this, and then if I go back, we can see the style has changed to green. Great. So our server project is running fine. So the next thing we're going to do is to work on the navigation bar. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and work on the navigation bar. So I'm going to do that inside the component. So I'm going to collapse the UI, and inside this component, I'm going to create a file called navbar, because we're going to use navbar in the web route, and also the web group route, and also the dashboard group layout. So I'm going to call this navbar, and then let's put RACE. This will create a file, so we can just copy this so we can see what we're doing. So I'm going to collapse this, go into the web layout, and then let's add it at the top here, and let's import this. So import that from the be able to see that. So what we're going to do is to go into our navbar, and let's start creating this. I'm going to close the sidebar, and here we're going to, let's change this to header, and let's just change this to header here. So I'm going to give this a style, a class name of width full, padding horizontal 3, medium x 0. Then I'm going to give this primary, which is going to use our custom style. So I'm going to set this to sticky, top 0, and then align top. Then give it a z index of 10, height 14. Then I can give this style here. So I can give this a box shadow here, which is going to be 114, and this style here. We can save that, and then inside the header, let's say nav, and now we have a class name which is going to be flex, item center, height full. Then we're going to give this a maximum width of 7x, which we're going to use a maximum width for all of our pages. So I'm going to save that. So now we need to set our logo. So I'm going to create this component now. So let's copy this, and let's go over to our folder, and let's create a component. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it logo. And inside here, I'm going to call this index.tx. I'm going to say RASCE and change this to logo. So let me close this. So inside the logo, we can change this to link from next link. And let's just replace this div with link. And we can just set this ref to slash. So the link is going to have a class name of flex, item center, and then gap 2. So we're going to define a div inside the link, which is going to have a class name of relative, and then size 7. We're going to give it a background white. So this is going to hold our icon. So I'm going to say rounded full, then flex, item center, and justify center. And inside this div, we're going to, let's just set our front icon from Lucy React, and then class name width 5, height 5, then text primary. You can give it a span here inside the div, which will have a class name of absolute, then minus bottom 3, then minus right 2, and let's just give it text white. Then inside here, we're going to just say but from Lucy React. Just save that. And lastly, below the div, we're going to say span, which is going to take in we're going to set the name of the logo, so auto hunt. Yeah. And then we're going to just give this a class of flex semi-bold. Font semi-bold and text space. So we're done with the logo. So let's go into our navbar and let's import this. So after the logo, we're going to create the we're going to call nav menu. So I'm going to say we're going to give this a class name. And I'm going to make this hidden on mobile. Let's set this to hidden. Then on large screen is going to be flex 1, item center, justify center, space horizontal 4, mx9 is margin horizontal. Text going to just give the white an opacity of 80. And then on last screen, we are just going to say, I think we should just remove this since we're not using it on mobile view. So let's just say, let me remove the last space x6. Yeah, that is okay. So the first list here, item here, we're going to have the search bar. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex 0.6, and we're going to set this to hidden and flex. So let's just create a div here, and we can give this a class name of widthful, maximum width of 0.20 pixel, height 10. Then we're going to give this a background of white, rounded, large, and relative. So I'm going to save that. And once you've done that, we can just use a div here. So we're going to create a div inside here. We can also wrap this inside the form since it's an input. And let's just move the div inside the form. Have a class name of flex, item center, and then justify between. So inside here, we can just inputs from UI inputs from Shanty UI. Then we're going to have, we can set a type to text or search, one you want. Let me just close this. Then we can give this a name of a keyword, autocomplete off. And let me just collapse this here. And then we can give this a class name of flex. Let's say shadow none, which is set to on non-importance of it. Height 10. Then Then text black. We are going to also set the ring to 0 and then border to 0. Then we can give this a placeholder. So let's give it a placeholder of type your search. Yeah. Then value, and just set this to empty string for now. And or change, we can have a type called set search keyword. So I'll just create the state at the top, which will hold the keyword there. So let me just put that here. And we can just set the value to search keyword there. So that's it. So the next thing we're going to do is to add a search icon below it. So I'm going to say search icon from Shanty UI and just give it a style. And we can just say width 5, height 5, and then margin right 2. Then text, we can just give text gray or 600. And we're done with the search bar. So we're going to have this again, and this will show our actual link. So I'm going to call this link ref slash, this can be home, and this will just have a class name of text, small, font, medium. You can copy this and just paste it. You can just change this to services and repair. And then this one we can just set this to pricing. I think that is all for. Then we should come below the this, and let's create the sign. So let's give it a div here, class name, which is going to hold the sign in and registration button. So let's put a class, and we can just call this margin auto flex item center and then space x4. So here we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be class flex item center space x2. So just close this. We're going to have a button, and this will just have a class name. Let's put a class, and a class we're going to have x small, font extra light, then text white. Just save that. So we're going to just put a sign in inside here. So after you put sign, we're going to put a separator. So let's get separator from Shanty UI. From UI separator, not Redux. And we're going to put orientation to vertical. Then we're going to have give it a height of 3 and light text white. So height 3 and then text white. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. This should be class name and then white. Yeah, so that's it. So I'm going to just copy the same button here and put it here, and we can call this registration. And then that is it. So I'm going to just, let's collapse this. Okay, so that is it for the sign up. So once we work on the current user, we are going to come here and use the avatar to indicate when user is registered or logged in. So before we go ahead and work on the other part, let's just add this here. We're going to just add a button, and this button is going to call it sell car, and let's just set this to plus icon from the Reactjs, and make sure to import this button from the Reactjs. We can just set the size to default. Let's just give it a class name. I'll give it a background color. This is going to be a custom background color. So I'm going to FEAO303C, and we're going to give it, let's set this to important, padding X5, and then height 10. And I think that is some. Let me just move this to the top inside this div and save this. So we're going to come back and do the logout button and the drop down. So let's, we need to add use clients here, and let's save that. So if I check this out, we can see this. If I try to zoom out, we can see the search bar and the menus. So let me just bring it back. So that is it for, okay, the logo. Let's go ahead and change this to text white for the logo. Yeah. So that is it. So that's it for the nav bar. We're going to go ahead and work on the hero section. So let's head over to that. So let's work on the hero section. So I'm going to open my Explorer here, go into pages, into web, into page. So we are going to remove this button here, and I'm going to add in a class name widthful. So when I save that, let's create a component here. I'm going to call it underscore components. So this should be a folder. Then inside it, we're going to create a file. We're going to call it hero section .txx. Let's do rfsce, and this should give a hero section. Let's copy this and let's head over to the page, and let's just paste it here. Make sure to import that from our component folder and save that. So let's go back to the section, and let's add in, let me close this, and then we're going to add in some style. So I'm going to class name widthful. I'm going to give it a minimum height of 550, 550 pixel. Then margin bottom to 4. Then we're going to give it a style So we're going to be using gradients for this. So I'm going to say background. Let's put linear. So let me use this. Linear gradients. We're going to have 160.29 degree. And we're going to give it a color of 00 B5 3F. Then we're going to also give it 0.67 percent. Then put a comma here and give it another color of 0020831 and small letter E. Then give it 100.93 and give this a percentage here. So I'm going to just bring this, collapse this here so you can see it better. So let's save it and let's see. Let me try and reload. And we can see the style. It should have shown. Okay, let me just use this first and see. And move this back. Okay, I think maybe it's because of the height. I will revert this back to use this string here. And let me just remove this minimum height to check if it's going to show. And the background color then background color refuses to show. So I think the reason why it didn't show is you need to close this space here and button, and if you save that, you can see the gradient is displaying here. So we're going to remove the hero section here and let's create a div and let's give it a class name of max with 7XL, then margin flex to 0 flex column, and this is for mobile view. I'm going to say large screen. We have flex row, then item center, justify between, cap 8, py 8, and we have large ay 16. So let's save that. So save that. So we're going to have a div again, and this div is going to have a class name of flex1, then a px, then the margin medium px0. So we can also do for the next, this will hold the image. We're going to have the class name flex1 ml auto. I'm going to also have a div class name relative width. We're going to give it 350 pixel or medium size. We're going to say width 500 pixel. So we're going to have the large and width 700 pixel. Give it a margin top 5. On medium screen, we're going to have margin top 8. Then large, we're going to say margin top 0. So we're going to have image inside here, inside the div. So we're going to say image from next image. And we're going to give it a source of image is /hero car .png, and we're going to also give it let's give it to auth empty string. Let's give it a class name of object cover, width full, height auto. We can use the transform. I'm going to give it a transform of scale 100, scale 100, large, scale 110. Let's give this a width of 800, height 500, and then I think that is it. So we're going to display the images here. This is supposed to show, supposed to collapse horizontal. So let's go over to this div here. This will hold the filter, the card that display the filter. So I'm going to card from UI card, and this card will have a class name of let's give it a maximum width of 29 rem, then width full and shadow small. Let's give it a card content of class name. We're going to give this py10 ax5. Save that, and let's give this a div of class name width full flex column, then item center, give it a h2, and this h2 will have a class name text 30 pixel. On main screen, we're going to have text 46 pixel, font extra bold. Save that. We have line height of 10. Then on media screen, we're going to have line height of 50 pixel. So let me just bring this here. Then inside here, we're going to have a span, and we're going to write find the car you want. So I'm going to break this. I'm going to say want. Then I'm going to create another span. I'm going to say class name text primary. And we're going to say your way. And let's save that and let's see how it comes out. I'm going to just give this like a space here. And then here is it. So let's go ahead and then work on the filter. So I'm going to first of all show the image here. I'm going to get the image. So to get the image, let's go over to GitHub, and I'm going to go to the top. Let me go over to files, and let's go into public. Inside images, we should see the file here. So I'm going to wait for it to load. Okay, yeah, we can see hero card PNG. So this is the card we're going to display. So I'm going to display it. So I've gotten a car image here. So if you go or goes here, and I created a folder called public images, and I paste the hero car PNG here. So let me save this, and let's on page we should reload this, and let's see if this come up. Yeah, we can see the car displayed here. I'm going to zoom out, and we can see the car displayed properly. So I think on mobile view we need to make it to center. So I think, guys, I'm going to make it to be centered here on mobile view. So I'm going to close it, and we're going to work on the filter. So before we work on the filter, we can make it centered. I will just put large here, and you should position it to the center. Then we can add uh, a width. I can set this to 400 pixel or 450, and this should zoom this out. I can put 450, and we can see its position well. So let me just leave it at 400 here. So that is it. So we're going to work on the filter, and we're going to create a common folder inside this component. I'm going to say, let's put common, and inside here we're going to have hero filter .cxx, and let's do RESCE hero filter, and then we can copy this, and let's go to into the hero section, and after the h2 we can just call this, yeah, save this, and let's import this from our common folder. So once you save that, let's head over to the hero section, the hero filter, and let's start creating this. So for the hero filter, I'm going to set a type for this. So let me set it at the top. I'm going to say interface is going to be filter option, which is going to have label, string, value, string. Then we're going to have interface filter select props, because we're going to use the select drop down for this. So I'm going to say label is going to be, so label string. Then we're going to have options. So option is going to be file option list. You're going to have a placeholder string, and a change. And a change is going to be value string and then void. So we're going to let's call the router constant router, which is going to be equals to use router from next navigation. Then let's set it to use clients. So say that, let me move this to the top, and then we're going to set our select here a state which will handle the filter for us. So I'm going to say select or selected filter. So this should be a state from React. So let's import that, and then let's give it like this. We can set the type like this. You can have the brand, which is string, condition, which is string, model, string, file type, string. Then we have here underscore minimum, which is we can set it to just string. Then year underscore maximum string price string. Yeah, so that is it. So yeah, we can just call it selected filters and set selected filters. So let's save that. So below here, we're going to get the options, filter options. The filter option is going to be record of type record string and filter options, which we have here. So the filter option, we're going to have the brands, so everything should match what we have here. So I'm going to say the brands, we're going to have the condition. So let me set conditions. I think I made a mistake here. There are conditions, also price and all this. So since we set this to uh, label and value, so we need the brand, the condition, the models, the field floor type, and the years. So to get the option, I've listed out all these options for us. So to get that, there will be a link in the description. You can click to find all these constant functions, all these filter options here, which are constant. I will just go to my GitHub. Let me close these files. So it will take you down to this session. So I'm going to close this. You should see option constant here. Click on the drop down and we can see the car brand options, which we can use here. Model, we can see other ones, conditions. We have the fuel type option. We have the years, we can see years option and also the price. So let's just copy this. We have other ones which we are going to use, like the second condition body type, which is we're going to use when creating our car. So just copy this and let's open this. Go to constant. Let's create a folder called constants. And inside constants, we can just call this car options, or you can call it filter options, anyone you want, and just paste it inside here. And we can see we already pasted this, so we can import that inside the filter. So I think this is the showing server component type. Okay, we can come back to fix the error. So let me collapse this, and here we're going to just get the car brand option, and there that is it. So I'm going to just close this and we can look at each option. We can see the car brand option, message values, and the label. So for the condition, you're going to have, let's go back to car brands and let's look for condition here, not second condition. Okay, yeah, we can see condition. So we can copy that, bring it here, and let's import this. So then we have the price. So the price, we have the car price range option. So I'll just scroll down to car price range option. And the car price range option have the custom. So I'm going to copy this and filter out the custom. Yeah. So just paste this and make sure to import it. And then we're just going to do a filter to filter items or values that does not that's not equals to a custom key. So let me just set this to value is not equals to custom. Yeah, so that is it. So let's move over to the models, and we can have the car model. So I'll just go back and copy this here. Car model option, and let me import this. We have the fuel types, and this is going to be car fuel type option. And see that. And the last thing, we're going to have the years, and this here is going to be car year. You can see car year range option. Let's pick the range itself. So once you've done that, we've been able to get all our filter option that matches with all of this. So don't worry about the years, because we're going to split that once we select the minimum and maximum, since this is a range. So we can just create a constant handle function to handle the filter. So handle change. This is going to take in the key, taking key and value. So I'm going to say key of type of selected filters. And we're going to have value, which is of type string. Then we're going to get the selected filter. And let's get a previous state. And let's destructure the previous state. And let's pass in the key and the value. So this will update wherever the key matches. So we'll be able to do that. So we want once we search, we're going to click on a search button to navigate the user to the search page. So I'm going to say constant handle search. So we're going to say constant. We're going to create param. This is going to be equals to new URL search param. And we're going to say object entry, which is going to convert this to a list. And we're going to pass in selected filters for each. And let's just open this and get the key and value. So we're going to say if value, then we're going to append this to the param. So params dot append key and value. Okay, I think I make wrong spelling here. It should be small letter K. And then once that is done, we can use our router to push the user to the search page. So search param to string. And that is it. So let's now work on our actual component. So I'm going to say class name. This is going to be widthful flex column gap 6 padding top 6, and then Let's create a div again. And this is going to have a class name of widthful again, flex wrap. Let me just save this. Item center, and justify between, no, center, not between, and gap 4. So let's say that. So for the filter, I'm going to create a component below, which we are going to use for all of them. I'm going to create it once and use it for all of them. So I'm going to call that filter select. So let's just do constant filter select, and this is going to be a type of, so let's just open filter select props, which is shown up, and let's just get the label. Sorry, let's destruct this. Okay, we're going to have the label, options, placeholder, and unchange. So let's say div class name widthful, and we can give this width, which is 28%, and let's say select from components, UI select on value change. We can just set that to unchange. Then we can close that and get select trigger. From UI select, then we can give this a class name of widthful. Then let's give this select value, not from Redux, from UI. And then we can have this placeholder to placeholder. Then below the select trigger, let's get select content from UI select. And we can have select group from UI select. Then select label from UI select. And let's just pass in the label. And now we can loop through the options here. It's options dot map. And we're going to say option, which we are going to say select item from components UI select. We are going to pass in the key value and then the value is going to be the option value. Then let's close this. Okay, cannot find select item. So let me import this. And then we're going to say option, not option value, option label. So we are done with this. So we can make use of this now. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to pass all the filter options we have. So I'm going to scroll back up. Inside here, we're going to just scroll this. And the first one is we're going to say label brand. The option type, the options is going to be filter option dot brands. Thank you. brands. Then we're going to have placeholder, which is going to be brand, and on change, which is we're going to say value. We're going to say handle filter change. I'm passing the key and the value. And yeah, that should stop this. I think something is wrong here. This is complaining about this. I think I need know the issue. I didn't return this. Sorry. Let me remove this. So to stop. I didn't return the div. So this should work now. So let's create it. Let's duplicate this for the condition. Or let's do model first. And let's call this model. And we can just call this model. Then we can do for the condition now. Condition. We can just set that to conditions. Yeah. And also condition. And there we can say condition. Then let's copy this for the year. So for the year, we're going to just change this for year. And this is going to be yes. Let's make sure that this is specified as yes. Then I can just say yes here or here. Then we need to modify this because we're going to have to split this into minimum and maximum. So I'm going to say constant minimum and max is going to be equals to if value is equals to empty string, then we are going to just return 0 0, else we can just say value dot split, and we're going to map them, map number, or we're just going to say null null. Then we're going to say set selected filters. We are going to get the previous. Okay, this is supposed to be selected. It should be handle filter, but okay, I think we can't pass it yet, so I have to use the selected filter. Yeah, and if filter expects one key, so I can start making this 2 times, duplicating it 2 times here. So I'm going to just to arrow function here, and we can just get the previous and do here. Minimum is going to be minimum, and the year maximum is going to be the maximum. So let's save that. So we've done that. So now the next thing is the filter. I mean the for type. So I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to bring it down here. I'm going to say for, I can call it for type of for. So I'm going to say for type, and this is going to be dot for types. So let me change this to for type. So I'm going to just copy this here. And let me just change this to for type here. And for the last one, we're going to just copy this, paste it, and let's call it price. and this is going to be prices or price range. You can call it price range. I'll just copy this. Let me move this. Okay, let me just copy price range. Let's scroll down to where we have price. Can you say price here? Price. And there we're going to have price too. So let's save that. So below the div, we're going to have a button from UI component, and this button is going to have a class, and then we're going to say width full. On last screen, we're going to have width 11/12, margin auto. We're going to have flex item center, justify between, and padding y6. So let me break this. And we're going to have a span here. This one is we're going to have a class name. I will say flex item center gap 1, then font light. So let me collapse this here. Then inside here, we're going to have bold elements, and we're going to just say class name font bold. And let's say we have 1000 plus cars or car lit instead. Then we're going to say span again, and this will just have a class name of flex item center gap 1, then uppercase font semi bold, and then we can just have search now, and let's put icon here, chevron right from Lucy React, and let's save that. Then lastly, we're going to just put a paragraph after the button, and this paragraph will just have a class name text muted foreground, text small, and text center. Then here we're going to say want to search or customize. Then we're going to say link from next link. We're going to call it href. We're going to point it to search. Let's give this a class name of text primary underline font bold and margin left 2. And let's just call this advanced search. So for the button, we are going to just scroll up. Let me copy the handle search, and let me just add it to this button on click, and let's just pass this to the button. So that is it. So I think we're complaining about unsupported server type. So let me close the server and let me run it. So I've cancelled the server and let me run it again, and let's see. So I'm going to just reload this. So it has shown now. So I think we made a mistake here on the link. So let me scroll up. And the link was gotten from Lucy React, which is not supposed to be. Let me close this. I'll go back. I'll import this from next link, and then it should stop. I think the hero section. Let me go back to the hero section and change that to minimum. Let's change this to minimum height, and this will cover both the car. You can increase the car if you want. You can increase this to 450. Then on small screen, you can change it to 450 also. So let me leave it to 400 like that. And if we click on the brand, we can see all the brands are specified here. We have the model, condition, years, fuel type, and the price range. And once you click on this, we can just select Mercedes-Benz, GLE class, brand new, year range, and we have the fuel type, the price under 50. And then let me console this. If I console log the param, I think so. Then let me click on search. I will inspect this thing. I don't know whether I will see it. Okay, I'll not be able to see it because we don't have the search page. But we can see the URL, we can see the fuel type, we can see the price being from 0 to 50,000. We can see the maximum year to 213, minimum 211, brand new, condition, and then the model and also the brand. So let me move this back. So that is it for the hero section. So we're just going to go ahead and work on the sign in and then sign up. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's implement the register dialog. So to do that, I'm going to go into my components and I'm going to create a folder, call it auth, which holds the register and the login. So both of them are going to be a dialog which we can use in other parts of the application. So the file I'm going to create is going to be register dialog.txx, and let's close this and let's say RASCE to create the component for us. So inside so I'm going to copy this. Let's go into layout. We're going to place it inside the layout. So I'm going to go into my layout. I can place this at the top of this. So let me import this from the component and let's go back into there. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create use our React hook form, which we use to handle a form. So I'm going to say use form use form. I think use form should come from. Let's check. Let's check the package adjacent to see if we install React hook form. Oh, we didn't install React hook form, so let's install that. So I'm going to open my terminal and let me cancel this. And let's do npm install React hook form. Sorry, form, and we're going to use version 7.54.2, and let's install that. So we're going to wait for it to install. So let me wait for that to install completely. So it has installed completely. So I'm going to run my server. And let's go back to dialog and let's import this from React hook form. So I'm going to just go at the top and say import from React use form, and the error should stop. So we are going to also use the Zod. So I'm going to write Zod in the and this is going to be a type of which we are going to call it schema, sign up schema. So we're going to go ahead and work on the Zod validation for this. So I'm going to import Zod here at the top. So that this we have no issue. Then to handle before we go ahead and do that, let's us just open this and let's write our resolver, which we're going to use Zod resolver. And we're going to also pass in the sign up schema, and our default value is going to be the name of the user, the email, the shop name, and also the password. So you can see that. So for the Zod resolver, you can import that from Zod resolver. So let's install this thing. We need to resolve. So we cannot find this. So we need to install hook Zod form. So let's stop our terminal and install that. So I'm going to stop my terminal. I'm going to write npm install at hook form / resolvers here. We're going to use version 3.10.0, and let's install that. And once it's installed, I think this will stop. We should also check if we have Zod. So I think we don't have Zod. I thought Shantia would have added this into our package. So let's also install Zod. I'll use npm install Zod, and this should install Zod for us. So let me wait for it to install. So this has installed completely. So I'm going to just run my server. And let's go into register. And this should stop showing the error. So let's go ahead and create the sign up schema using Zod. So I'm going to close my terminal, open the Explorer, and let's create a folder called validation. And inside here, we can create a new file called auth.validation.txt. And here we can use to export constant. Let me close this. Sign up schema, which is going to be objects. So we're going to get object from Zod. And we're going to have name string. We can import string from Zod. This will have a minimum of 1. And we're going to just set the message. Name is required. Then we're going to do that for email too. String. And before that, we're going to add .email. and we're going to put an object, and we're going to message, which will output please enter a valid email. And then here we can just put message email required is required. Then we have the shop name. So for the shop name, we have string, we have minimum 2, and we have message. Shop name is required or must. Is required must, since we put 2, so it must have at least 2 characters. Then we have password. This is string. We can do message password is required. So that is it. So I'm going to, let's also duplicate this and do that for login. So I'm going to just change this to login, and we're going to just remove the name and the shop. I think that is it. So let's go back to our register and let's import this from the validation. So the next thing we're going to do is to create our onSubmit. So constant onSubmit, and this is going to be values z.infer type of, and this is going to be sign up schema. And then we can just console log dot values. So let's go ahead and then work on the dialog. So I'm going to remove this, and let's import dialog from UI dialog. So I'm going to say model. Let's just open this. Dialog content from UI dialog, not from Redux. And this is going to have a class name of, we're going to give it small max. We give it a width of 425 pixel, padding 8. So we can just specify the dialog header. Dialog title. Make sure to import this from the UI dialog, not the Redux. So inside the title, you can put create an account, and then we can have a description below this here, and this will just say enter your details below to register an account. So I'll import that. Then now we can get the form from Merchant UI. I think form is supposed to be from, let's check if we installed form. I think we added form here. So I think we didn't have form here. Let's try and add that. So I'm going to cancel this and do npx shanty cn. Then I'll do add, and then it should bring out the list of components. So let's do, okay. It's asking me to install this now. Or let me use my version. So our on is 2.1.6. So we can also install the latest version for this, but I'm going to go on with the one I already have. So Let's wait for it. I think it's taking time to come up. Okay, let's search for form and let's add that. So we're going to wait for it to add it into our component. So it has added the form. You can see the form inside here, and I make sure I selected no for the button or TX and the label so it does not override it. So I'm going to close this and let me go back into that and let's import it from UI form. Then we're going to pass in the form. Let me close this. So this form, we're going to copy this and then we're going to add it here. So destructure it into the form. Save that. Then we can create form. And this will have on submit. Then on submit is going to be form.handle submit. And we are going to pass it our on submit. Here we're going to have a class name which has space y, that is, and then we're going to pass in our form field. We're going to get that from our UI form. Then let's pass in name is going to be equals to the name. Then we're going to have let's pass in the control first. The control is going to be form.control. And then we're going to have the render. So for the render, it's going to be a callback. So I'm going to the structure and I'm going to open this and get the feed. Then let's scroll this. So inside here, we're going to have the form item from the UI, form UI or chant UI. Then we're going to say form label. So import that, and this is going to be called name. And then the form control from UI form. And then we're going to also call the input. And inside the input, we're going to also pass in the feed. Then we're going to have some things to pass here, like the placeholder. We can give it a placeholder of John Smith, a class name of height, a port and 10, and then we can just put the message here to show if any message, if any error occur from our validation. So we are going to do that for the email. So just simply copy this and let's paste it here. So we're going to change this to email. We can set this to email here. And there we can just give it a placeholder. I think, and then this should be type of email. Yeah. So we can still copy this for the shop name. We can call it shop name. Then this will be the shop name, the user shop name. And for the shop name, we can just simply give it back with email. And we can remove this and set it like this. And for the last one, which is the password, we can just copy this, paste it again, and pass in the password. So I think I made a mistake here. Then let's put password here. Then for this, we can just give the placeholder asterisk. Then we can give it a type of password. So that is so the last thing we're going to do is to add in our button from UI button. We're going to set the button to large. So I'm going to save this. Size large. Then this, okay, we can say class name. So widthful. Type submit. Then let's break this and call this register. Then let's go below the form itself so we can also have, if the user already have an account, the user can click to log in. So I'm going to go below the form and let's put a div and let's do class name, margin top 2, flex, item center, justify center, I think, yeah. Then a paragraph will have the class name of text small, text muted, foreground. Then let's put already have an account. So just put question, we can give it a space here. Then I'm going to say, I'm going to put a button. And this button will have a class name of text primary. Then inside here, we're going to have sign in. So I think that is it. If I reload this, we can see the button. Okay, I think we didn't run the server. npm run dev. And this should run the server. So for the dialog to work, remember we are placing the dialog inside the layout. So for this to work on the navbar, so we can be able to click on the navbar and this will trigger the register dialog to open. So I'm going to reload this again. So I think it's not coming up. Let's see. It's still compiling. I think, okay, it's throwing an error here. Yeah, I need to put use clients inside there. Let's also add use clients. And let's see. Okay, yeah, it will stop. So we can't see the dialog here because it's hidden. We need to add it to the register. So once we click on the register, it pops up. And also likewise the sign in. Likewise, this button only register or sign in user can sell a car. So to do that, we are going to be using a package called Nox. So Nox is simply a type C search parent state management for React. So it works like a state management, but making use of the URL just like the way we saw in this search. So we're going to be using it to handle search and also triggering the register and signing button. So for the documentation, let's click on documentation. Then this should explain to us how we can add this into our Next.js. So let me just open this in new tab. So while this is loading, we can see some example here which they stated here. And you can see simply like this use state, but you can see they call it use query state. So I'm going to go into my so to do that, I'm going to let's install this Nox into our package first. So we don't have it, so I'm going to just open my terminal. And I think this is it. So I'm going to just let me just open a new terminal, and let me say npm install Nox. So I'm going to just install that. So let me wait for that to install. So it has installed Nox into our project. I'm going to close my terminal, and we can see it has moved to installation. We have Next.js. So if you click on Next.js, this will take us to the adapter. It's asking us to add Nox adapter to the layout. So I'm just going to copy this and let's add it to the layout. Let's go into the layout and let's just put it here. So I'm not going to, okay, I'm going to put it here. Let's wrap this. Then let's open this and move the register dialog, since register dialog is going to be using Nox inside the Nox adapter. So I'm going to just import this. So let me just copy it from here, and then let me paste it here, and then this should fix that. So you can see how to use it. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a hook to handle the using the Nox to trigger the register dialog. So let's go into our hook and let's just create use register .ts or register dialog.tx, and you're going to have RASCE, RASCE, and let's change this to use register dialog. So let me remove this. Then let's remove this. So I'm going to close this. So inside here, we're going to just say constant, let's go open, set open. So it's going to be equals to use query state. So let's put states, and I'm going to just call this register, and we're going to pass in the uh, pass just as boolean. I'm going to say dot width. So let me just import both of them from Nox. This should stop the error, and then we can have dot. We're going to set the default, so with default to false, and then you can just create some function here, call it on open. This is going to just be equals to set open to true, and then on close, this is going to be false. Then we can just return all of them open, on close, on open, and on close. So we can quickly do the same thing for the login. So I say use login dialog.tx, and we can just simply copy everything from the register dialog into the login. So we can just simply change this to login, then change this to login, then change this to login, and that is it. So once we are done with that, we can go over to the navigation bar, which were in the components. Oh no, inside the register. Let's go into the register first, and let's say constant. Let's get the use register dialog from our hook, and let's get open add on close, and then you can pass it into a dialog here. You can just say open here. It's going to be open. Then on open change is going to be on close. So that is it. So we can go to the nav bar. Let me collapse this. Inside the nav bar, we can just have it here. Say constant use register dialog, and let's just have on open. We can just call it on open, register open, on register open. So just scroll down to where we have register, and let me just add on click and pass it here. So if we test it out, let me open this. Yeah, okay, we can test it out now. Once I click on this register button, we can see register is equals to true, and we can see all the form be added to the form field here, also the register, and also the sign in, I mean. So let's go ahead and work on the sign in so we can see that to work. So I'm going to just open my Explorer and let's create a component. We say login dialog.cxx. Very simple. We're going to just copy everything from the register. So just copy everything from the register dialog and then paste it here. So scroll all back up and let's just change this to login. Let's collapse this and change this to login. Then let's remove shop name and name. Then we can just remove the font field for name and then shop name. And then we can change this to login. So let's also change the use login dialog, and let's clear the register. So we're going to scroll back up down, and we can change this to don't have an account. Don't have an account. Then we can call it registration. So now we need to link this button to the register dialog. So I'm going to come back up here and let's say constant on open. I'm going to just call it on register on register dialog on register open, and this is going to be use register new register dialog. Yes, then we can just create let's create a function there below here, and let's call it handle open, handle register open, which is going to be equals to, let's put the arrow, and there we need to first of all close uh the login, and then before we open, we can remove this since we don't have. I just pass it here. So let's just copy the handle register option, register open function, and let's go back to where we have this, and let's go on click and pass it here. Yeah. So for the schema, we need to change this to login. login schema from the validation. So I'm going to just move this down. And let me just remove this. And let's just use login here and login here. That's it. So the error should stop. And here we can just change this to sign in to your account. Then here we can just have enter. You can say enter your email and then or email and password to log in. Yeah, so that is it. So let's copy this and let's go into the layout and let's also add this here and let's import this. So likewise for the register. So I'm going to go into my login dialog. Let's copy this. I'm going to the register and let's scroll down and paste this here. I'm going to change this to handle login open. Then let's also get the use login dialog. And then we can get on open from login and we can just pass it here. So let's get the function, scroll down to where we have sign in and let's just do on click and pass it here. So now everything should work. So I'm going to just try it out. So I'm going to click on my sign in. Okay, I think we didn't add it to the navbar. So let's go back to the navbar. And let's say constant is equals to use login dialog. And let's say on open is going to be on login open. So let's go to where we have a sign in button and let's have on click and let's pass it here. So now if I try to click on the sign in, we can see this if I click on the registration button here and they should show the create an account. So likewise again for the sign in and the register. So that's it. If I click outside, we can see the URL has been cleared. So now for the sign in and sign up, we are done with that. So to handle the API, so we are going to be using Tanster query for query to access to call the endpoint and ask use as the fetcher. So let's install Tanster query now. So I'm going to open my terminal. So let me close everything here. Okay. So let's go into our package.json and let's install Tanster query. So let's install that. I'm going to let me close this Explorer and let's collapse this. And let's install Tanster query npm at Tanster query React query version 5.65.1. So install that and we can search for Tanster query on Google and you can go over to read more about Tanster query. So we're going to use that for querying. So while this is installing, we need to also install, okay, we've installed Axios, which we add as the feature for us. So let me click on read the doc from Tanster query. Then we can see this is used for React and other framework. You can see the installation and other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all set up the Tanster query provider. So let's create a folder here, call it constant, no context. And inside here, we can call it query provider .cxx. You can label this use clients. And if you go to installation and quick start, I think we should be able to see a sample of how to use it. You can see it asks us to wrap the app with the query client provider. So we're going to wrap the entire layout with the query client provider. So you can't just do that inside the layout here because it's a use client. So we're going to put it inside the query provider. So let's wait for this to install before we continue. So it has installed the master query. So let's go ahead and work on that. So I'm going to close this terminal and I'm going to bring in the Tanstack query import. So the query client, the query client provider from Tanstack React query. So we're going to have our prop child children. Then let's export default. And we'll say function query provider let's remove this. And this is going to be we're going to pass in the children here. And it's going to be of type props. So let's constant query client is going to be equals to new query client, and we can open this to set some default options here. I'm going to put queries. I'm going to say refresh said okay, I think I made a mistake here. So let me close this. So I forgot to put in the column here, and this should stop. This will have refresh window. I want window focus to be false. Then we can have retry. So retry is a function, but we can just say okay, fail count or failure count. Say error, and then we can just call our function here and say if failed counts is less than 2, we can say and error.message is equals to, so it does not retry countlessly, network error. Then we can return, I forgot to put this. So let's return true. Then else we can return false. Then let's just say we try and delay to 0. So that is it. So after all of this, we can just return, and let's get a query client provider. And let's pass in the children here. Then here we're going to pass in the client, which is the query client. So we are done with this. So what we're going to do is to copy this, and let's go over to our layout and wrap layout with it. So I'm just going to wrap everything with it. And let's import this. So now for this to work, we need to use a fetcher. So I'm going to do that inside the leaf folder. I'm going to create a file called fetcher.txt. So for the fetcher, we are going to do export constant we're going to say login mutation function. So because Transtar query use mutation function and also query function. So I'm going to, because I'm using post, so it's going to be a mutation function. So I'm going to just say async, I think async, and you can just say await. So we're going to use as use. I think we've installed as use already. Dot post. We can leave this empty. We're going to come to that. You can just say API / login for now. And then we can just pass data. And let's say data is equals to login type or data type. So let's import as use. I think I can get it. So I'm going to just do import as use from as use. And then for the type, we are going to just create a folder which will hold all of our type. So I'm going to come to the root folder and let's create a folder. I'm going to say as types, and then we can create let's say auth.type.tx, and there we are going. Let's change this to, instead of auth, let's change it to API. So it has all of the API you're going to use their types here. So just say export type login type, which is going to be equals to email string and password string. Likewise for register, type register type, email string, password string, and then name. I think we need to also pass in shop name and shop name string. So we can just get all of this inside the fetcher. So I'm going to just do for login. So let me import login here. And then we can just copy this and paste it above here and call this register mutation. And we can just get a register type. So let me move this up, and then we can just call this register. So that is it. So this APIs are not existing yet. So to have that, we're going to just create a folder called API inside the app folder. So it's an API, and inside here we can have the register, which we have the route. For the on the API, we're going to also have login, and the login is going to have route.tx. So to implement this API or authentication, we are going to be using Appwrite to do that. So just come to your URL and just type in Appwrite. So click on Appwrite. So Appwrite, we're going to use it to handle authentication, database management, and also our image or file storage. So we can see that Appwrite is build your entire backend within minutes. So it's used for building, it has database, function, storage, also messaging too. So to start building with this, we are going to click on the start button. So let's click on the start button and start building. This should take us to where to sign up. So once you reach on this page, So let's wait for it to load. You can say click to sign up or sign in with your GitHub URL. So I can click on sign up here and provide my name and email. So once you sign up, it should be on sign in, it should be brought to this page. So I'm going to just reduce my, going to zoom it out. Then you need to provide organization name. I'm going to call this Tech with Ima. And then you can just select a plan, select the free plan, and then click on get started. And this should take us to, it's going to take us here to provide projects, create a project. So I'll just call this auto hunt. So auto hunt, click on next, then just leave it to the selected region. So I'm going to just click on create, and this should create the project for us. And you can see we've already, we have the, okay, let me zoom out so we can see this clearly. Okay, you see the auth, dashboard, function, messaging, storage, and then settings. So what we're going to do now is we are going to go into so let's go to search and search for the documentation on how to use it. So I think I can't find the search here. There's no place to find it. So I'll just open a new tab and search for Appwrite documentation. And we should be brought to this place. So click on the doc and you see the documentation here. So click on the menu here and we have to go to scroll down to authentication. I mean. Then if you scroll down, let's click on the menu again. I think inside hot we have SSL. So let's look for SSL login since we're going to be handling authentication on our backend. So if you scroll down, you should see SSL authentication flow. But if you want to use Appwrite on the client side, you have to use the client SDK, but we're using Appwrite on the server side. So you can see everything. So just scroll down and you can see how to use Appwrite there. You need to install Node Appwrite and use this to create, I think, the endpoint, provide the endpoints and the project ID. So we can leave this now and just scroll down to where we see Next.js SSL. So click on that and you should see this is an example tutorial. So we can click on step 2. We've created our project already with Next.js. So what we need to do is to install Node Appwrite. So just copy this, open the terminal, and let me clear the terminal, paste it, and it should install Node Appwrite. So click on step 3, and you should see uh, this here. They've given us a sample code on how to go ahead with Appwrite. So they create admin clients and the create session client. So the create admin client is what we are going to use to create the user and also log in the user. So about the session, the create session is what we're going to use to retrieve the cookie. You can see the session from the cookie, which we're going to set, and we're going to use that to get the current login user. So to do that, we're going to make use of this. So before we can do, I think we're asked to, we have to provide the app. You can see it here, Appwrite endpoint, Appwrite project, also the Appwrite endpoint. But the admin clients, we have to provide the Appwrite key. And you notice the Appwrite key doesn't have the public attached to it. So let's just scroll down and copy the environment variable. And let's create it inside our project. Let's create .env or .env.local and just paste it inside here. So we're going to go ahead and get the Appwrite key, the Appwrite endpoint, and this is the endpoint, then the project ID. So think we need to create a project first. So let's go back to Appwrite and let's close this. So we need to create, okay, I think we have, okay, this is our project. So this is the project ID. We can copy this and just paste it here. So to get the Appwrite key, I think we need to scroll down. Okay, we can see integrate with server API key. Why this is for the client or the web. So I'm going to click on API key and we can just give it a name. I just call it auto hunt and expiration date never. Then we can give it a scope. So I'm going to select auth and I want session user to write. I think so. That's to select all this. I just want session user to rewrite. Then I think I made a mistake. Then scroll down to database. Then database read and write. I think so. Yeah. So I think for storage, you can have file read and file write. And that is it. So I'll just click on create and this should create. You can see the API secret key. So this should be private. I'm just going to copy this. So I'm going to display it, paste it in my, so I'm going to close it. So this should not be shown to anyone because I'm going to delete this project once by the time I've posted this video. So we've gotten the app right now. Let's go back. I think let's go to authentication and then you can see let me go to settings. You can see other options to use. You can use OAuth with Appwrite. So let's go back to our documentation and let's create a file so we can use the create admin client. So I'm going to open my project and go into lib. So I want to use this inside my project. I'm going to create app dot app config first. And with this app config, I'm going to get the environment variable inside my project. So I'm just going to do export constant app underscore config. And then we're going to say Appwrite and then let's just say key. There is a process.env. .env. I'm going to say let's just go to env and let's copy the name. Copy this and just paste it. Then just put this at the end of it. Then we can have the 10.2. I'm going to also do the same thing. So go to env, copy the env variable name and just pass this here. For the project, so let's just put this to project ID. Yeah, I think yes, it's okay. So copy this, save this, and let's just say project ID underscore ID and just paste it here. So this should be process.env. Yeah. So that is it. So we can copy this and make use of it inside. So let's create a file called appwrite.txt. So inside appwrite.txt, we're going to, let's just go ahead and copy this. So I'm going to copy the create admin client. I'm going to paste it inside it. So let me close the sidebar and let's import client from Node Appwrite. I think you can find this. So I'm going to just do that at the top. So imports from Appwrite. We can get the client and also the account. So save that. Then let's remove this and use the app config dot Appwrite dot. You can set the endpoint. Then let's remove this and set app config dot Appwrite dot project underscore ID. Then for the Appwrite key, we're going to say app config dot Appwrite dot key, and this should be able to solve. So we want to also convert this Appwrite to server only to avoid this being used on the client side, like displaying our Appwrite key. So to do that, we're going to install a package called npm. So let's do npm install server only. So once we install this, we are going to come at the top and say import. So import server only. So if you try to call this in the client side inside the page or layout, if I go to the page, or let me say into the web page and try to use this or call this function, it's going to show this can only be used on the server side. So that's it. So we've been able to do this now. So the next thing we're going to do is to create our endpoint with it. So before we do that, let's just copy also the create session client too. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to paste it below here. Like the way we did this, we just copy this from the endpoint, set endpoints, then paste it here also for the endpoint. Likewise for the project ID. So I'm going to paste that. And then let's just set this to our header. So we're going to come back and change this name, or we can just pick a name for the cookie. So I'm just going to go into my constant. I'll create a file, just call it server.txt. So this will just hold the export constant, and we can call. So I'm going to call this auth cookie name. So I'll just call it auto hunt auth session. So you can save that, copy this, and go back to Appwrite, and we can just replace this here. So we did that because we're going to use it inside the our API routes to set the cookie. So this is to get the cookie, but we're going to do it on the set the cookie. So let's go ahead and work on the API for register. So for the register endpoint, we are going to have export async handler, async function. So we have posts, request, and let's use our try batch. Then we can say constant body is going to be equals to await request dot JSON. Sorry. Then we can say constant. Uh, let's structure this and get this from await sign up schema. Remember the sign up schema we use for both. We're using it both for the server side and the client side. So we're going to do as body. Then we can get the name. We can get the email, the name, the password, and also the shop name. So now to create the user account, you need to do constant and call await create admin client from Appwrite. Then we can get the account because we output account here. You can see the account here. So once we get the account, we can do constant user is going to be equals to await account dot create. And account takes the ID, unique ID. You can see we have user ID, email, password, and name in this order. So I'm going to get ID. So Appwrite provide an ID. So just get ID from node Appwrite. Then we'll call it unique and just call the function there, call it there. Then we can provide the email, password, and the name of the user. Then we can create a session. So to create a session, we're going to say constant uh, session is going to equals to await account dot create. You can see create email password session, and we can pass in the email and password. Then we can go ahead. So we have provided we've provided the account with the email, password, and name. Now we need to create a shop. So since the create admin client does not allow other additional information except this, we have to create a separate database or a separate table, and we have to create our database before the collection for the shop to save the shop name and also the user ID. To do that, we need to go over to Appwrite. I'll go to my Appwrite and let's go out and go to database. So let's create a database. We can call this auto hunt database DB and then click on create, and this should create a database for us. So for the database, we are going to copy this ID and let's go to .env, and we're going to do the same here. We're going to have our next public. We can just call this Appwrite database underscore ID and paste it here. So now we need to create the project collection. Collection is simply referred to as a table in Appwrite here. So we're going to say shop. So the collection name is shop. So let's create shop. Then we've created the collection. Then we can copy the collection ID. So we can also do the same thing here. We can say next underscore public Appwrite. Instead of database, we can call this collection shop ID, which is going to be equals to this. So let's copy that, get that, and put it inside the Appwrite here. We have database ID and shop ID, and make sure to copy this from the env.local and save that. So let's go ahead and create our attribute. So for the attribute, we are going to create click on string. So we're going to have the shop name. So our shop name, we can give this a size. I'll just give it 50, or you can give it any size. And this should not be known, but this should be required. Then click on create. So we've created shop name column. Then we can create attributes. So there are other attributes you can create. Upright provider, integer, float, boolean, date, time, and so on. We're going to see some of that when we're creating the listing collection. So I'm going to click to create a description. So description, and we can give this description might be too long. I will give it like let me give it 100, and this is not required. So we can just click on create. And the last one is the user ID. So I'm going to say user ID. This one can be 30. I'm going to leave it there, and it's required. And click on create. So now we need to also set the permission to click on settings. And once you click on settings, it's not selecting. So I'm going to zoom this out so I can select settings. So I'm going to click on settings. So scroll down to where we have permission in order for who has the authorization to access this or to add shop or read shop. So I'm going to click on this. You say anyone can create shop. So I'm going to click on create. I think read it too. Anyone can read, and also all users. All users can read, but they can create. They can update. I don't know about delete. Let's just select delete too, or we can skip the delete and click on updates, and then we are done with this. So we can go ahead and make use of the shop of that to get our database inside the admin. So to go to our Appwrite, and we can get the database here. If you go to Appwrite documentation, you can see how to use database. Once you click on database, you can click on quick start, and then if you see database is added, you can see how. Let me switch this from web to node. Okay, they don't have node here, but let's just go ahead and do the same thing we have here. So I'm just going to say get database like this. So databases, I just say get database and return new database. So I'm just going to import this from Node Appwrite. So let's go into alright. We can also add that to. Let's also add that to the clients. I mean to the create session client. So just add this here. Then we can go over to our route, and then let's make use of it here. So I'm going to get the database from here, and then let's do constant shop. This is going to be equals to array the database. We're going to have create documents, and for create documents, we are going to pass in some things: the database ID, the collection ID, and the documents ID. Yeah, documents ID. So let's get this from app config dot appwrite dot database ID. We can have app config dot shop ID, and then we can provide our unique ID, that is the document ID. Then let's provide our data. We have the shop name, which we can call the shop name. Then the user ID, which is user dot. So user will get $ ID. And now we can set our cookie. So let's set our cookie. We can say cookie from next header dot set, and we're going to use the cookie name which we set inside the constant, and we're going to get the session secrets from this session here. So session dot secrets, and let's just open a set a path to slash and HTTP only true. We can have same site streets. Then we can have secure true, and you can give it a maximum a max age if you want. So I'm going to just give it here 60 60 24. That is 1 day. I think so. Then let's just return the next response. So next response dot JSON, and we can have a message. You can just say user created successfully. Then we can have the user ID, which is user $ID. and also the shop ID. And then for the error, you say return next response. You can just say error.message. You can just set this to any here and just put this to status 500. So we are done with our registration endpoint. So let's go ahead and use this inside our project. So to use this, we need to go, we've added this API inside a fetcher. This is a register API register, and we've passed in the data. So you can go ahead and use answer query inside our register dialog. So I'll open my components auth and there. So I'm going to close this. And now we are going to use mutation. So let me get this from here. So just open this and then mutate. Okay, before I put the mutate, let me just import the use mutation from transfer query. And then we can just, I think this is imported. We can get the mutate and we can get the is pending. So inside here, we need to pass in some things. I'm going to just open this and we're going to pass in mutation function. And our mutation function is called register mutation function from the fetcher. And that is it. So we're going to call the mutate inside here, inside our on submit. So I'm just going to call mutate and let's pass in the values on success. And then let's call it like this. And we can just set a toast. So toast from hook use toast. And then let's just open this and pass in the title. We can call register registration. Successful. We can put a description if you like. And we'll put variants. We're going to use, so we have default and the descriptive or destructive. So I'm going to add success here. So to do that, let's go ahead and modify this toast inside the UI component. So I'm going to open toast from the UI and we can add, let's add success here. So I'm going to say success. And we can say BG, BG primary. I think BG primary. Oh no, let's use green. So I think I'll just use border green 500, background green 400, and text wise or something like this. So I'm going to close it and then we can see that we can also copy this for the error. And I'm going to just say, put a comma here and do on error. On error, we can just paste this and just say error occurred. Error occurred. Then we can use destructive here. I can also give this a description and say registration failed, please try again. You can say this one you have been registered. So I'm just going to remove this error. Then once we are successful, we need to say form.reset. Then we can have on close. So we're going to use our query. So we can get the query client to use to invalidate the current user. So we've not created the current user yet, but let's just put it here. So let's say query client It's going to be use query client from Tanstack query. I think, oh sorry, it should be query client, not query. Let's see if I imported this. I'm going to remove this. So just copy this and let's come over here and just put query client dot. We're going to just refresh and we're going to put the query key. I'm just going to call this current user. We're going to work on that later on. Current user. So it refreshed the endpoints. So we're going to add the is pending. Let's go down to where we have the button and we can add it here. So if it's pending, let's just add our loader from Lucy React, class name width 4, height 4, and then animate spin. Then also we can just say disabled. So it's pending. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and test this out. So I'll go to uh my project and let's reload this. And let's click on registration. I can just give this a name. I can give it, let's just give it, let me give it John. John, okay. Then I can give this Joko as a shop name. And I just provide uh, a password here. So let me just put go here. So let's click on register and we should see if it's going to be successful. So error occur. So let's look at what was the error. So I think I can only see the error here inside the network tab. So I think it's from Appwrite, invalid password. Password, okay. It's saying that we must provide 8 characters for password. So we need to update that in the validation. So minimum of 8 characters. I think I'll just put password. Password should be at least 8 characters. I think so. So let's just use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And let me click on register. Again. Okay, it's saying missing collection ID. So let me go into my register route. I think it's complaining here. So I noticed the problem is I think inside my app config I use app public app rights collection shop ID. Why in my env I think I made a mistake. I'll just go to env local and this is what I see collection. So make sure they are the same. So I'm going to just copy this and paste this here. Why the database ID and this. So this should work. I think we already have the user registered already. So let me go to the auth and we can see the user already exists here. So that means I'm going to use the new user since that will not work again. Let me try and change this to and let's just change the password. And then I'm going to just and then let me register. Let's click on register now. This should go through. Again. Okay, I think again we are making some mistake again. This is going to register the user. What did it say? It says missing scope documents rights. So we need to add documents rights to the scope. So I think I know the problem. The issue is from the we need to go over. Let's go over to overview and now scroll down to where we have API keys. Click on this and let's modify the database. Instead of database, we should use document right. So scroll down to document right and document read. So just update this and that has updated. So I'm going to go ahead and use delete the user. Let me delete this user. You can scroll down here and click on delete and this user will be deleted. So let's try it out again. I'm going to make sure server is running. Yeah, it has compiled successfully. So let me go into my list and let's click on this again. And then this should register the user. And there you can see registration successfully. Now if you go to your Appwrite, uh, let's go to database, click on database and click on shop. You should see our first new shop created with the user ID. So that is it. So the next thing we're going to implement is the login. So let's go ahead and work on the login API. So I'm just going to scroll down here and then let's go into our API rights route. And then we're going to use the export async function. So let me close this. And we're going to have post, which we're going to have request, request, I think request from. So I'm going to gather request and response from Nest server. I think it should be next um, next request. Yeah. So let's have a trial catch here. And then let's get constant body is going to be equals to await request.json. Then have constant email password. Then this is going to be await. We're going to use our login schema, which we have inside the validation. Then we're going to say PS. We just have body. Then we can have our account here. This is going to be equals to await create admin client from Appwrite. And then we're not going to create a user, instead we're going to create a session. We're going to say await the account does create email password session, and then we're going to pass in the email and password. Then let's go into let me go into my register route, and we can just copy all of this. And let's go back to our login route and just paste it here. So let's import the cookie. Then also the auth cookie name. And then this should be, so I'm just going to remove this. and just change this to user log in successfully. And then we're going to also return this again. But here we're going to just say error, and we're going to just put any here and just get the error does message. We can just put error occurred or internal server. Then your status is going to be 500. So we are done with the login. So let's go into our login component inside the auth. I'll click on login dialog, and we're going to do the same thing we did for the registration. So I'm just going to, so I can also copy that from the register dialog. Just scroll back up and let's just copy this too. Go over to login dialog and just paste it here. So yeah, we're going to use login mutation function from fetcher. So we're going to use the so let's import both of them, the use query client and also the mutation. So let's just pass the values, and then we have on success, which is going to be let's call this function like this, and we have a toast. Let's do our query client and that's refetch query client query key, which we're going to set to current user, which we're going to work on later on. So toast, we're going to have title, which is going to be login success, login successfully. We're going to have a description here and also the variant. So I'm going to just say we have logged in successfully, and then the variant is going to be success. You can just copy this, then we can add our own close here. Yeah. Similarly to error, you can say on error and paste this here. We can just remove this error. And we can do the same thing, error occur. Then change this to destructive. And we can just remove this message and say login failed. Please try again. And that is it. So let's just add our pending to the button. Scroll down to where we have this button and let's put is pending. We're going to have loader from Lucy Reacts. So we're going to have our class name width for, height for, animate, spin. Then also our disable, we're going to disable it here and it's pending. And then save that. So we are done with it. So let's try this out. So I'm going to use the password, the email I use here. So let me close this, go back. And let's see. So let me go back to my project and let's put the email and password. And then let me try and log in. and this should set. So yeah, you can see that we've implemented the register and login endpoints successfully. So let's go ahead and work on the current user. So once we're logged in, we show the user that is logging, and also only login user can click on the cell car. So let's go ahead and work. So let's work on the current user endpoint. So I'm going to go to my route API, and let's create a route called current user, and let's create a file route.txt. Then inside the file, we are going to export. Let me close this. Constant. This is going to be a GET request, async, and then we're going to get a request, and we're going to use next request from next server, and then response. Oh, there's no points for this, and just return this. And here we can also do exports constant dynamic. This is for to force dynamic. So inside here we're going to use try a patch, and then let's get constant. Let's get the account from. We're going to use await, and we're going to use the create section clients from Appwrite. We're going to be using this to get the current login user, also the database to get the shop ID or shop information. So I'm going to close this, and then let's say create. Let's get it for create session client. I say constant user is equals to await account. Okay, I have not gotten the account from here. The account dot get, and then we've gotten the user. So let's get the shop information. So I'm going to just do shop document. It's going to be equals to, we're going to filter it. We're going to say database. So let's get the database from here. So database dot list collection. So no, list documents. And list documents, we need to pass in the database ID and the collection ID. So let's get that from app underscore config dot appwrite dot database ID. And also for the shop collection, we're going to get that too. Appwrite the shop ID. Then we're going to use query. You can see that here, queries. So query, we're going to say query from appwrite dot equal where user ID. User ID is equals to match with this user dot $ ID, and this is going to give us it's going to return an array. So we need to get the shop from the shop document dot document, and then we can just get the first index. Then let's return this. Next response from next server dot JSON, and let's pass in the user and also the shop. We can just put a message here, just say user fetch. So for the error, I'm going to copy this and let's paste it in below here. And let me just remove all of this. I'll just change this to error dot message. I just set it to any, and let's just put a status 500. We can also set this to internal server error, and that is it. So we are done with the current user endpoint. So let's go ahead and create a hook, which we are going to use to, because we're going to be using this current user endpoint most everywhere in the application. So I'm going to just create a folder. I'm going to call it API, and then I'm going to say use current user.tx, and then inside here so before we do that, let's go ahead and create the fetcher, because I almost forgot the fetcher. So I'm going to go to the fetcher, and let's do export constant get current user query function, and this is going to be async, and then we're going to just get the constant response is going to be equals to await as you get current user. This should be touch, and then we're just going to return responder data, and that is it. So we're going to use this inside the hook. So let me go to the hook which we created, and let's do RASCE. I'm going to say use current user, and let's just remove the return, and inside here we're going to do constant, or we can just return. Let me close this. You return this and say use query. So use query, and we're going to open this and say query key is going to be current user. A query function is going to be get current. Then we're going to say let's put this time to 0, and we've returned this. So let me clear this out. So now we can use this inside the navigation bar. So I'm going to go back to the navigation bar. Where is the I think inside the components. So let me close all of this, and we're going to use here to detect when user is logging and then one user is logged out. So let's come down here and let's do constant. It's going to be equals to use current user, and let's import this. Then we're going to get the data. We can call it user data. Then it's pending, can be is loading. Then I'll just say constant user is equals to user data dot user. Yeah, so we can use it. Then let's do constant, so that the sell button we only we are going to only be able to navigate user to the listing page once when they are signed in or when they are logged in. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to add that to that button, to the sell button. So I'm going to say if not user, and let's get it from the I think it's on click here, on open, yes. So I'm just going to say on login open, and let's just return this, and we can redirect the user to, I'll just get the router, so we can just do that now. Use router from navigation, use router navigation, next navigation, sorry, and then we're going to do router.push slash my shop. We're going to create this later on, slash add listing. So that's it. So we're going to use that. So let's go ahead and then copy the use here. So I think is this place we're going to add the handle cell. Yeah. So here we are going to do the check. Let's do it's loading first. If it's loading, then we need to show the loader from Lucy React, and we can just give it a class name of width 5, height 5, then animate, spin, then text white. Then we need to then check if not user, then we can show the sign in and sign up button. Then else we're going to show the users here. So for that, we're going to use a div. So let's create a div. And this if you have a class name of flex item center space x2, and then we can have a button, and this button is going to be size icon. Then we have a class name of rounded full shadow small, then padding y0, then bg white, you can set that to important, bg white, then text black. Then we can just put our icon here, message square, from Lucy React. Then below we can use our drop down. So drop down from UI drop down menu, and we can get a drop down. Let's get drop down menu trigger. From UI, then we can just set it to as child. Then we're going to show the avatar here. So I'm going to say avatar from UI avatar, and we're going to have row to button, because we're going to be class name height 9, width 9, and then we're going to use shadow small. So I'm going to put a fallback avatar fallback, because we're not going to use the avatar image here. You're going to be using the name, the username, and what's the class name, text small, and then I'll make it uppercase. Then we need to get the user dot name. We're going to say dot. You can get the character 0. Duplicate this and let's get the second character there. So below the trigger, we're going to also make the content. So I'm going to say drop down menu content from UI drop down, and this will just have a class name of width 56. Then we are going to align this to the end and then force it to mount. Okay, so let's just, I think it's inside here. Say not inside the class. Align end and then force mount here. So inside here, we're going to have the drop down item. drop-down menu item from UI. Then this is going to link to the user shop. I'm going to call that my shop. And I'm going to just say inside here, we're going to have class name. We're going to make that pointer. Then we can just have an on click here. And this will just route the user to say router.push to my shop, which we've not created yet. We're going to do that. Then we're going to have a separator below here. And then let's import the separator, drop down menu separator. And I can just copy this and put it here. Then let's remove this and just call it logout. Yeah, so that is it. So we're going to work on the logout endpoint. So let's test this out and see if this works. So I'm going to go to my browser and let me reload this. And we can see the loader, and then we can wait for it to get the user. So let's wait for it to connect to the endpoint. And now we can see a user, we can see my shop and log out. And that is it. So let's go ahead and let's preview this in last screen. So I'm going to open it here. And if we load this, we can see this in the last screen. So then we can see the search bar and also the menu bar. So we need to also hide this search bar and also hide this. We're going to hide this. I don't know why it's failed to show here. We're going to, like I said, we're going to hide both of these. We're going to hide search bar here because we already have a search here. So let's go ahead and do that and hide the search. So I'm going to come over here and let's do constant hide search param. So I'm just going to hide swap and hide search path name. So this is the index. This is for the my shop listing, and this is for the profile images. So we are going to hide that. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to go straight to where we have the search. Okay, this is it. Then we are going to just let's just hide it here. Or let's do it inside the item itself. So if this does include, so let's get a path name. We can see constant path name is equals to use path name from next navigation, and then we can just pass this path name, and then we can say, so then we're going to close this and let's move this inside let's move the div inside there, and then that is it. So we can also hide the navigation, the nav items here. Once we are logged in, we move to the add listening page. Like when we click on the sell car, we don't want to see all this there. So to do that, we're going to hide it here. I'm going to hide it in all listing page and also in the profile image and other parts where the user is already logged in. So let's do this here. Say hide nav paths, and we are going to hide it when we move to my shop, add listening page, and then profile image, profile messages. So we want to hide the part, the nav menu. So I'm going to hide this here. I'm going to say not dot include path name, then we're going to show this for those that does not include in the path name. So I'm going to create a fragment and then move these items inside it. And then that is it. So we'll not be able to see it here because this is a mobile view. So when you look at it in the last screen view, you'll be able to see that. So let's go ahead and then work on the logout now. So I will go to my route. So let me open the Explorer and let's go to API and let's create a folder called logout. Then inside the folder, we have the routes.cs. So let me close this. So here we're going to do export constant post is going to be equals to async. I'm going to remove this response here. And this should be next request. And let's open this and let's use the try a catch. Then let's get the account. So constant await from create session client, and then we can be able to check if the user uh, uh, so check if the user, well, there's no point in this. We can just delete the account instead. So I'm just going to say await account dot delete session, and let's say orange. Then we can also delete the cookie from our browser. So I'm going to just say cookie dot delete. And we're going to pass in the cookie name. So I think this will then we can return a response here to notify the user that they've logged out successfully. So let's import the next response. And also we can show an error here. We can just say login failed, or we can just put the error message. Or we'll have internal server error. Let me bring this down. I'll just put any here. And then we can change the status to 500. And that is it. So we've done the logout endpoint. So let's go to fetcher and then add this to our fetcher. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to fetcher. And then we're going to create the mutation function here. So I'm going to say export, or we can just copy this. Let's just copy the login on. Paste it here, remove the data. And let's just call this logout. Then we just have our logouts here. So that's it. So we're going to call this inside the navigation bar. So I'm going to go into my components, navbar, and there we're going to handle. So here we're going to do constant. Let me open this. Use mutation from start query, and then mutation function, and then we're going to use the logout mutation function. So let me import this. And then at the top, we're going to also get the query client so we can refresh the, which is going to be equals to use query. So we're going to refresh the current user. And so yeah, we're going to have on success On sources, we are going to create client dot refresh. We're going to have a query key, and the query key is going to be current user. Then we can route the user to the landing page. Then on error, which is below here, on error, then we can use a toast here. So just import the toast from hook toast, and then let's also in the title, which is error, we can say logout field. And we can just have a description, just telling them to please try again. I think that is it. So we're just going to get the motate here, and also is pending. So let's use this motate. I'll just scroll down to the footer. Okay, let me go up first, and then let's let's create a function for that. So I'm going to say handle logout, and I'm going to use callback async. I think this should not be async, but I'm using async here. And then we'll call the mutate here. So let me just import the use callback from React, and then copy the handle the handle logout, and then scroll to where we have, so this loader we're going to use all first and do is pending when we try to click on logout. Then scroll down to where we have logout, and I'm going to just say disable. This is going to be is pending. Then on click, we're going to put handle logout. So that is it. So let's test it out to see if we log out user. So I'm going to clear all of this and click here and log out this user. So let me refresh this first. So let me try again and log out this user. And we can see that it has got the endpoint. So I think it's showing 5. It has logged out the user, and the current user is saying internal server error, no session. If I reload this, it should have sign in and sign up. So I think uh we need to refresh this before on success refresh this. So that is it. So I found a solution to this with transfer query, keeping the previous data. Yeah. So the best way to avoid to make it to clear out the previous data, we have to use query client dot set queries, set query data. Then we specify the query key. We will say current user, and then set the data to null. And then they show, okay, not queries, sorry, query data. This should stop the error. Yeah. So also, if you go back to the login dialog, let's change this to invalidate queries instead of refresh query, and also set the form resets. Also, let's go to the register dialog and also change that too. So invalidate queries, not refresh queries. So once we are done with that, let me go back to the navbar component, and let's try this now. So I'm going to log out the user, and then it's going to call the current user. So let me reload this. Okay, let me try and sign in again. I'm going to provide my email and the password. So I'm going to click on login. and then we can get the current user. So let me log out now, and we can see that friend is signing and registration and also listing as the current user field. So that is it. We're able to use this to fix is to clear out the slate data or the previous data. We can call it the cache data transfer query kept. So that is so. Let's go ahead and work on the add listening or add car endpoints and pages. So let's go ahead and work on that. So to work on the add listening page, we need to go over to dashboard and let's create. I'm going to close this and let's create my shop folder. And inside there, we can create add listening. Then we create page. Inside the listing, also inside the my shop, we can also create a page inside there too. And that is it. So inside the add listening, we can RAFCE and then we can call this add listening. Then so for the add listening page, we are going to be using form builder, form create generator. So we are going to specify the fields we are going to use for displaying on this add listening page. So to get the field, we're going to create a list of fields which we're going to use on this page. So if you go over to our GitHub, you should scroll down to where we have the listening food fields object, and you can see all the fields from brands, brand, model, years of manufacture, exterior color, interior color, condition, second condition, and other. So I'm going to copy this, and then we can go over to constant, and let's create a file. We can call it listening feed.txt and paste it. So for the type, we can create this type, the field type inside the types. So I'm going to open the types here, and we can create index dot types dot ts. So we're going to have export type, call this field type. So field type, we're going to open it. So we're going to say name string, then field type, we're going to have we can call this field type. It's going to be, we have text, then we have number, we have select, sorry, let me put this here. We have text area. So let me collapse this here. We have multi-select. We have currency. And we have phone. Then we also have okay, inside here, we're going to say label. It's going to be string, placeholder, string. This can also be optional. We have column, number. Then we have the options. And this option can be key. Key can be optional. String value is not option. It's not optional. We have label, and this is string. Then this should be a list of this object array. Then we have required, boolean, and then disabled, boolean. So once you've done that, let me open this and go into the add listening field. We can see the error should stop. So let me, and this should stop. So we can see all of the fields we have, and and you can notice that the car options, we pass in the up brand, car brand options, the model, the exterior color, interior color for all of them. If we go into the car options, we can see all of the objects we specify here. So let's go ahead and implement this inside the add listening. So before we start implementing this inside the add listening page, we need to create the table or the collection for the add listening, for the listening that has all of these attributes and all of this field inside, like the brand, the model, years of manufacture, colors, to store them in the database. So let's head over to Appwrite and create the collection for this. So I'll go into my Appwrite here and let's wait for it to load. So once it's loaded, let's click on the, okay, I think this is shop. I'll go away from the shop. Let me go back to the database. So I'll click on my database and let's create a new collection. So I'll create a new collection. I will call this car listening, and let's click on create to create this collection for us. And then we can see the ID of this. You can also copy that and just go over to your env and let's do a nice public. I'll just remove this. I'll just change this to car listening ID. I just paste it here. What I copy there, I'll paste it here. So we can save this and then copy this into the Appwrite. I'll just go into my Appwrite. No, not inside the Appwrite, inside the app.config, app config, this one here. And then we're going to just call this, I'll call it car listing ID. And I'll just clear this and paste what I copied. And let's add this at the end of it. And then we have this now. So what we are going to do now is to create the attribute. So click on attributes. And then let's first create the first one, which is brand, based on the fields we have here. So I'm going to click on the field so we can be looking at the fields. So we have brand, and brand is select. Also we have we have the options here. So I'm just going to scroll up. So for brand, we are going to pick a string, and let's say brand. We can put this to 50, and we can set this to required and click on create. We are going to do the next one, which is model, and we can set that to 50 and click on required and click on save. Then select we can select integer for this. So let me click on integer. I'll just pick year of manufacture. Year of manufacture, I can just put 50 and 255 and just set it to required. This is optional. And this is same processing. So we can create the other one, which is exterior color. Exterior color is going to be string. And then we can just give this 50 and set exterior color to required. I'll click on create. Then interior color, interior, and this two can be 50. I could just make this not required and click on save. Then we have a condition. Condition is going to be an enum. So let's just pick enum for this. We can have a condition. And then for the condition, we can, if you look at condition, we can go to the condition here and look at the values. We can copy the values and paste it inside here. Brand and use, these are the enums. Now we can set this to required and click on save and click on create, and this should create the condition attribute for us. So we have the second condition. So I'll just click on second condition. I'll select this one as string and I can give this 255. Then I can set this to array because this is going to be a list of string. And I'll just click on create. The next one we have on our listing field is the mil gauge. We can set this to integer and you can set this to integer or string. Okay, let me leave it as integer. I'll just put 50. Now let's make this string. I'm going to change it. Let's make a string and put 50. And this is not going to be required. I'm going to click on create. Then we have a transmission. Yeah, transmission, and this is going to be, we're going to use enum for this because it's not much in the options. So I'm going to click on enums and I'm going to put transmission. Then for the attributes, for the values or the elements, I'm going to put automatic, manual. I'm going to say CVT, and I'm going to do AMT, and then transmission is required. So I'm going to click on create. And the next one is field type. Field type 2 is going to be an enum. So I'm going to go back to where we have field type. So I'm going to click on enum here. And for the fuel type, I'm going to go into the options. We have petrol, diesel. So I'm going to copy petrol. So I'm copying the values. Diesel, electric, and we have the last one, hybrid. And the fuel type is required. So click on create, and that should create this. Then we have the key features. The key features here. I'll click on string, and I'm going to say key features. You can just put this to 50 or 255. And this is going to be array. These are going to be list of key features. So click on create. Then we have the next on our listing view. We have vin. This can just be string. So I'm going to just pick string here. I'll just put 50 here, and this is not required. So I'm going to click on create. Then we have the next one is let's pick body type. So I'm going to copy body type. So for the body type, we're going to use string. So I'm going to say string. Let's put 50 here. And I think body type should not be required. So I'm going to just click on create. So the drivetrain is going to be an enum. So I'm going to just click on enum. And if you go to, let me scroll back to where we have the drivetrain option. We can just copy this and pass it here. Forward rear wheel. We have the all wheel. We have the 4-wheel drive. and we can set this to required and click on create. Let's go back to the listing and let's see sitting capacity. So for the sitting capacity, this can be we can pick string for this. And I'm going to set this to this is not going to be required. Sitting capacity is not required. So I'm going to click on create. So this will take a number field, but we're going to store it in form of string. So I'm going to say description. And for description, we're going to take string. And this is going to be, we're going to use 255. And let's just remove null. And this is not going to be required. Then for the next one, which is price, we are going to click on price. And price is going to be integer. We can say price. We can say from 0, minimum of 0. So you can just give it like let's say 1 million. I'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 80 or 90. So any amount you can put here, but this is going to be required. And we're going to have the last one, which is a um, contact phone. This is going to be string 2, and it's going to be required. I just put 15. I'll say it's required. So the other ones we're going to do, which is not going to be in this item list field, is the images, because we need to store the images, and the images is going to be the image URL. The image URL is going to be, let me say 50, and then they are going to be an array. Then save that. Then we need to also store the user ID. So I'm going to say the user who uploaded this, we're going to save that. I'm going to user ID 50, and we're going to set this to required and click on create. Also, we can also store the shop ID, and we can say shop ID 50 required create. Then we can create a relationship with the shop. So currently we can't create a relationship with the user. If I click on relationship here, you can see only shop is being shown here because Appwrite does not have a way to create a relationship with the user. So I'm going to select one-way relationship. You can choose two-way relationship, which is going to be you'll be able to get the listing from the shop, and also from the shop you can get from the listing you can see the shop who created it. Likewise, on the two-way relationship, the shop will also show the car listing. So I want to pick the one-way relationship. So I'm going to just pick shop. Then we can leave it as shop like this. And we can say one to one to one or one to many. So if I do like this one to many, that means say car listing can contain many shop. Shop can belong to one car listing. If I pick many to one, car listing can contain one shop. We're going to have many to one because we want car listing can contain one shop, but shop can belong to many listing. I think so. Because this is shop, I think many to one, many car listing to one shop. Yeah. Okay, so for this, we're going to pick cascade, and let's click on create. And this should create. So let's wait for this to create. So it has created the relationship for us. We can see the relationship. So we can go over to the settings, and let's go to where we have permissions. Then click on select anyone can read, and then all user can create, read, update or delete. So click on update. and this also updated it. So there we have it. So before we go into the add listening, let's create a validation for the listening page. And remember, we're going to use the validation for both clients and also the server side. So I'm going to click on listening. So I'm going to create a file called listening the validation.tx. So we're going to be using Zord. So I'm going to close this, and then we can start with constant. I'm going to call this let's export this first. Export constant listening schema, and we can get z.objects. So make sure to import Zord. And the first one is brand. So we can set brand to string. No, we can set brand to a string, or we can choose to set it to enum. So I'm going to use enum here. So this is a way to learn how to use enum in Zord. So for this enum, I'm going to create a helper function that converts the options which we have inside the car option. So I'm going to make sure the user selects only this. So I'm going to convert this to enum result. So to do that, I'm going to create a constant. So I'm going to say create enum. This is going to be equals to options. So it's going to take in, and it's going to be value, and this is going to be string, string, and the string is we're going to have another object there, which is going to be a list, and we're going to have field name. We're going to pass in a field name to this function. I'm going to say field name, then string. Then we need to let's call this. So make sure everything is passed well. And then we are going to say constant values is going to be equals to options dot map. We're going to map the options, get the items, and we're going to get the item dot value. Then we're going to say if values the length is equals to 0, we can just do a throw new error. Say no options found. We can specify the field name which the option was not passed. I'll just do for field name. Then after this, we're going to say return. We're going to use Zord enum, and we're going to pass in a list of values. Then we're going to destructure the value the slice. We're going to just remove the one. And let me change this to list. And then inside here, let me close this. We're going to throw error. We're going to say error map. We're going to say issue and ctx, and say if issue dot code. Let me put this well properly. If issue dot code is equals to invalid enum value, then we're going to return a message. The message is going to be please select a valid we can just say field name. Then we are going to return a message with ctx dot default error. And that is it. So the next thing we're going to do is come down below here and let's create the car brand enum. This is going to be equals to, you're going to say create enum, and we're going to pass in the option car, you can call it car, and brand option, then pass in the field name, which is brand, sorry, brand, and save that. Then we can use this here, and we can see that the error has stopped. So we can do that for other ones like model. We can do that for the model, import the model options. So just a model, and the model is going to be car model enum. Sorry, this should be, we can change this to capital letter here. Then we have years of manufacture, year of manufacture. We can also do for the year of manufacture constants of car, year enum. This is going to be car year option and year. So import the year option, and we can pass it here. So you can keep on doing that for both exterior color. We have color, so I'm going to just say color option, and we can use the same color for internal, interior, and exterior. So I'm going to say exterior, color to color inner. Then we can duplicate this and just set this to interior color. And remember, interior color is optional, so I can just put dot optional, and this will make it optional validation. Then we have the condition enum. We can also do for the condition. So I'm going to just put it here at the top here. I will say condition option. So we can import that, and you'll see car condition is going to be for condition. And we can have the second condition. The second condition, remember, is going to be a list of this. So we're going to convert it into an array. So I'm going to say second condition is going to be second condition option. Then here we're going to have second condition. We're going to use array, so result array, and we're going to pass car condition, and we can make this optional too. Then we can use the miggage. Miggage is a string, so we can have miggage string here, string and optional. We can have the transmission. So for the transmission, that is going to also be enum2. So I'm going to just say transmission enum, bring transmission options from the car option, and let's copy this and say transmission. This is going to be for car transmission enum. We have the fuel type. We're going to have fuel type enum2, and let's import the fuel type options. And then we're going to also have fuel types. Our fuel type is going to be car fuel type enum. Then also for the key, the car key features, or the car key features. So this is going to be enum2. So I'm going to import that. You can see, you can copy the key features, pass it here, and this is going to be an array because it's going to be a list of string. And then we can have the vim, the body type, and others. So I'm going to make the vim string an optional. I'm going to make the body type. So I'm going to make the body type enum2. So I'm going to just say body type enum and import this our body type option. Then we can pass it inside here. Then for the drivetrain, if you go over to the list view, we have the drivetrain. You can see drivetrain, which is also has this option. So I'm going to go back to the type and the validation, and then we're going to also create that as enum2. I'm going to import the options, and then we can have the drivetrain. This is going to be hard drivetrain enum. Then we have the seating capacity. This is going to be string or string and optional. We have the description, the price, description, string optional. We have the price. We can say price is number minimum, price is required, and also the image URLs. So we can have the image URL is going to be a list of string, list 3 images required. Then since we are going to be using this for the client and the backend side, we've not added the need to add the shop ID and also the display name for the backend because we're going to be using display title. If you notice in the car attributes here, we didn't add the display. I think we forgot to add the display title here. So let's add that too. And display the title of the car. We can set that to required and click on create. But also, if you look at the list view, we didn't the listing field, we didn't add a field where the user will provide the car title. So this is because we are going to handle that on the back end. We are going to combine the brand name, the model, the years, and exterior color to form the car title. And for new, we can use you can add the condition at the front of it if it's new. For use, we're not going to add the condition to it. So that is the reason why we didn't add the display title here. So, but we're going to be doing that before we submit. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to let me add this to listening. We're going to extend from the listening schema to form the backend because the backend is going to require the shop ID. Or the client side, we're not going to provide the shop ID to the validation. So I'm going to say export constant listening backend schema. We're going to extend from this. So the backend will require the shop ID and also the display title. We're going to get the shop ID, which is string, and so it requires shop ID minimum of 1. Then we're going to also, let me break this. You're going to also want the display title. This is going to be string. It's not going to be optional. It's going to have minimum of it's required. You can also set required error if that is required. Then we can also show the phone number contacts, the contact phone. This is going to be string too. required error, we can say contact number, contact phone required, and we can just give this sort minimum of 1 and say contact phone required. So this is what we're going to be using on backend. So the client side, we're going to use that inside the add listening page. So I'm going to go into the add listening and we're going to use that inside here. So let's go ahead and create the form generator to get this, make this field, we can be able to pass or put this field. So the form generation is going to have select, it's going to check if the field type is select, if the field type is multi-select, then to show the multi-select field. If it's number, we display the multi-select, we display the number. If it's text, we know that this is going to be a field, yeah, text field. Text area, we know that it's text area, currency, and then phone. So we're going to learn how to do that. So let's go ahead and create the form generator before we start working on the add listening page. So let's components. So I'm going to close all of this. Now let's go into components and create a file called form generator. .txx. So for the form generation, we're going to have the type, and this type is going to be a form generator prop. So I'm going to say form generator prop. It is going to have the field. We're going to pass the field, and this field is going to be a type field type. Remember, we've created the field type inside the index.tx. So the field type is going to have the field is going to have the name, all of these passed to it. Then we're going to be using React hook form, so we are going to pass in the register, and this is going to be coming from React hook register. We just say any, and let's import this from React hook form. So let me just import this manually. Okay, I think I made a mistake here. This should be capital letter U. And if I try to import it now, this should show. Yeah. So we have the errors. This is going to be field errors from React hook form, and this is going to be field values from React hook form. Then we have the form values or the form value. We can just set this optional and any. Then we can have the unchanged here. So we can use unchanged here. We can use the unchanged inside the register. I just said value should be any, and the return should be void. Then we have the default value any. We have the value multi-select, and this is going to be optional because it's just going to be only for select that is multi-select. So I'm going to just do that. Then we can create the form generation components. So I'm going to say constant form and generator, and this is going to be of going to add the Reactjs, and we're going to pass the prop type here. That is the form generator props, and let's open this. So let's get the field, the register, the form value, the unchanged, the default value, the multi-select, the value multi-select. So here we can get the field, you can destructure the field type. I mean the field. We can get the name, the field. So I'm going to get the name of the field type, the label, disable, um, placeholder, and option. So we're going to use the required in when we're trying to loop through it. So inside there, we are going to create a function uh, for the multi-select. So the multi-select, we are going to be um, for the unchanged, we are going to be sending in form of list or string, but multi-select outputs uh, value and labels just like the select. So we're going to be converting the string into values and labels. So to do that, we're going to say constant get selected items, and then we are going to pass in the options. And remember the options for the multi-select. If you look at the listing field, the listing field that has multi-select, let me scroll and key field. You can see that it has multi-select selected here. So we need to convert the data from our state or from the default values which we selected to string and convert it to values and labels. So only the values will be stored simply like this. We have the values stored like this, sunroof, which we are going to send to the database. Remember, the database only collect list or string. And then we need to also, so when we are showing it, the ones that are selected in the multi-select input field, we need to convert it to value and label. So that's the reason why we need to create a function that converts it. Then we are going to pass in the option for us to know, we're going to pass in the option to, so say label, so this is going to be string. We're going to have value, which is going to be string. And then we're going to say, then we're going to pass in the value for the multi-select, which is string of list, and the default value is empty string. Let me see. Okay. Let me, yeah. So we're going to return the options, no filter option. So we're going to filter the option. Let me remove this and create a separate. Yeah, so I'm going to say value. So multi-select is going to is going to include the option of value. So this is going to filter. So the options, we are going to filter the option to check if a value multi-select include in this. So this is going to only filter the ones that are selected. So we are done with this. So now let's create a div. So I'm going to scroll down and say return. And let's create a div. We're going to say class name of grid gap. So we're going to say label. So I'm going to remove this. Say if there's label, then we're going to show the label. We're going to say HTML4. We're going to pass in the name. And we're going to say label. So let's import this. So we can also have the field type, and its field type is going to be equals to text, and this text is going to be, we're going to show the input text, input from Shanty UI. We're going to have the ID name, type is going to be text, and then we're going to have class name, height 12, and shadow none. Then we can pass the disabled to disable, then placeholder. Placeholder can be placeholder, or we just pass in the label. Default value can be set to default value. Then we can pass in the structure of the register and pass in the name. So it's going to be tied to the Reusable form. Then for the number, we can scroll down and do field type. Let's just copy this. And say field type is equals to number. We can just only change it to number. And we can just do placeholder and just set this to text muted foreground. And then this is okay. So we can also copy this for the currency. So for the currency, we're going to have to do some tweaking for it because currency can work and can actually work like that. So so let me go ahead and display this so we can be seeing this work. So I'm going to export this. Export defaults. So for the currency, I will just copy this and then let's paste it here. Oh, sorry, let me copy the entire of this, paste it here. And so I'm going to change this to currency. So for the currency, we want to show the dollar sign, the dollar currency. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div here. And I'm going to put a class name. So let me close this div. I'm going to put a class name here. And this class name is going to have relative because the dollar sign is going to be absolute. I'm going to move the input field inside the div and let's create a span with a class name, and then this will just hold the dollar sign. Then we can set this to absolute, and absolute, then we have insert y and set that to 0. Then have left 0, flex, item center, padding 3. Then we can have text, we can set the text to small. We can give it a color of gradient 500 and then dark color of text and gray 400. Also, that is it. So the next thing we are going to do is to modify. Let's change this to text. So we want in a situation where we want, once you are typing the amount or the amount like for the price, you should add comma to the each of the value. Where it is 1,000, it add comma. Where it is 10,000, it has comma. So to do that, we're going to manually do that. So we're going to do an on change here. And once the person type, then we're going to modify that. So I'm going to add padding here. So that we can add padding left to 9 here. So to do that, I'm going to do on change here. And no, not inside here. We're going to do it inside a register. So I'm going to open it and open this. So inside here, we can get the on change from the register, and I'm going to set this to A. Then we're going to open this. Then also we can also get the set values. So this will set the value for us. I'm going to also set it like this. Then inside the on change, we are going to say constant. We're going to get the raw value. The raw value is going to be this. So if this, we are going to say a.target the value that we place. Let me break this. We're going to replace. We're going to give some. We're going to give it some cross expression. So I'm going to just get the yes like this and save like this. So we're going to remove any comma from it and just make them blank like this. So I'm going to say else just make it empty. So we're checking if there is a value in the targets, then we're going to clear anything. So I think I need to this replace is not correct. Yeah. Then once we've done that, once we've done a check, we can just get the value. So say formatted, we convert it to number. We'll say formatted. So formatted values is going to be equals to raw value. So if there's a raw value, then we're going to use the new intel dot number format, and we're going to format the number, the raw value. Then we're going to convert this to number, else just make this like this. Then we can just set the e.target value to equals to format value. So inside the set value, we can get the value here, and there we're going to say if type of value is equals to string, or type of value is equals to number. You're going to open this. Let me do it here. We're going to say constant plain value is going to be equals to string value dot replace. We're going to give it some regular expression here. We say d get g, and we're going to set it to empty string here, and then we're going to just return clean value. So if clean value is going to say number clean value, I'm going to say else no, and then we're going to just return no. So let me remove this and just say return no, and we are done with the currency input. So we need to work on the next one. We can work on the phone input. So for the phone input, I'm going to just copy this number, and I'm going to come down here where we have this check. Let me see. Okay, here. So I'm going to change this to phone. So to use phone input, ShadCN does not have phone input, so I'm going to drop a link to the description for custom phone inputs with ShadCN. So once you click on that link, it will take you to this website. So you can see ShadCN phone input. This is a custom input field for using ShadCN. So you can see you can type in any input inside it, and this will give you the output here, and you can see that. So to do that, we're going to have to install ShadCN, which we have done, add input, button, command plus pop over and then scroll area, and then we can install this package. So I'm going to just install that now. So just open your terminal and let's just install this. And once you install this, we can just create this inside our UI. So I'm going to copy phone input and go into my UI and just paste it here. Let me just create a file of txx, and then we can just copy this code and just paste it inside and save it. Make sure to save it. So this is going to be using React phone number input. You can see all of the code here. So once we've done that, we can use it now inside our form generator. So I'm going to scroll here, and then we should wait for this to install. So while this is installing, let's just get it. You can see phone input, and this should get the, let me see if it will get it from the UI folder. Phone input. Yeah, we can get it phone input. And the phone input is going to have, we are going to do some changes to it. It's not going to be using register because it does not accept this. Then we can set we can remove this type. We can put the class name. I will just remove this and just set the class name to phone input. I'll just set the height to 12. But I think the style, the reason I added this phone input, if you go to your global.css, which we copied inside the app, we added some phone input class. If you see that, we use it to make it the button and the input height to be 100%. So I'm going to just close this again. And here we have disable. We can set autocomplete to complete to off. Then we can pass place over default value. Then for the unchanged, we can use the unchanged which we will get from the on input and pass it inside the unchanged and passing the value. And unchanged is optional, so just put this, and this we undo the optional unchanged. So that is it. So we can also do for text area. So I'll just copy this too. I'll just change it to text area. And let's just change this to text area. From UI, I'll just remove this. And then we can with only the we can just remove this from the class name. Then we can set it to 4. Then we can get the register from this number input and then pass it here. So we've done this one. Now we need to work on the select. So for the select, we've added select. So we're going to use the select which we've added in them from ShadCN. So I'm going to just say let me just do field type equals to select. So select, if this is equals to select, then we can get the select from Shanty UI, and then we're going to give this a value. We can just say form value, or just set it to empty. So on select, we'll be using on value change, and this is going to have value, and we're going to use the unchange which we pass. And unchange is going to, we're going to pass the value. So let me change this. Yeah. So we can also ask disable. Is we're going to say disable, or can just say option is equals to 0. Yeah. So that will stop error. So let's get the select trigger from UI trigger, from UI select. So I'm going to just put a class name here. I'm going to say width full. I'm going to say it's height 12. Shadow none. I think I can use data placeholder. Text muted foreground. Change the placeholder color. So inside here we can have the select value from UI select, and we can pass in the placeholder. So say placeholder, or I'll just say select, pass in the label here. Then let me close this. This is a self-close tag. So below the trigger, we can have the select content from UI select, and then we can look through the options. Dot map, or let's do dot length first. If it's equals to 0, we can just output a paragraph and say class name and text center and text small. So text muted foreground, and then leading 10. I will just put no option found. Then we can then look through the options here. Dot map, option, I will get the select item from UI select, passing the key. The key is going to be option dot value, and then we can pass in the value, which is going to be option dot value, and then let's pass in the option dot label. So we are done with the select. So let's go ahead and work on the last input, the last field type, which is the multi-select. So I'm going to just change this to multi. And we can just say options. Let me just leave it like this, multi-select. So for the multi-select, ShadCN does not have any multi-select in Shanty UI. So we're going to use a custom multi-select. So I'm going to put a link to the Shanty UI custom multi-select. And once you click on that link, it should take you to this website, Shanty UI expansions, and you can see a multi-selector here. And once you scroll, you can see that you can select multiple items inside. So what you need to do, you need to add command and batch. We already added that here. We have command and we have a batch here. So once that is done, we can expand this code and copy this and paste it inside. So let's go there and let's create a multi-select here. I'll just say multi inside the UI.cx, and I'm going to just copy this. Let me close this, scroll back, and let me just copy this and paste it inside here. Now we can see all of the code that was provided. So just save that, and then once you save that, let's go back to our generator and let's make use of this. So we can have a multi-selector for multi-select, and then we have the options. The option we're going to pass in the options, a placeholder, let me see, placeholder, or select label. So I'm going to also say disabled to disabled. We can have the class name widthful, minimum height 12, maximum height photo, and then shadow none. Then we can have the value. So for the value, we are going to use this function we wrote here. So just copy get selected item, and let's pass in the multi. We're going to pass in this options, and then the value multi-select. We just say or empty array. So it's in strings on array here. So let me put key here. Yeah. Why is it still showing error? So this is undefined. Array or undefined is not assigned. Okay. Okay. What we'll do is let's copy this and let's put it here, and that should solve it. So we can add the class name for the batch class name, so that if you look at if you scroll down to other examples of how to use this, let me see whether we can convert this to light screen. Yeah. So I'll scroll, you can see that the color is black. So I want to give it a different color. I want to customize the badge color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to set this to background color primary, because it's going to use the primary color. Instead, I'm going to set a background color to primary with opacity of 10, shadow non text black, and we're going to have let's say fonts medium. Yeah, so for the on-change, we're going to see do some modification. We're going to selected items. We're going to the constant selected values is going to be equals to selected item. We're going to map through to get only the values. So I'm going to say map item, and we're going to say item dot value. Then we're going to pass this inside the onChange. So I'm going to say onChange. We're going to pass in selected values. So here we can also indicate the empty indicator. We're just going to just copy this. Yeah. So that is it. So let's export the form generator. And then we are done with the form generator. So we can go over to add, and let me close everything, and let's go over to app dashboard, my shop, add listening, and let's start to create the add listening page. So for the add listening page, let's start with the validation. So I'm going to say constant listening. We're going to call this client, and this is going to extend from the listening. If we go to validation, listening is going to extend from this. So I'm going to extend from this. So I'm going to say equals to listening schema. So let's import that. Dot extend, and we're going to pass in the content phone. You know, we didn't pass that inside. We only did it for the backend, so we need to do it for the front end too. This is z string required error. So make sure to import Zod. Required error, we can just say content number or other form is required. Is required. Then we can just set this dot refine. So we're going to get the is value from the is value phone number from the component which we install React phone number. And we're just going to pass the message invalid phone number. Then let's get the type. You can say form data type is going to be equals to z dot info. We're going to get the type of the listening client schema. And then let's create a form which is equals to use form. We're going to pass in the type, the form data type, and let's import this. Then we're going to pass in our resolver and sort resolver, and let's pass in the listing client schema. We can put the mode to on blur. Then we can set our default values. So let's add comma here, and the error should stop. So for the default values, I'm going to bring that in, and we have the brand, model, year of manufacture, exterior color, interior color, condition, second condition, milk gauge. We have transmission, fuel type, key feature, VIN, body type, and so on and so. We have price and then contact phone. So we can save that. Price, you can increase the validation for the price from I think one minimum of one to minimum to a different minimum. So we are done with that. So let's create. We can just have the onSubmit here. So just a function onSubmit. I'll just have values, which is going to be the form data type, and we can console the values here. So let's create the div. It's a main. This is going to have a class name of container mxauto ex4 et3 and a bb8. So we're going to have a div, and this will have a class name of max width for Excel, max auto, and then pt5. Then we have a card component, and this card will have a class name of background transparent, shadow none, and border none. Let's open the card. We're going to have a card header, and this card header will have a class name of flares, item center, justify center. We're going to add background white, rounded. We're going to say 8 pixel. Then we're going to have padding 4, the margin button 4. Save that. Then inside here, we're going to have the title, card title. And this will just have a class name of font semi-bold and text extra large. Then we can just call this add listener. So let's navigate to the page so you can see what we're doing. So I'm going to sign in. So let me log in. So I'm going to wait for me to log in. And this thing will load this. So there's a way to fix this trying to log in and the current user not reloading. We can come back to it. We're going to pass the data by ourselves from the login into this. I think we can do that inside, let's say, login. So we're going to do that later from the route. So let me just click on cell, and this will navigate me to add listening page. I think server functional. Let's add use clients here. And let me save that. Let me refresh this and let's see. Okay, we can have the add listening. So for the circle, I think we forgot to add the layout, forgot to add the navbar here. And also we forgot to also check if the user is logging, the user can access this page. So let's quickly do that. So let's go into the folder and let's go into Appwrite and let's create a function to know export. We can use the we're going to use the create session client. So we're going to be using create session client inside the layout for the dashboard. So I'm going to just create this. I'll say async export async function. We're going to say get login user. I'll just do like this and do try catch, then do constant get the await those create clients, and let's say return await account. Let's get accounts from here, and let's paste the account dot get, and let's also throw, yeah, let's not throw return. No, then let's copy this and let's go into the dashboard layout, add dashboard layout, and we can do that here. Constant we're going to say user is equals to await. We need to add async here, so let me add async here. I'll say await get login user. Say if not user, then return, not return, redirect from next navigation. I will just redirect the user back to the landing page. Then we need to also pass the nav bar here. So I'll say nav bar, and then let's go back to the add listening, and we should be able to see if I reload this, you should be able to see the nav bar here. So I think this is still loading. Here we can see an navigation bar here. So let's go back and continue this. We have the add listening. So let's create the other parts of the section for display the form. So I'm going to do the card content. So I'm going to say constant, not constant card. So let me import card contents. And card content is going to have a class name of BG White, a rounded 8 pixel, 8 pixel. We're going to also have um, padding, padding 4, padding 6, padding X6, and padding B8. Then inside here, we're going to have a div. I'll have a class name. Class name of widthful X auto. Then let's create this inside here. Let's create a div. And this div, we can call it, we can have a class name. I will say flex item center. Then inside the div, we can have the form, very form UI form, that's functionality UI. And then we can destructure the form into it. Then we can create our form here with on submit and say form.handle submit. And we're going to pass our on submit. So this is going to have a class name. The class name is going to have widthful. So we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name. We're going to say grid, and grid is going to have a mobile view. We're going to have then grid column 1. Then for medium screen, you're going to have grid columns 2. We can have margin top 4 and then gap 5. So we're going to have a div here, and this div is going to where we're going to display the images or the file upload. We're going to do that later on. So I'm going to just comment this, and then inside this div, we're going to render our listening and form generator. So I'm going to import add listening field from the constant. Let me go into constant, or let me say add listening field. So we're going to import this. So once you import that, we're going to map through this. I'm going to say map. We're going to get the field and also the index. Then we are going to open this line for form field from Shanty UI. So form field, we're going to pass the key to index. We're going to say control is going to be equals to form control, form.control. We are going to pass the name. Name is going to be field name, and field name is going to throw some error because field name is of type string. I think he's having problem with this. It's taking them like enums, I think, and it's saying string is not of type this. So we need to set the type for this. So I'm going to say as form field name. So we're going to handle TypeScript. So let's set this at the top. I'm going to set it here. I'm going to say form field name is equals to key of the form data type. So it's going to pick the key of this. So once you hover that, this should fix that. So I'm going to say disabled. This is going to be field disabled. Then we're going to say render. So render, we're going to open this and get the field. So instead of calling a field, we're going to rename it as form field. And then we're going to, let's open this. So we're going to return, let's return the form item. Let's see why it is showing some error. Saying this is not okay. I think and the mistake I made. So we have changed this to this, and oh yeah, this should fix it. So we have we're going to pass in the class name, and the class name you're going to just open this, and let's pass, let's say field dots. So we're getting the field from the add listening field. Remember, we passed in column. So we want to check if the column, if column was being passed, we are going to say column that span, and we're going to pass in the number of columns. I'm going to say field column. Then else we're going to just empty string. So we're going to have the form control from UI form. Inside here, we're going to get the form generator. So let's import our form generator. And for the form generator, we're going to pass in the field. And this field, we are going to say field. We're going to pass in the register, which is going to be form register. We're going to pass the errors, which is going to be form state dot errors. We're going to pass in the form value, which is going to be form field dot value. So form field is from the from here, this form field from the render. And then we're going to pass the value multi-select, and this is supposed to be multi-select, value multi-select. So I'm going to come at the top here and let's do a check. We say constant, so value multi-select. This is going to be equals to, we're going to check if the field, which is from the mapping data, I'm going to say if field dot field type is equals to multi-select, then you're going to say check if array dot is array form field, so form field of value. So if this form field of value is an array, then we are going to say form field of value, and so we're going to show an empty array. Then else we're going to also return an empty array. Then we're going to pass in the value multi-select inside there and save that. When the train error. Then let's pass now on change. We say on change. Then on change is going to be equals to form field dot on change. And that is it. So let me save this. So we are done with this. Let me save this and then let's look at it. And we can see all of the field being specified here. We can see the brand or make, and we can select Benz. We can select this. So we want to also filter once we select Mercedes-Benz. We want to only show the model for Mercedes-Benz. So to be able to do that, so remember we passed in a key. We can go over to our listening, add listening inside a constant. So I'm going to just yeah, inside here the car options. You can see that the values for the brand was passed as the key inside the car model option. So we can use the key to filter out the ones that that has the value which was selected, and then filter out them and list them out in the model option, model select drop down. So to do that, we are going to, let's go back to the page and let's come over here by inside there. Let's come down here and let's implement that. So what we're going to do, we're going to have to watch the, we're going to first of all watch the brand for any changes here that occur. So I'm going to say, we're going to get out from I'm going to say brand equals to use watch. we're going to pass the control, form control, and the name brand. So import this from React hook form. So import this. So we're going to use this to watch the brand to know when there's any changes. So I'm going to come down here and say, let's say constant filter. You're going to filter model. You're going to get the filter models. This is going to be equals to if field dot name is equals to model, and let me say brand. We are going to say field. We're going to say options. So let me break this. Field options. We're going to filter, and we're going to get the model. We say model dot key is equals to brand. So if it's equals to brand, then we're going to get the option, the filtered options. And then we're going to say else empty array. So that is it. Then we can go over to the field and let's filter the field being passed into the form generator. So instead of this, we're going to destructure the field and we're going to say options, which was passed if you're going to pass into the field. So now the options is going to be field dot name is equals to model. Then we're going to say filtered model, or we are going to pass the field options, and that is it. So once we select this, you can see model is disabled by default. But once I select a brand, we can see the filtered model. I can select any model here and decide to change this to Textla, and you can see we have to select a different model. So that is how uh, we can. So Tata does not have a model. That is how we can handle this. So we are done with this. We can see the price. I can change this to 50,000, and we can see that the comma is added to this price amount. Likewise for the currency, I can add um, phone number here, and we can see the flag Indian. So that is it. That is it. We can see sitting capacity. I think something is wrong here. It's showing 2 times. So let me check my listening. Add listening, and let's check sitting capacity. Sitting capacity is only 1. And so I want to also inside my form generator, I want to not show the label. So I can just put not and the label will disappear. So let's check. Okay, you see we made a mistake with number. It duplicates number. So I'm going to remove this. And this should stop. Yeah, we can see that it has stopped. So that is it. So I think we didn't also, let's change this. Let's add a class name to this too. And then we can also give this text small. Let's see. We can also have text small here. Let's see. This is a multi-select placeholder. We can also have it in a multi-select style. So I'm going to just, we can do that here. We can say text small, and we can see that. Also for the font, let me scroll up to where we have the font. We can also say text small. I don't think this one will work. Let's see if they have input. Um, okay, they have input components. Okay, now we don't have input style to modify the style for this. So to do that, we can just get 14 pixel. We can do that inside the global.css. We can just add it here. It's a font size 14 pixel. And we can see that it's reduced. Also for the price, the currency, we can also add that to text small. And lastly, the description, which is the text area, we can also add text small. Yeah, so that is it. So now we can select the year. We can select exterior color. We can select interior color, condition, brand new. We can select multi-select. We can see that all is selecting properly. You can click here to remove everything from the multi-select, the mil gauge, the transmission, the file type, the key features. This also is a multi-select. We have the VIN number, the body type, the select drone, the select drive, the set season capacity description, and the amount. So we can see and the contact phone number. So let's go back to add listening page. And let's go down to the bottom where we're going to add the button. So below here, we're going to add the button. Let's do that after this div. We're going to say button, and let's import that from Shanty UI. We're going to say class. This is going to have a type first. The type is going to be submit. Then size, we're going to make it large. And then the class name is going to be MT6, MT6 PY6, then MB4, widthful. Let's break this down. Say max width, we're going to give it a max width of extra small. Flex, we're going to place to center. Place item, place item center. Justify self center. So I'm going to just do disabled. You can just say it's to false. And then let's say post and listening. And then we should see the button here. You can see the button to post this. So we are done with the add listening. Let's with the form field and the form generator, let's go ahead and work on the image upload before we be able to add our first tag or post our first listing. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and handle image upload. So to do that, we're going to go to Appwrite to set up our storage. So once you've gone to your Appwrite, just go back. You can go away from the database and just click on these three dots and click on storage. So once you click on storage, we can create a new bucket. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to call it images and then click on create. So once you click on create, this is where our images should be stored. We can copy this key, and let's open our env, and we can paste it here. So I'm going to say next public. We're going to say Appwrite, and I'm going to call this buckets. Buckets, and let's go images ID, and I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to paste the ID. So I'm going to copy this next public app web bucket images ID, and I'm going to go into my app config, and let's do that inside here. I'm going to say buckets. This is going to be underscore images underscore ID, and I'm going to paste process.env, and I'm going to paste it. So make sure you copy this from the env.local instead of typing it. So that's why I copy it and paste it here. So once you save that, we can go back to Appwrite and let's make some settings here. We are going to add a permission. I'm going to say anyone can view, anyone can read, and then I can say all user can create, read, update, and also delete, and click on update. Yeah, once you scroll down, we have you can see we have size, maximum file upload. Once you upgrade, you can add larger size. Then you can enable allow file extensions. So I'm going to say PNG, JPG. I don't want SVG. We don't want PNG, so I'm just going to say we can use the type here. I'm going to say JPEG. We can have WebP. I think these ones are okay. Yeah, those ones are okay. So let's click on updates here. And that has saved successfully. So let's go ahead and then make use of let's go ahead and create our hook. So we are done with Appwrite. We can go ahead and so let's go into Appwrite from the lib folder, inside the lib folder, and let's pass in get the storage inside the create session client. So I'm going to just get it. So to get storage, and we're going to pass in the client. So let's import storage from Appwrite. So I'm going to just import storage, and the error should stop. So we've passed it here. So I'm going to save that now. So what we're going to do now is to create a hook to handle file upload. So I'm going to create a hook. This hook can be used for, for uploading both files or any type of files. So I'm going to say use file upload, or you can call it use file uploader .txx. So I'm going to close this, and this is inside the hooks folder. So I'm going to close this, and now let's create our interface first. So for the interface, we're going to say use file uploader props. And here we're going to say this, we're going to pass the upload API endpoint, which is going to be string. These are what we're going to pass to into this hook. We're going to also pass on image, or you can say file, you can call it file URL receive. Let's call it file file URL receive, and this should just be file URL, and this will be string of list. Then we can also have the interface for the result. I'm going to call this file uploader results, and this is we're going to pass in. So we're going to be using React drop zone. So let's check if we install the React drop zone here. So we're going to be using React drop zone for this. So I'm going to go back, and we're going to pass some of the React drop zone in from this hook to return them in the result, and this can be used in any kind of UI. So I'm going to say get root props, and we're going to use the type. We're going to get results. Result type or return type. Sorry, return type. Return type. We're going to call this type of use drop zone. This type of is wrong. Use drop zone, and we're going to pass in the key, which is going to be the get root props. So we need to import the use drop zone from React drop zone. So I'm going to scroll up, and let's set this to use client. You can just import that from React drop zone, and let's just get use drop zone. Yeah, you can see that. So we can also get some of other things from the React drop zone, like the get input props, and this can be the same thing, input props. We can also get is drag active, and this will also be the return type, and this is going to be of type of use drop zone, and then we're going to have is drag active. Then let's say files is a files. Then we have uploading. I'm going to say boolean. So this will be the uploading, and then we also have upload progress. So this will just track the progress, and we're going to set this to number. Then below we're going to say remove. We can also add remove file if you want, and just say file to remove. This is of type file and void, return void. Then we have file rejection. This is coming from React drop zone. So file rejection, we're going to say return type and type of use drop zone, and we're going to pass in the key of file rejection. So that is it. So let's start to work on the main components. So I'm going to say constant use file uploader is equals to, we're going to get the let me pass the props use let me get this prop, use file uploader props. And then we're going to set the return type to use file uploader results. And then we're going to just set this, open this. So let's get the upload API endpoint and then on file receive, URL receive. And this will return error because we've not passed in anything. So I'm going to say, let's create our state first, where we're going to store the files which were selected. So set files, this is going to be equals to use state from React, and this is going to have a type of file list, and by default it's going to be empty array. We also want the uploading, and say set uploading, and this is going to be equals to use state boolean, and default is false. We can also say we can also get the uploading progress, set uploading progress, and this is of type number, and default is 0. So let's create the upload file API, or let's do the drop down first. So I'm going to come down here, inside here, and let's do constant. Let's do constant first, and let's get the from use drop zone. Let me put equals to here, and we're going to say on drop. So let's create this on drop at the top. This is where we're going to get the constant on drop is going to be equals to use callback from React, and here we're going to say async, and we're going to get the accepted files, which is of type files file list, and the rejected files, which is of file rejection. From drop zone, and then we are going to just return MC, and then let's just put MC array here. So here we're going to say set files. Set files is going to be the previous files, and we're just going to destructure the previous files and then destructure the accepted files. Then we say if rejected rejects files dot length is greater than 0, then we can throw a toast. We can pass in the title and say file type not supported. Then we can pass in description. We can say please upload a valid file type here, or valid image file. And then we can set the variant to destructive. So then we can just say return. So lastly, we're going to call the API. So I'm going to call this upload file to API, and we're going to pass in the accepted files. So let's create this. I'm going to make this correct. upload files to API. And we're going to create a file. And then we're going to put this inside here. So let's create the upload file to API. The upload file to API here. So let's create this. And we can also use callback here. And we can say async. Let's say files to upload, which is also the accepted files of pipe and file list. We are going to say uploading, set uploading to true. We are going to say set upload progress 0. This should be like this. And let's put an empty array here. And then we can use try or catch. Then let's get the form data here. This is going to be equals to new form data. Then we can loop through the file to upload for each and say files, and we can get the index. We don't need the index. We can say form data dot append. I'll just call this files and pass in the file. So now let's create a constant response. It's going to be equals to await Arceus. We're going to use Arceus. Arceus.post. We're going to pass in the upload API endpoint, which we pass into the hook. So inside here, we're going to pass in the form data. And let's open this. So we pass in the endpoints and the form data. Then now we need to pass in the header type. The headers is going to be content type of multi-part form data. Then we need to keep track. We need to track the upload progress. So upload progress. We're going to say progress events. We're going to get Arceus progress events. This is going to have a type of Arceus progress event. And then we can just return this. I think I made a mistake. Yeah. So let's get the progress. Progress is equals to progress and progress event dot total. If progress total, then we can just say match random dot random. Let's open this. Progress loaded times 100. Then we're going to say divided by progress total. And then we're going to say else just return 0. So match random progress event loaded times 100 divided by progress event or total. Then we can set the upload progress to progress. So we're going to also track the response and say if. So I'm going to do that here. If response the status is not equals to 200, then we know that the upload failed. So I'm just going to get the toast here. And let's paste it here and just say upload field. And we can just say please try again. And destructive, and then we can just return this. So if it was successful, we can just come down here and say constant images or file URL anyone is equals to, let me change it to file URL. Say response dot data. You're going to get the files map file. We're going to say file any, and we're going to get the file dot URL. So this is going to be the response from the API. So we're going to send the data in form of like the list with the file.url. And then we can also do a check if you want, if image or if file URL are not array. There we can just say file upload field. And let's just return this. So if we are sending this from the backend, it must be in an array. Then we need to set on file receive file URLs and also set the files to MC array. Then for the on catch, we can just set a toast for it. And this toast we just have upload field. And then we have finally you can say set upload to false. So that is it. So we are done with this. Let's go ahead and complete the drop zone. So for the drop zone, we can get the get inputs. Let's get the get root first. Get inputs is drag. We also have is drag accept too. You can get that. So I'm going to say file rejection. All of this will be passed to return. We return this thing here. The return of the book. So I'm going to just do return. And we can just say get drop. You can pass in the input. You can pass in the is drag active. Also the file rejection. Then we can also pass in the files uploading, upload progress. I think it remain the remove file. So we're going to do that. So let's also add accept. For the accept, you can be passing the accept as prop. So for this, I'm going to just pass it as image here. So I'm going to say image slash png. We can just say dot png. We can have image jpg, comma dot jpeg. Then we can have image webpg, webp, and then webp. We can say maximum files 7. You can also set the maximum size You can decide to set it to 10 times 1 1024 times 1024, which is going to give us like 10 MB. We can set the maximum size. Then we can say constant constant remove files is going to be equal to use callback. And let me close this. And we can just set files. I think we're going to also pass the file to remove. And just say current file. Current file dot filter file. I'll just say not equals to file to remove. I think I make a mistake. I say files file not equals to current to remove. So I don't think we even need this because once we upload the file, we are clearing out the files. I don't think we need it, but if you need it, you can add it. So I'm not going to pass it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove it from the. I'm going to comment this out from the return, and then I can just comment this out. So I don't really need this because once we upload, the file should be cleared. So I'm going to leave it like this. So we are done with the file hook. So let's go ahead and make use of this inside a UI. So I'm going to create a component for file upload. So I'm going to call it file upload or file uploader .txx. I'll say RASCE file uploader, and this will just have the same type. Uh, this will have a type here. I'll just say interface file uploader props. We can have the on file upload URLs. Let me say file URLs receive, and this will just take in the file URLs or string as a verb. We can also pass the children. We can say React node, and then we can just pass that inside it. So I'm going to just say, let me do it in front of it. I'll say React .fc. So let's open this and get the on file receive and children. You can say constant upload API. Constant upload API endpoint. We can pass in the endpoint. We can say the endpoint is going to be API upload dash images. Now we can just say this as string. Then we can use the hook. Yeah. So use file. I think we didn't export this. Yeah, we didn't export this. So let's export the file uploader. You can say file uploader, and we can pass in the upload endpoints. and also the on file receive, and then that is it. So we can just structure this and get the get and root prop, input prop. Let's get the input. We can get the uploading. We can get the upload progress. And so that is it. So let's create a div to the components that will display the uploading, that will display the file uploading, or also and display where the user click to upload the file. So we can do that here. So I'm going to just say class flex item center and justify start. So we can have a div. Let's create a div here. This will have role of button. So this will be the div or the element, or you can call it the button that will hand the user clicks on to upload, that triggers the dialog to select image. I'll just say structure the get root prop, and then we can get a class name. So for the class name, I'll use CN, import CN from utils, and say width 20, height 20, cursor pointer, and rounded 8 pixel. And then we can have our background color BG. We can just set the color to E5 F6 E8. So E5 F6 E8. And then we can put a comma here and say if uploading, we want to disable is a pointer event now, and then cursor, say cursor not allowed. Yeah. So inside this div, we're going to say div last name relative flex column item center, justify center, height full. Then inside there we can set the inputs. We're going to get inputs, not from ShadCN, but the default HTML input. I'm going to just close this and let's pass the structure, the get inputs input prop. Then we can set our icon here, plus icon from Lucy React, and the icon will have a class name of height 6, width 6, and then text primary. So inside here we're going to say if uploading, then we're going to show this. I'm going to say div. So div is going to, let me close this div. And we're going to have a class name. And the class name is going to be absolute. Absolute padding x1, and we can have inset to 0. We can have BG white 50, opacity of 50. We can have backdrop blur small. We can have flex column, item center, and justify center. Yeah. So here we're going to display the progress. I'm going to say progress from UI progress. That is functionality UI. I'm going to pass in the value. The value is going to be upload progress. We're going to say class name of full width full. And then we can have a span of class name, say text small or text extra small, then text black. This will just show the number of progress, upload progress. So we're done with that. Now let's display the children. Let's say 1, 2, 3. And here we can just see if we pass any children, and then display div. Let's close this div and let's pass children. So we are done with this. So we're going to go ahead and then work on this API upload images. So I'm going to first of all, let's copy this, or we can just use upload images. Just copy the file uploader. We've exported it. Let's go into our add listening and let's display this here. So for it, we are going to display that div which we have. So this div, I'm going to add a class here. I'm going to say class is going to be column span 2. I don't think we need this. We don't need any column here. I just say space y2 pt3. We can have h2 here, and this h2 will be class name, text small, font medium, text. We're going to give this a class of 2. Give it 283 663 e. So we're going to give it add photo inside the case. So we say add photo. Then below this, we're going to create a div, and we're going to have the class name. So we're going to say class name is equals to text small, text with the color of so we're going to specify its color for this, and this is going to have description. So I'm going to just say div here. Let's put a div inside, and inside this div we can just put add at least, we can say 5 photos or 10 photos for this listing. Okay, at least 3 photos, something like that. Then we can specify the first picture. First picture we can say is the title, is the title picture. I think we should say the first picture is the first picture selected is the first picture to display on the display on the car card, or on the card has been displayed on the client side. So we can say that. So I can just leave like this, and then let's create a div below this. Let's create another div here, and we can have the class name flex, item center, justify start. And then we can import the file uploader from our components. I remember the file uploader we pass in this. We can also pass in the children if we want. So this children, I'm going to show the scroll area. We can get scroll area from Lucy React. And this will just have a class name of let's say width 96, or we can give it let's give it 96. And 96 is 384. Then we can have white space, no wrap, ML3. Then we can have a div. I think this div we just have a class name. Let me just give it widthful. Then inside this div, we are going to look through the image URLs. So to watch the image URLs, we are going to also watch the image URLs for any changes. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say image URLs. So image URL is coming from the formic. I'm going to say React hook form. So I'm going to just select image URLs and pass it inside here. And then let's create the handle. Let's create the handle image URLs. So this will be passed to the it will be passed to this on file URL receive. So and this handle image URLs is going to collect the image URLs which you are going to get from here. If you hover over the file URL receive, you can see file URL is being passed. You can choose to name it file URLs or image URLs here. So I'm just going to say form. So let's set the data. Say form set value. We're going to name this image URLs, and we're going to just destructure. We're going to say destructure the previous one, which is form gets values dot image URLs, and then we are going to also destructure the image URL being passed. And this is so to remove from the the images from the list. We are going to do handle remove image or image URL. I'll say index number, and this is going to be we're going to let's call the arrow function, and then we're going to destructure the previous one. We're going to call this updated image URLs. We are going to do form, not form. We're going to open an array and destructure form image URL. So we're going to destructure the form get value image URLs, and then we can do let's do uploaded be updated URLs. I'm going to say dot splice index 1, and then we can set values. So we are going to also pass in the key here or the name to image URLs. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. And then we've been able to set we're able to create the handle image URL which updates the state or the form, then also how to remove the image URL, I think. So this should be a set value, not set values. So just save that and let's go back to, let me get the image URLs from here because we're going to use this to loop through this here. Dot map. So I'm going to just, so we want to map through the images we've selected. So I'm going to say dot map. I'm going to say image URL and we're going to get the index. So let's just call this, we're going to create a div. And this div we have a key of index. We can, so this does not clash. We can set this to the image URL if you want, or we can just add, I just say ID and index to make it different from these other ones. Then inside the div, we're going to have a class name. We're going to say as a relative overflow hidden, width 20, height 20, rounded 8 pixel, background, you're going to give it a background of E5 F6, E5 F6 E8. Yeah. So inside this div, we're going to use the image, not from Next, but we're going to use this image from the HTML to set this. SRC is going to be image URL. We're going to get image URL and we're going to pass it here. We're going to say alt, and we're going to give this a width of 80, height of 80. I'm going to give it a class name of widthful, heightful, rounded, 8 pixel, and object cover. Then we're going to also specify, we're going to also show the button, which is going to be used to remove items. So I'm going to say button. We're going to pass in the X icon from Lucy React. And this X icon will have a class name of width for, height for, and then text white, making it important too. So this is going to have an on click. We're going to open this and let's pass handle remove image. We're going to pass in the index. Then we can have a class name, absolute, top 0, right 0, padding 1, background black, rounded, full, and then that is it. So below here, we need to also add in the scroll bar function to UI and set the rotation to horizontal, and that is it. So let's look at it on a UI. Let's check our code, our review. I'm going to reload this, and we can see the add photo and this. Let me add some spacing here. Let's add some spacing. Empty2. Yeah. This can be string, and this can be number. So The next thing we are going to do is to implement the API. So let's go into the form. If you look into the form, the file uploader, I'll go into it. You can notice that we use API upload images. So let's go ahead and create these images. So I'm going to go into so let me collapse everything. I'm going to my app API. Let me create a folder. I'll call it upload images. And let's create a route.tx. And this is going to be a post request. So we're going to use try or catch. Let's do export async function post. And we're going to get request from next request. And let's use a try or catch. And then let's get a form. So I'm going to say constant is form data is equals to await request and dot form data. Then we can get the files. I'll say constant files is going to be equals to form data dot get of, and I'm going to pass in the key files. Then we say as file list or file array. Then we need to add a validation for these files to make sure the user selected a data. So I'm going to go into my let me open my Explorer and go into validation, and let's create upload the validation.tx. And inside here we are going to use sort. So I'm going to import sort here. I'm going to say constant file schema is equals to z.custom. And I'm going to give it a type of file. I'll say value. And let me open this. And let's say return val instance of file. And then inside here we're going to give it a comma and say invalid file type expected a file. We can then do export constant upload let's I made a mistake, upload schema is equals to z.objects, and let's say files, no, not files, this is z.array of file schema dot non-empty. At least you can say at least one file required. Something like this. So let's just copy this and let's go into the route, and then we can say constant validate a validation result. This is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the upload schema. I'm going to import that from a validation, and we're going to use save pairs. I'm going to pass in the file. So we are going to also say check if validation result or success. So you can only get this success from when you are using save pairs. So I'm going to use that so that I can return if there's an error in the validation. So I'm going to say next response from next server dot JSON error validation error dot message, and then we can just pass in the status 400. Then let's get the storage. We can get the storage from await create session client, and let me just get storage here. Then let's come down below this and we're going to look through the files which we upload. I'm going to say uploaded or upload promises, and this is going to be await files dot map. I'm going to say async files, and we're going to say constant uploaded files. Uploaded file is equals to await. Then we're going to add it to the storage. I'll say storage dot create file. And if we hover over create file, you see that we have to provide the bucket ID, the file ID, and the file. So we need to pass in, let's do app config. We are going to get Appwrite dot bucket image ID. Then we are going to create a new ID for this. You can get the ID from node Appwrite dot unique, and then we can pass in the file. Then once you pass in the file, we are going to return the file URL. So Appwrite does not give us the file URL, so we're going to create that itself. If you look at the output, I think if you look at the output, you see model.files. Let's look at the create files, and I think it gives the model files. So that's what the response. So we are going to be the one to, we're going to create the URL by ourselves. So I'm going to look, I'm going to do app, I'm going to say Appwrite, app config dot Appwrite endpoints. And we're going to do slash storage slash buckets. And let me break this. Then we're going to pass in the bucket ID. I'm going to say app config dot Appwrite dot bucket ID. Then we're going to say files slash, we're going to pass in the uploaded file ID. So we can get a file ID from inside here. You can see what we can get from the uploaded file. So I'm going to get the ID, and we're going to pass in view. So before with this URL like this, we can't still access the image. So instead, we need to pass in the project ID. And to do that, we can just put query param, then say project is going to be equals to, you're going to have to pass in the Appwrite config dot Appwrite project ID. And this is how we are going to get the URL. So I can just say return ID is going to be uploaded dot ID, and then we can say the URL is going to be file URL, and this is how we're going to return this. Then we are going to pass this inside let's get the upload promises. And below this, we are going to say constant uploaded file. This will be uploaded files. It's going to be equal to await promise dot all, and we're going to pass in the upload promises, and then we can return our response. So return next response dot json, and we're going to say files, uploaded files, and this can just have a status. We can see status of 200. Likewise for this, I'm going to just copy this, bring it to the cache, and instead of files, I'm going to change this to error, and I'm going to say error message dot message. I'm going to say internal server error. I'm going to pass n here, and let's set this to 500. So that is it. So we are done with the image API, so the upload API. So we can test this out. So I'm going to reload this and try to upload an image. We can see the progress bar displaying, and also it's going to show the image here. So I'm going to wait for this to load, and I'm going to click on the plus icon, and this will open for me to select an image. So now we can see that it uploads the image. So we forgot to pass 100%, and the image didn't show. So let's go into file uploader. Let's add in the percentage to this. I'm going to add a percentage, and let's look at why this didn't show. I think we can console this, and let's see. Let's go back to the hook file hook, and let's console the images URL. So I'm going to say console.log files URLs, and let me inspect this. I'm going to open my console, and let me remove this, and let me select another image, and let's see. We can see it's give okay. I think we made a mistake with the URL. I think there's a broken space. So let's go into the route, and I think I need to join this back. So I need to join all of this back. So let me add this. I think let's save this, and this will rebuild. And let's remove this again, and let me try it. And if I select the image I'm selecting is WebPG, so I'm going to select the image again, and we should see the image. And immediately, if I go into my Appwrite storage and reload this, I should see the images. Let me click into images. I can see the 3 images I selected. We can see the image and the URL. If I copy this URL, I can open it here and paste it, and you can see the images. So if you want to get all of these images, I provided them inside the GitHub. If you go into the GitHub, let me open the files. If you go into public folder, if you click on assets, we can see all of the cars that I'm going to add image. So I provided all of the images for Benz, for Lexus Jeep GX, Audi A7, and also I think I have Tesla here and Toyota here. So that is it. So the next thing we are going to work on is we are going to, let me remove the console. We're going to work on the API so we can post our first listing, our listing to the database. So let's go ahead and work on the API. So let's go ahead and work on this. So I'm going to open uh, my app. I'm going to API and let's create a folder called add listening. Add listening. I'm going to say inside it, I'm going to create routes.tx. Then inside here, let's do export async function here, post. And we're going to get the request from next request server, next server. And then we're going to use our trial catch here. And inside here, we can get the body. We can say body is equals to await a request JSON. So then we need to validate the body. So say constant of validate or validated data is equals to. So if you go to listening validation, remember we specify the listing backend schema. So we can copy this and bring it here and let's pass it here. So make sure to import this. I'm going to say dot. We're going to use pairs here. I'm passing the body. So we need to get a shop ID from the validated data first. Then we can get the account and database. So I'm going to say await. I create section client. And let's get the account. So we can get the user and database. So let's get the user. So constant user is equals to await account dot get. And we say constant job is equals to await and database dot get document. We want to get the shop ID. We want to get the shop to make sure the shop actually exists. So I'm going to say get document and let's pass in app config and .appwrite. We're going to pass in the database, database ID, and also the collection ID. App config or appwrite dot the shop ID. Then let's pass in the shop ID here. You can see that from the let me add a comma here. You can see that from the get document from Appwrite. Database ID, collection ID, and documents ID. So shop ID is the documents ID. So we can check if not shop or shop dot user ID is not equals to user dot dollar ID. Sorry, it's not supposed to not be not. Shop dot user ID is not equals to user ID. Then we can just do return next response dot JSON and let's do error invalid or unauthorized shop ID. We can just say invalid shop ID. Then let's just pass in status 400. Bad request. So if the shop matches what we got, if we're able to bypass this check, then we can create the listing. So I'm going to say constant car listing is equals to await database. Database is just create, and then we're going to pass in the app config dot Appwrite dot database ID. Then we're going to pass in the collection ID. So our app config dot Appwrite local listing ID. Then we're going to generate our new ID for this. So ID from node Appwrite, and we're going to say unique. So now we need to pass in the data. So to pass in data, we're going to open this object and we are going to destructure the validated data. So I'm going to destructure it because I want to pass in the year of manufacture and convert that to number because we're sending it as string. So I want to convert it to number. I'm going to say number valid. I'll say validated data year of manufacture. Then I'm going to pass in the user ID, which is user dot ID, and I'm going to pass in the shop, which is shop dot ID, and this should is complaining. It's a expected to argument but got 4. Oh sorry, this should be create documents, not create. Oh sorry, this should be shop.id. So shop.id, and then we are done. So let's just return this. I'm going to copy the response here, and let me pass it down here. I'm just going to give this a message, change this to message, and say car listening created successfully. And then we can pass in the data, which is on the car. And this, we can remove this status, we don't need it. Then I can copy this and just go down to the cache and pass it here. I'll just change this to 500. And I can just pass in any year and just pass in error, or we can just say internal server error. We can leave it like this. So we are done with the API. So I'm going to remove this import. So let's go ahead and add this to the fetcher. So I'm going to go into the fetcher from the lib and click on fetcher. So I'm going to say export constants add listing mutation function is equals to async data, and we can add a type for this listening type, which we are going to create in a minute. So let's just say await Asios the post. I'm going to say API add listening, and we're going to pass in the data. So make sure the folder, the add listening folder matches with the API route. So let's go ahead and create this type. So I'm going to create this type inside API type. I'm going to say export type listening type, and then for this API type, we are going to provide the let's say ID. So I'm going to use this type to when we are trying to get the listening data from the response once we are working on the client side. So I'm going to pass ID here and make it optional. So I'm going to also pass in the brand, make that string, model, and then made a string, and I've passed in all of them. So I just passed in the year of manufacture. Exterior color is similar to what we have in the add listening page. Interior condition, second condition, make gauge, and so on. So we have the shop ID. So I'm going to also pass in the shop, and then the shop is going to be optional, and we're going to say shop type. I'm going to pass in the shop type here, and we can make use of this. Instead, you can extend this. You can extend this instead and call this type uh, listening response like this. So I'm going to make use of this for the response too. So I'm going to copy this and let's import this. And then the error should stop. So let's go ahead and make use of this inside the add listening page. So go inside your dashboard, my shop, add listening, and let's use our fetcher inside here. So I'm going to come at the top and let's get the router first. Router is equals to use router from next navigation. We need to also get the shop ID. So the shop ID is we're going to get it from the use current user. And we can get the data. And the data we can say constant shop is equals to data dot shop. Yeah, so we're going to do below here, we're going to get the mutation function. That is the add listening and also the use mutation. So make sure to import this. I think this is not free. So I'm going to collapse this and let me collapse this. So let me import all of this from Tenstor query, and let's import the add listening and listing mutation function from our fetcher. So now let's go to onSubmit. So for the onSubmit, we are going to have to get the some of the uh, values from the values here, from the form value from the values. I'm going to get the brand, model, condition, years of manufacture, and exterior color. So the reason why I'm extracting this from the values is because if you go into the listening and validation for the backend, remember we are adding validation to for the display title required. And if you know on the we don't have any place to add in the display title. So reason that because we are going to create the display title by ourselves. So how we're going to do that? We're going to combine all of these to form the title. So we're going to say constant display title is equals to an array. So remember, when we are trying to, if you pass in the model, the brand, the model, all of these we are going to get in the, if I go into the constant, add listening constant, let's go into listening use, no, not listening field, the options here. You can see that the values here are going to be in small letter, the value. So we want to get in the labels from all of the brands selected and also for the model and others. To do that, we are going to create a function to help us extract we're going to create a helper function above your get label to extract the label from the options based on what you selected. So I'm going to call this constant get label, which is going to be equals to, we're going to pass in the value which selected, which is a string, and we're going to pass in the option. So we're going to import the options. This is going to be value string, and which is going to also have a label and string, and this is going to be a list. So then let's call the arrow and let's say constant option. So we're going to find, we're going to say options dot find option. We're going to check if option the value matches the value. Then we're going to return option. Then we're going to check if option. Then we pass in, we return the option or label else value. And let's save that. So since we've gotten this, we can get the copy this, pass it into this list, and we're going to say we're going to get the brand, and let's pass in the car brand list option list. So I'm going to say I'm going to pass that. I'm going to put a comma here, and we're going to duplicate this for the model, and let's get the car model option. We are going to do that for the year, duplicate this, and let's get year of manufacture, and we're going to say car year option. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm going to, I think we're going to get the exterior. So before we can pass in the exterior, we need to check, because if you go over to listening car option and you go straight to colors, we have value and label that is tied to order, and we don't want to show order to the title. So if the user does not pick any color from this to this and instead pick the order, then we don't need to add order to the title. So we are going to do a check here. I'm going to say exterior color is not equals to, we are going to put the value. If you don't want to hard code it, you can just get this and find the value for that matches order. I'm going to just say if not order, then we are going to do this, else I'm going to say no. Likewise, for the condition, we want to specify which of the car we added is new by identifying new to the title. So to do that, we're going to say condition if condition is equals to, we can get the, to go into car option. Once I scroll up to where we have condition, we can see the brand new value. So I'm going to check if it matches this, then we can say new, else we can just say no and put comma. Then to remove all of this null, if we check ever reaches to this null, we are going to use filter. We are going to use filter and pass in boolean. And then we're going to use join to join all of this list, the array into string. I'm going to say space. And then we've gotten the display title. So let's set our payload. So we say constant payload is equals to, let's see structure values, display title, shop, we can say shop ID, shop dot $ID, and then we can pass this to our mutate payload, and let's say on success we can just return this, and then we can just return the user, route the user to the my shop page, which we're going to create later on. So I'm going to just say toast listing added successfully. Your listing is now live on the platform. Success. So let's import this. And then for the error, we can just say something went wrong on internal server error. So I just say on error, I'm going to paste this. I'll just say something went wrong. And then I can post the error message. And this will be destructive. So we are done with this. So let me add the is pending to the button. So I'll copy this and scroll down to the button. Let me add is pending here. I can also add is pending to the disabled, to the form field. Import that from Lucy React, and let's do class name width 4, height 4, animate spin. So let's test it out. So I'm going to reload this. So I'm going to upload the images and select the option before I submit. So let me do that. And this is what I selected. And we can see that the images are lined up vertical. I selected Mercedes-Benz G class. Let me say G class 2025 black order. For the interior, I specify order. Then brand new for the condition. Then second condition, no fault, which is at the last. You should see it at the last. Then I male gauge, I give 190 automatic petrol for the fuel type. Select key features. For the body type, I select wagon. Then for the drive train, I select all-wheel drive 5, and I give it a description. Give it some amount 149,400 and phone number here. So let me make this align. So I'm going to scroll back to where we have the images, and we can just make this flex maximum width with space x4 item center and height 20. You can save that, and this should align this horizontal. I think it will require me to refresh. But let me not refresh. I'm going to add under card. Okay, we can see that it has. We can see the scroll bar. We can see the scroll bar. So let me inspect and let's try and submit this to see if it works. I'm going to go to my network tab and I'm going to drag this down. Let me scroll and let's hit this button and see how it works. So I'm going to click on this and then I'll drag this up. Say something went wrong. So let's look at what was the reason. We can see our payload and we can see the title New Mercedes-Benz G-Class 2025 Black. And we can see no for shop ID, transmission, and yeah. So let's look at the oh, we didn't see the error here. So let me go to the API. I think we should have shown the error. And let's also add the error message. And let's also console the error. So let me submit and let's see. and then we can see the error. Let's see, it's an invalid document structure here, has an invalid format. Value must be range of 50 to 20. Okay, I think we made a mistake with the year. So I'm going to check. Let's go into our car listing. Let's go to the database first. Click on database, go into car listing. Let's select attributes. Let's edit the update the year manufacture. So we can just set the minimum to, let's say, 1900. Is the minimum year for car, and we can set it to 2026 or 2027. You can look for futuristic, or you can just set it to 2025 if you want. So I'll just give it to 2027 like this and just say require, and let's update this. And then we should go ahead and try this. So I'm going to click on this now, and let's click on it and let's see. Hopefully it should submit. So we have, okay, let's check. We have an error again for images URL. So the image URL is being passed. We say invalid document structure attribute image URL as invalid type. Value must be a string and no longer than 50 characters. So let me go and check image URLs, update. Okay, we can change this. So it's a 255. 255. Let's try 255 and let's update. Then let's try and submit. Let's see again. Submit. And then, oh wow, it's successful. So your listing is now live on the platform, and they should redirect us to my shop. My shop is 404, so we don't have that page. So we can just create a page. Let me clear everything here. And inside app dashboard, my shop, which is page, we can do RESCE and just call it my shop. And let's just let's make sure we can add this client here. And then let's go ahead and implement my shop. So let's create the API for my shop before we implement the UI. So I'm going to go into my API and let's create a folder called shop. So this shop is going to serve for, we're going to create a folder here, which we're going to call shop ID. So this will be used when we want to visit a seller shop. But for my shop, we can just create a folder inside, or rather just put routes.tx inside here. Or let's just create my shop inside. So for us to understand the route, I'll just move the route inside. It's my shop, and this is when you want to visit the user, maybe a seller shop. You have to pass the shop ID. So I'm going to close my terminal and let's say export. Let me close this. Async function. And we say get. So this is going to be a get request. Request next. Next request from next server. And let's do try and catch. Let's get account because the user will be logging. So we can use get the await and get create session client, and we can get the account and databases, and let's say constant user is equals to await account dot get. So let's get a shop. You say shop. Sorry. shop is equals to await database list document. So I want to get the shop that matches the user ID. So I'll say app config.appwrite.database ID app config.appwrite.shop ID. And we're going to do some query here. I'm going to say query. Let's get that from node. We're going to say equal user ID matches with the user $ID. So we can get a shop. It's a shop is equals to shops the document plus 0 or just a null. Then we can say if if not shop, let's just return next response or JSON. We are going to try an error saying shop not found. And this will just have a status of 4 of status 4. Then we are going to get the listing from the database too. As we're getting the shop information, we're going to also get the listing together with it. So I'm going to say constant listings is equals to await database and the listing app.config appwrite database ID. You're going to also pass the collection ID, which is the car listing ID. And then we are going to use query to filter out the listing that match with the user ID and shop ID. I can just say query dot equal user ID is user dot ID. I'll put comma. I'll say query dot equal shop as a shop ID, something like this. And we can just return next response .json. I'll just say message is my listing or shop fetch. My shop fetch successfully. Then we can pass in the shop. We can say user ID is user $$ ID. Name is user name. Then we can pass in the listing. Is listing the document. Yeah, and there we can also just return next response .json error message. Let's set this to any. And we can just say or fail to fetch listing or shop. And we can just set this to 500. Status 500. So we are done with the API. So we can create the fetcher for this. So I'm going to go into my fetcher, the fetcher file. So let's click on fetcher. And there we are going to come down below here. So you can put a comment here, say, and get my shop and listing. Then we can do export constant, get my shop query function, and let's do constant response is equals to await asios dot get API, let's say API shop slash my shop. And let's return response.data. And that is it. So let's copy this and let's go ahead and implement that inside my shop. So click on my shop and page and let's implement. So yeah, I'm going to say constant is equals to use a query, and we're going to get key. So sorry, use query key. We are going to set this to my shop and query function gets my shop function. And we can get the data from here. And let's say constant user is equals to let's just say shop data here. And let's say is pending. Let's say shop data dot user and then constant shop is equals to shop data dot shop. Then for listing, we can say constant listing is equals to shop data dot listing. So if you want to add a type for this, we can add a type inside a fetcher. We can pass it, think here, so that we can be able to get the type for you. You can see that the response here is any of any. If I put in anything here, we can see the response type. We can pass the response type for the data here. So I'm going to leave it for now. So you can do that if you want. So we can be able to get all of this. So shop data listing, I'll just set this to empty string. Then I'm going to do as listening type. You see, I'm going to use the listening type here. And let me import the listening type from API type. So this is the reason why I'm using it. I think it's okay. I need to add array here. And if you stop and if I hover over this, I think this should give me. I can also do it here if you want. If you hover over here, we can see this here. If I hover over this, you can do it anyone. I'll just do it anyway. I'll just leave it like this. Anyway, it's okay. Then let's create the main. Let's create our components. Main class name. I'm going to say container mx auto px4 pt3 bb8, and we're going to also have the div of class name maximum width 7xl and mx auto. Let's give this a div and let's call this class name. Let's say grid and grid column for mobile screen is one item stretch, justify stretch. For medium, we're going to just say grid column. We're going to give it a 305 pixel underscore, give it 1 fr and give gap 5. So the next thing we're going to do is to create, we're going to have two div. One div to display the, which is going to be class name of pt1. This is going to display the shop info, while the other one is going to show the listing. So we're going to create this tool as a reusable component because we're going to be using it for the seller shop too. So I'm going to go into my component and I'm going to create shop. Let's create a folder called shop. And we have one called shop info.txx. And we can do refce shop info, which we can copy and then bring it into pages. And let's just pass it here. So import this. Then for the listening, we can call this all listening here. All listening .txx refce all listening. We can also copy this and bring it into page. And let's also pass it here. So let's import this all listening components. And then for the, let's start with the shop info. And then for the shop info, we're going to pass in the shop name. So the shop name is going to be shop.shop name. Then the shop ID is going to be equals to shop $ID. Let me add the dots. We can have the description of the shop, which is we can say shop.description. Then we are going to say is shop owner. So since we are going to be using this as a reusable component, we need to specify that this is the user that owns the shop. I'm going to say true, yeah, because this is my shop, so I'm the owner of the shop. So I'm going to say shop, let me do owner name is going to be user dot name, and we can pass in is pending to is pending there. Also pass in the shop the owner shop user ID. We can also pass it just like we pass in the name. We can pass in the shop owner user ID and just say we can say shop or user dot ID. So we're not going to be using this. So I'm going to go into shop info and let's get all of this. So I'll go into shop info and let's create the type for. So inside here, we're going to create a type here. Let's say type shop info props is equals to shop name by shop ID. I think we also have let me go into page. We have the description. The shop is owner. Description. A shop is owner pending and shop owner user ID. We forgot to get the owner. Let me copy that. The owner name string. Yeah. So this matches with what we have here, shop ID. Yeah. So let's just get this. I'm going to just open this. Let me just pass this here. And we can get the structure, all of this, and get it out. Shop ID, owner name. Uh, we can say shop name, shop owner is pending. So the shop owner, we can set it to false by default. Then inside here, we can have a class name, and we can set it with full. Then we can have a card here. So I'm going to say card from UI card, and then card content. So, and then we're going to have class name, shadow. So I think we can pick any shadow. So I want to create a custom shadow for this. So I'm going to call this shadow custom, and I can add that inside the global.css. So I'm going to say global.css, and then we can add it here. You can see box shadow. So I pass in box shadow here. I think I didn't pass it here too. I just passed only in the light version. We can also add that to the dark version if you want. So I'm going to go into my MCS Tailwind config, and let's pass shadow and this. So below, I think at the bottom here, and I'm going to just place a box shadow custom, and I'm going to pass in the shadow here. So I can make use of this inside here. Shadow custom. If I open this now, we can see the autocomplete is going to pick box shadow custom. Yeah. So let's have rounded 8 pixel MB3, and let's have our border now here. So inside the card contents, I'm going to have a class name. I'm going to say P3 and flex column item center, and then justify center. So inside here, we're going to have a div, and this div we have a class name of flex item center and justify center. Then we're going to check if it's pending. We're going to show a skeleton. So I'm going to say skeleton from UI skeleton. We can have a class name here and say H28. That is height 28, width 28, rounded full. And then we're going to give this a border of let me give it ABF ABF, let's get 277, yeah, 272F7 ABF 2F7, and we can just make this border 2. Yeah, so we are going to also let's make it like this for now. Let's complete this skeleton. I think the skeleton is completed because we said it's rounded full. Let's check this on my shop. I think it's not yet showing. So inside here, we're going to have our avatar from UI avatar. And inside the avatar, we're going to have a class name of height 28, width 28, and border 2, a 1 pixel. And we can also have the same border. So avatar fallback from UI avatar, and this is going to show the shop name. So I'm going to say class name bg primary. We're going to give it 40 opacity, font semi bold, and then we're going to give it a text of 3XL, text white, and uppercase. So let's define the shop. Let's say shop name. We can just get the first character, 0, duplicate this. We can get the second character, 1, like this. So, and this should display the avatar now. We can see 80. I think I don't know the name. I think I put Atlas, something like that. So this is the name of my shop, or the avatar of the shop. So we're going to also display the name of the shop and also the name of the owner below here. So let's do that after this check, or after the div. And let's just say it's pending. If it's pending, we're going to show skeleton too. Yeah, let's do fragment here from React, and let's just pass this, and the error should stop. Let's have a div, and this div will just be my3 skeleton, and skeleton will have a class name of h4 with 28 MB2, and let's do a self close. You can just duplicate this too, and then let me remove this. Let's do MB2 here. And then we can just create a different div here, and this we just have, let's copy the skeleton and put it here, and this we have h2 and then width 12. Then inside the after the check, we can just say div class name is empty5, as margin top 5, and we're going to check if it's shop owner, and we show the shop owner name, shop owner. So let's open this, and let's put a fragment here. We can say h5, and h5 is going to have the owner's name, and we can say class fonts bold, text space, and we can say, okay, let's put the shop name here and the owner's name below, and then p, we're going to say p, we're going to have class name of text small, and then text gray 500. We can set this should be the owner's name, but I feel like putting the shop name here and the owner's name at the top. So the shop name is more, the owner's name is more bold. But if the shop was visited not by the owner of the shop, we can just say h5 here, h5 here, and just copy everything we have here. We can just say class name, and then we can just get the shop name and put it here. So instead we say shop name shop, or we can just leave it like this. So let's preview that and we can see the user. We can see text center. Let's see if it will move it. Okay, yeah. We can see the shop logo, the name of the person, and the shop. So this is when I am visiting my shop. So now we are done with that. So the next thing we are going to display here, let's display something else below this. I'm going to say div class name empty1, and this can just be a span class name text 10 pixel inline block ey 2 pixel ax2 x gray 500 and bg gray 100 rounded small foreground lights font extra lights. And then we can just say last join or join recently. So I'm just going to just give it something last seen 10 hours ago, or you can just change this to using the created date the user created this account. So created has been on the platform for so years, also so time. So I'm just going to leave that like this. And I think they should display here. We can see it here. Then the last thing we're going to do, we're going to create a different card which we are going to show the about. So class name, and we're going to have card contents, and we can just say bg transparent, shadow none, border uh border none. Then inside here we can show a div inside the card. Yes, I'm going to remove this. So you can use this to keep on adding more div if you want to have different section inside this card. So I'm going to use this div to display the background white. So I'm going to say background white and then rounded 8 pixel h5, which is going to be class name of font medium, there's small uppercase MB2, and then we're going to have text. We're going to give it 6 C8 EA0. I think this color. We can save this, and inside there we can say about. Oh, sorry. About is we check if it's shop owner. We can just say about you or shop, and then we can just have a p tag which will have a class name of text small text black font light, and this will just take in the description. Did I pass the description here? No. So I can get the description here. And then that is it. So we are done with the info. So I think we didn't use the shop ID and we didn't use the shop owner user ID. We can leave it there. So let's look at this. This is still loading because we refresh, we save this. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to work on is the add listening page. So to do that, let's go into the or not add, I mean sorry, the all listening page components. I'm going to go into the all listening components. And then inside there we're going to pass something. So let's go into the page first. And we're going to pass in some props to this. So we're going to pass the listening here. So I'm going to pass in the listening. Let's see, and I'm going to get listening from here. And let's also pass in the is pending. So let's go ahead and create this component. So I'm going to go into all listening, and all listening, we're going to create a type for this. So we're going to get the listening and also the is pending. So I'm going to say, let's create an object and say listening. It's going to be of type listening type the list, and also is pending boolean. Then we can create constants so that we can modify the layout. So all this is going to display in grid view and also in list view. So we can use this state to toggle between the list view and the grid view. So I'm going to say layout, and I'm going to say set layout. This is going to be equals to React.useState. We'll have list or grid. Sorry, this should be type. And then we're going to set, we can set list or grid. I'll just put list. We're going to try. So let's use grid first. Then we see how we can toggle it to list view. So I'm going to open this and let's use card. So we're going to use card from UI card and also card content. So inside the card, we're going to have a class name, which is going to be shadow none, BG transparent, rounded, bounded, rates. So let me play this. So we are creating the layouts for, it's not the card that toggles, but we're creating the layout for the all list form. We are going to just create a card. Let's say div here. I mean pixel there, 8 pixel, and we're going to say border none. Let's give it a minimum height of 56. And that is it. So inside the card contents, we're going to have a class name of E3. So yeah, let's get a div, and this div is going to have the class name of widthful, flex, item center, justify between MB3, yes, margin bar 3. H2 is we're going to have a class name of text extra large, and then font bold. So inside the H2, we are going to say all listening. So this is going to be the heading, all listening, and inside there we're going to say listening listing dot length, or we just set it to 0. Then below the div, or inside, let's say inside the div, we are going to have the icons that once we click, it toggles the list view from the list view to the grid view, from the grid view to the list view. So I'm going to say flex, item center, and justify center. And inside here, we're going to have grid 3x icon, 3x3 icon from Lucy React. I'll just put row button. And let's say on click, it's going to be div, it's going to be a function. We're going to call an arrow function, and then we're going to set our layout. I'm going to set it to grid. Then this will have a class name, and the class name, we are going to have the layout. So I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to set if layout is equals to grid. If it's equals to grid, we're going to say text color to primary. Else, we can just keep it as empty string. We can also do the same thing for lists from Lucy React. Just copy everything here and just paste it here and change this to list and change this one to list. While here we're just going to put ML2 to give some spacing, and then that is it. So we've been able to create the page for the all listing, and we have only one item, one listing added. So we can toggle between list view and then grid view. So what we are going to do next is to display, we're going to create a component that displays the card. So, but first of all, we are going to set is pending. So we have to show the skeleton. So I'm going to say is pending, and we're going to create a component called listing skeleton, and we're going to pass in the layout and layout, and we are going to check if listening dot length is equals to 0. We are going to also create a different component. We're going to call this empty states. And this states, this ones will take message, like no car. You can specify the message here, no car found, and also the icon. I can put the icon as car front icon. Yeah. So I'm going to come back and do this. Let's go ahead and create a component for the car listing skeleton first. So I'm going to go into my folder, scroll up. Then I'm going to create inside my component, I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it skeleton loaders. And inside here, we can just say car listening skeleton .txx. And then we can just say RAFCE. And we're going to just say car listening skeleton. So this is going to have layout and then class name. We can set class name if you want. So I'm going to make the class name optional. I'm going to say layout is of type list or grid. And the class name can be optional. Class name is going to be optional. So for the return, we are going to have a div, and let's say if we have a class name, the class name is going to be, we're going to say class name, we're going to pass in the class name here if it's defined, but if it's not defined, we can just say wasteful grade, and let's just open this layout. If layout is equals to list, then we're going to use a different grid. We're going to say grid column 1 and gap 4. Then else, we're going to say else. Let's open this. We are going to pass in grid. This is for grid view, column 1 for small screen. We're going to also have let's say small screen. We're going to have grid column 2, medium screen, grid column 2, then large screen. We're going to have grid column 3, and we're going to say gap 6. So this is it. So inside here, we're going to specify array. So we're going to give this from length. We're just going to give 5.map. We're not going to spend, we're going to really get in the index. And let's call our arrow function. Open this like this, and let's say div. Let's pass in the key. The key is going to be index. Our class name widthful, and then we can call our skeleton, which has a class name of widthful, height 48. Then a div again, which have a class name. Let me close this, and this is going to have a class name of flex column, and gap 2, and margin top 2. Then we can just get this skeleton, duplicate these 2 times, and for the width we can give it 10/12. This is going to be 83%, and the height is going to be 3, and this one can be 50%, 1/2, and the height is going to be 3. So save that. I think you make a mistake, call this thing. Then we can import this from here. So for the empty state, we can define that here. I'm going to close this. Let me clear everything here. And inside the component, we can just create a file. We can call it empty states.txx RASCE. And inside, let me close this down. And we can set a type for this. I'm going to set empty state prop. We're going to have the message, icon, button, class, icon, class, text class. All of this is going to be optional. We're going to just pass this here. We can say message icon is going to be icon, which is going to be equals to car front icon by default if you do not pass any icon. Then we're going to get the button, a class name, the icon class name, all of them is going to be empty string by default. And the last one is the text class name, which is going to be empty string by default. So you can have a class name here, and let's just open it. Let's say flex colon item center, justify center, padding 6, my2, text center, and then let's pass in the class name. So now for the icon, we can just say if icon, then we are going to specify the icon. We're going to pass in class name, and then we're going to open this like this. So width 14, height 14, text muted, and let's muted foreground. And we're going to say margin bottom 2, and then we can pass in the icon class name. And the last one is the paragraph. The paragraph is going to have in the message itself. So let me scroll back up. Message, and this we have a class name, text muted foreground, text base MB4, and then we're going to pass in the text class name. And then if you pass any button, you can just pass in the button here. The button is going to be a React node. I'll just do it like this because it's optional. So that is it. We've used every of the. See, let's go into our listing like inside the app and dashboard, my shop page, all listening, and let's import this. So now we can create the div here. And this will have a class name. So we're going to just make this like this. And let's say widthful grid. Then we're going to say layout is equals to list. So if it's list, we're going to do the same thing we did for the skeleton. You're going to say grid column 1 and gap 4. Then we're going to say else. We're going to say grid column 1. We're going to say small grid column 2. The same thing for the medium grid column 2. The large, we're going to have grid column 3 and gap 6. So inside the div, we're going to look through the listening dot map listening. So we're going to create a component called card components. And this we just take this way, we're going to pass in the key for this, which is going to be the listing dot ID, $ID. And we're going to also pass in the listing. And we're going to also pass in the layouts. So let's go ahead and create this component inside the component folder because it's going to be used several places. I'm going to create a component here. TXX. I'll say RASCE. And let me just import this. And then we're going to make use of these props here. So we're going to pass the type, which is going to be card prop, and listen is going to be a listener type. We can set it as optional while we make it default here. We can just set this to React.sc and just pass in the type. And then we can set here to listening list, and then layout is going to be grid by default. So I'm going to say equals to, yeah. So grid by default. So then we're going to destructure the listing. So I'm going to just say constant. We're going to get the we're going to get everything from the list. So I'm going to say ID. We are going to get the ID first. Image URL, display title. We're going to select the ones we are going to display here. Price, fuel type, condition, transmission, mil gauge, or my gauge, something like that. Description. I don't think, okay, yeah, we need description. So I'm going to let's create a div here. Then we're going to say link, because we're going to make this card to be linkable to the details page. So I'm going to say link our ref, and we're going to link that to detail, which we're going to create later on. And we're going to call this log and also pass in the ID. So we need to create this log. So this log is going to be created based on the display title. We're going to add dash 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 to the display title. So I'm going to just say constant log. It is going to be equals to create log, and we're going to pass in the display title. So let's go ahead and create this create log inside our utils. So I'm going to open. Let me open this, and let me go. So inside a lib folder, we're going to create a helper.txt. Yeah, we're going to create a helper.txt, and inside the helper, we're going to, let me close this. We're going to say export function. We're going to say create log. You're going to have to pass in the name string of type string, and it's going to return a string. So we're going to say lowercase name lowercase. So we're going to lower the name. I'm going to say constant log is going to be equals to the lowercase name. So let me add the name here. Oh, sorry, lowercase name. This is going to, we're going to replace this. We're going to replace all the spaces. I'm going to say with regular expression. So we're going to use a plus sign here, a backslash, and a G. And we're going to replace it to that. Then we can say constant of final slug. This is going to be equals to slug dot replace let's replace, say, let's open this and say A to Z and 0 to 9 dash. Then we're going to give it a \G. Now we're going to replace this to empty, empty. So we're going to also return a final style. So the lowercase name, please replace all spaces and replace them with dash. Then this replace any character that does not that is not a lowercase letter, number, or hyphen. So that is it. So if you want to extract, you can also create a separate function to extract the uh, the name back from the slug. We can say slug. We can say slug to file name or slug to name, anyone you want to call it. This will also uh, return a string. We can say constant word. We're going to say slug.splits. I'm going to just use dot splits hyphen. Then we're going to say constant car name is equals to word dot map word, and we're going to just return we're going to return word dot character at. We're going to get 0. We're going to make it to uppercase, and we're going to say plus. Let me bring this down here. We're going to say plus word slice 1. So let's make this like this. And then we can also join this. So I'm going to yeah, so let me join this with space. And then we can just return. Let me change this to name. And let's just return the name here. So that is it. That's the way to do this. So let's copy this and go back to our car card. And then let's import this. And we've gotten this log, which is a string. So inside here, we're going to have the card from UI card. This is going to have a class name. So let me close this. And we're going to use CN from utils. We're going to say border rounded large, shadow small, padding 0. We're going to have flex color, and gap 4. Yeah. So let me break this down so we can see this. Let me bring it like this. Then we can put comma here and say layout. If layout is equals to list, and then we can just say flex colon medium flex full border primary with 30 opacity of 0.3, flex column that's for mobile. Why on the MD we have flex full? That's okay. Inside the div, inside the card, we can have a div, and this div will also have a class name, and we're going to also import CN. This will have relative weightful. This is going to hold the image, height of 28, minimum height of 28, and we're going to give it a height of 210 pixel. Let's give it a background color a background color of primary, opacity of 0.1, overflow hidden, and then I think we are done with this part. Let's do a check and say if layout is equals to list. If layout is equals to list, then we are going to use width full, medium width, we're going to say 220 pixel, height of 210 pixel. I'm going to say shrink 0. Then we can add the image from next image. So we're going to add, let's add our SRC. And this is going to be the first image. So I'm going to say image URL. I think we didn't get image URL from, okay, image URL is here. We need to pass in the alt first. Yeah. So image URL, we can get the first one, 0. Then we can pass in the class name. We're going to use CN from YouTube, and let's just let's break this. Let's say rounded top large. Let me do rounded T large, width full, height full, object cover, and then we can put a comma here, and let's say if layout is equals to list, we are going to say MD not rounded none. So on the right, you are going to set the border radius on the right side to none. So for the we've done for the class name, so we need to give this a width. We're going to say layout is equals to list. We can say 300 and then 800 for the width. We can give it a height. I think why is it okay? Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to use this sign. Then for the height, we can say layout is equals to list. We can give this 200 and give this 500 like this. And then that is it. So let's go down below this div and let's create our card content. And let's give this a style, first name, CN, and let's say P. We're going to make it importance 4 and PT 0. We're going to say space Y3. Let's save that. Then we're going to add in a comma. We're going to say layout is equals to list. Then we're going to change the style. We're going to say flex 1. We're going to give it a padding of 18 pixel at the top, 16 pixel from right, 18 pixel on bottom, and 16 on the left. So we're going to also give this on the medium size. We're going to make this p. Let's copy this, and we're going to change this to 0 here. That is on the left. So inside the card contents, we're going to have a div. This div will have a class of flex colon gap 0 h3 class name So inside here, I'm going to say font and bold, text base, and text gray 800, capitalize. We're going to make it. You can also do some truncates, maximum width full, and then we are going to ask check here. So just put a comma there and let's say layout. Sorry, layout is equals to list. Then we are going to say text large and width auto, and then we can display the title here. So say display title, and I think we should be seeing the title here. I think something is wrong here. So why is he is not positioning the proper way? And again, we need to also add this to the bucket. So let's go. So let's go into, before we modify it, let's go into next config. So inside the next config here, we're going to add this because we need to add this so that Next.js can be able to access this API. I mean this URL. So I'm going to paste this here. I'll say images, remote pattern, protocol HTTP. Then we're going to add in the host name. You can see host name be specified here. And the path name. The path name is storage bucket and the remaining parts. So just save that. That should fix the error. Then inside here, I think we made a mistake. This from this is pending should be moved out of this two div. So this should be its own div, and this other div should be the top div. So it should just be like this. And if I reload this should fix the error should stop. So while this is loading, let's go back to the card and let's complete the other parts of it. So if I scroll down here, we can see that the skeleton is showing properly. And then if I move to list, we can see the list skeleton. So let me leave it like this. And we can see the title on list view. List view, I think this is because it's mobile. So we need to modify this so that on mobile view, list view will still work as a grid view on the mobile screen. Yeah, something like that. So let's complete this part first. And let me go into our code. So below here, so we're going to have the paragraph. So I'm going to say div here, and this div, let's close this. And we're going to have class name of CN. Let me see CN. Let me bring this down. And this will just have height auto. And then we're going to have nt1, text small, text and gray 500. We're going to also have line clamp. Let me say line clamp to 2 to 2. Then text. Then let's put a comma here. Layout. If layout is equals to list, let's say, let me scroll up. This is going to be width auto, height auto, and we can say white space, break space, and then we can pass in the description here. Then after the div, we can create a div here, and this will show the price. Say class name, flex, item center, uh, justify center, or justify between, mt2, my1. So let's have the paragraph. This paragraph will show the price, and let's say class is going to be font bold. We are going to also have, I don't think we need this between here, so I'm just going to remove this since we should look price it. So we're going to say text extra large, and we're going to have text primary. So we're going to pass in the price here, but we want to convert this into a currency format. So I'm going to say format currency. This is great. We're going to pass in the price. So we need to create this format currency inside the helper. So I'll go into my helper, and let's come down below here. Let's say export constant format currency, and we're going to say amount. Let's remove my M. I'll say number, then options. So I'm going to be able to pass option. I'm going to say enter dot number format option is going to be equals to style currency. Then currency is going to be USD. The minimum fraction is going to be 0. Maximum fraction digit is going to be 0 too. And I'm going to also say return a string. Then we say if type of option of amount is not equals to number, or is not is not a number, then we just return $0. Instead, we just say return amount to local, and we are going to say let's pass in ANUS and pass in the option. I think we can, if it's not a number, we can convert this to number. But I'm just going to do like this so the person converts it before passing it here. Or you can it here. So I'm going to go into my card and let's import this. Let's save this. So save it. And once you save it, the error should stop here. And we should see that the error has stopped. And if we scroll down, we should be able to see the item showing the price and also the description. We can see that's displaying here. So let's go ahead and work on the other part before we start looking at to fix the listing view. So I'm going to let me scroll down here and let's create a div. And this div is going to have a class name, and let's say CN. And let's get CN. We're going to pass flex wrap, and say item center gap 2. Then we're going to do a check for the layout. So layout is equals to list. Then we'll just say let's give it an empty one, that is margin top 1. And let me close this div. Then in this div, we are going to show the fuel type, the mil gauge, the condition, and also some other things we're going to show here. So I'm going to use badge. So I'm going to say badge from let's get back from UI badge. And here we're going to say this is going to be a variant of outline. So this is going to have some class name. I'm going to say class name border primary gap 1.5. Text, I'm going to make it 11 pixel. So make sure to close that and make it capitalize. I'm going to set this to font medium, making it important. Making it PY is going to be 3 pixel. Then PX2. Then inside here we're going to have the foil icon from Lucy React, and this will just have a class of size 3. And let's close that. Then we're going to pass in the foil type, and this will have to lowercase, yeah, and this will show that. So I'm going to copy this. We're going to do for the mil gauge or my gauge. I'm going to use let's say mil gauge. We don't need this. And we can say mpg, and then we can say gauge icon and size 3. So I'm going to also paste it again here. And this other one is going to be condition. So I'm going to use the tag icon from Lucy React, and we can just say condition. And then I think the last one, we are going to have the transmission. So I'm going to say transmission. And then this one, we're going to use the cog icon. Let's save that and preview that so we can see. Okay, I think I made a mistake in the gap. So this should be GAP gap and gap here. And if you save that, and everything should set properly. So I think we may the brand new is using the what we set. So we can modify this by getting the labels from the options here at the top. So I can be able to do that here. So what I'm going to do is I can say a constant condition label is going to be equals to a car condition option. We're going to find that. Say find option. We say option value. Option dot value is equals to condition. Then we can get the label from this. So I'm just going to copy that, and let's pass in the deletion label here. So that is it. So we are done with the car card components. So what we are going to try to do is to, let me close this. We are going to try to fix the list view. So the list view for the mobile view, but if I zoom out, if I try to zoom out properly, we can see the list view showing in larger screen. This is not even positioned well. So, but if I zoom in, we can see that it's going out. So we can be able to fix that. So I'm going to fix this. So let's zoom in first. And let's fix this so it stays properly. And I don't know why this patch keeps going down, the icons. I think let me add item center. It still keep going down. So let me put margin button 1 px. Yeah, I think so. Margin button px. You can just pass that to all of them. Margin button px. So for the list view, I'm going to make this instead of column. I'm going to change this to use flex row, and we can see that it's overflow. So this is because of the width. So I can modify this width and say this width should be 150 pixel or mobile view, and then this can also have rounded round none. Then I can make this 52, and then I can modify the height. I can say MD this, and we can say the height is going to be 148. Here we can say gap and 0 for smaller screen. Then I'll say MD or small screen gap 4. Okay, if I change this to MD, you can see the gap is reduced. Then this look good. So I'm going to also, we can increase this car so you can see the car properly. But let's reduce the title font. So I'm going to come to this place, and let's make the title, let's remove this from maximum width, and let's say white space normal. Yeah. And we can also change this. This is 16 and this we put 18 here. We can just say base, or we can just remove this. Yeah, we can say text and small, then medium text base, or we can use small here. Yes. Likewise, this we can say text extra small and small. Yeah, if I inspect this and let's go to responsive and let me pick a device, zoom into 100%, and we can see why this is not collapsing properly. I'm looking, we might hide this, whether we should hide all of this. If I'm to hide this section, we can see the heights. So I can also reduce the height of the car instead. So I'm going to go to the top, and where we have this car, I can just put this like this, and the car is reduced. Then we can put a minimum height here to 148. And let's see, that won't work. I think it's the size of the currency. We can reduce the size of the currency instead of text large. We can say text small or medium. Uh, I think small screen can take that. No, small screen. Let's say base. Yeah, and small screen can take text large. Let's say medium, take extra large, or large screen. Yes. Then the title, we can reduce the title from small to extra small. Yeah, we can see that it fits well. Then the we can reduce this text here too. So for the smaller screen, this can be extra small, and then we can change the letter spacing, tracking, to tighter, and you can see that it's set properly. So I just remove this. This for this will be for smaller screen. And tracking normal. I just say it's for smaller screen. Then we can also set description. We can make this uh, line lamp, line clamp. We can set this to 1. Then on small screen, this can be 2. And we can see that this, I think we can leave it like this. There's still room to add more. There's still room for 2. I think that is it. This is okay. So we can see how it looks like on list and on grid view. I think once I hide this works here, I'm going to enable this. Let's say we can hide it on a smaller screen. I can hide it, let's say hidden on smaller screen. Then on a small screen, we can just say flex. You can see it here. And we can also increase the height of the images. Yeah, we can increase the height of the image, or we can also reduce the spacing between the top of here and the top here. We can go here and reduce this sort of 3 to 1, and let's see 0, and the top. We can reduce the padding to if we reduce the padding to 5, let's say 10, and we can see we are getting there. I just reduce it to 10 on smaller screen, then 18 for medium. Then we are going to have to increase spacing between these heights of the price. So I'm going to, let me collapse this. I think the price. So let me make this important. So I shifted this thing. Let's put this to 1 back. Yeah, let's quickly increase the height of the images. So for the image, instead of this, we can say let's make this full. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, it's going to shrink the image. But if I make it flex 0, 0, 0, 1, this is going to hide the image. So I'll just give it a height here. Let's just give it a height of 152. So I'm going to let's remove this, and let's see the height. And I'm going to remove this, and the height will match. So but if I leave this, the height will not match. So I think what I'm going to do is uh, let me do height auto here default, and this should fit in. So that is it. So we are done with the my shop and also showing the car all listing inside the my shop page. So let's go ahead and then work on the car displaying the search bar or the search page. So let's work on the search page. To begin, we are going to go into our web folder, and we're going to create the search page. So I'm going to say let's create a folder first, call it search, and then we can call it page.txx. And then inside this search, I'm going to create a component too, because I'm going to also have a component for that is tied to the search. So inside this page, I'm going to do RAFCE. I'm going to call this search page, and I'm going to set this to main And then here it's going to be main. Let's have a class name. The class name is going to be container mx auto px4. Then we can have pt3 pb8. Then inside the main content, we can have a div that wraps the search content. So I'm going to say class mx with 7xl and mx auto. So we're going to have a component. We're going to call it search content. So let's create this component inside the search. So I'm going to close this dashboard so we can see this clearly. And then I'm going to close all of this. So inside the component, I'm going to create a I'm going to call it search contents.tsx. I'll say RASCE search content, and let's import this from. Let's import this. So save this and let's go into the search contents. I'm going to save this and let's go into search content. And inside the search contents, we are going to add a breadcrumb. So I'm going to let's go to the search content. So to go there, I'm going to go back to the home page. Let's go to locals and let's just select. Let's not select anything. Just click on search. And this is the page we are going to be looking at. So we're going to display the breadcrumb here. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do like this constant breadcrumb. To say breadcrumb items is going to be equals to a list. I'm going to say label. I want to call this auto hunt, which is going to be the home page, and the ref is going to be slash. Now let me change this to like this, and this should fix it. So the next one is going to be the search. So I'm going to say label is going to be like this, and we can just define constants and listing. Let's set it to empty string, empty array. I mean, we're going to use that. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do listing dot length or 0, and I'm going to say inside the inside here. So this should be inside. I'll say results. Let's give it a space. Results are found. Results car found. Then we are going to let's go into the div. We're going to do class space y3, and let's create the component nav breadcrumb, and we're going to pass in the breadcrumb items to it. So let's create this components inside the components folder because we're going to reuse this. So I'm going to say tsx RASCE. Let's just go ahead and import this. So let's go into the breadcrumb, and then inside here we're going to get a prop from this. So I'm going to let's do it here at the top interface. Let's call it prop type. It's going to be the breadcrumb items. which is of type label string href. This can be optional to string, and I'm going to pass is current, so we can use that later on. And this is going to be optional. Is current page optional boolean, and let's put empty array. So yeah, we can just get that. Let's set prop types. We can get the breadcrumb items. So inside this div, we can say class with full, and we can get the breadcrumb from Shanty UI. And let's get breadcrumb list. This will have a class name of let's set this to importance gap 1, and then we can look through the breadcrumb items dot map. Let's also get the index. We can get the fragments from React. Let me just I'm just going to leave it empty like this. Why is it? Okay, I think I made a mistake. Like this. So we're going to put the index key here. I'm going to call this let's say index here. For this fragment, we are going to do I think there's no point. We can use div if you want to use div. But I'm not going to use div here, so I'm going to just use the fragments. I'm going to say breadcrumb item. So let's get the item, and this will have a class name of BG whites. Let's say rounded 29 pixel padding P. We're going to give this P 2 pixel and then 8 pixel. Let's close this. So we're going to do a check if item dot ref. So that means if we have any ref, we are going to render the breadcrumb link. You understand? So I'm going to say ref item ref, and we're going to pass in with close the breadcrumb link, and then let's pass in the item label. So we're going to say else. We are going to render the breadcrumb page, and this should stop the error. Then we have the span. Let's open the span, and inside the span we're going to render the items label 2. And this we have a class name. We're going to set the text to importance. We just put text on this color C8 EA0. So we've been able to do the check here for the ref. So then if we have done that, we can come down after the index. Then we'll say index is less than or breadcrumb item dot length -1. Then we can say breadcrumb separator. So we want to display a separator. We are going to use slash from Lucy React. We are going to give it a class name. Let's close that. Let's give it a text color of CCC. Give it a width of 10 pixel. give it a height of 10 pixel, transform, transform and rotate. So rotate, we're going to say minus 25, um, minus 25 degree. And I think we are done with this, so we can check this out. I think the rounded in, okay, yeah, rounded should have worked. So let's look at the rounded, and then we can see it's work well. We can click to go back to the home page, and if you want, why is this giving padding? There's some space between your, but you can leave it like so. This is okay. So let's go ahead and let's go back to our search content, and then let's continue. So we're going to have a div of class name grid, uh, grid column 1. Large view, we're going to have grid and column 4, and we're going to give this a gap of 6. So we are going to have a div here, and this div we are going to display the filter. We want to make the filter to display a sheet, like a slide sheet or a sidebar sheet once it's on mobile view, but on desktop view we'll have the filter display below this div. So I'm going to, let's create a div here, and this is going to hold the filter for the search page. Also, we're going to also use the filter here too. So this is going to be on mobile view. So that is why I'm going to say class name uh, on large view hidden. While here we're going to say class name hidden, and on large we're going to say block. Then we're going to also add a span because we're using an grid here, and this is going to be 1. Then after this div, we're going to have a div, and this div we're going to have class name. On mobile view, we're going to have um, colon span 1, while on large, we're going to have colon span 3. So 3. Then this is going to house the all listening for the search. We're going to create a component. I'm going to create components. So let's create the filter components first. So before we go ahead, let me wrap this inside the sheet. I'm going to just do a sheet from component UI sheet, and we're going to have a sheet content, and we can paste it inside. So this one, we can have a class name of width 300 pixel. Sorry, if you want. Then we can say padding 0, small, on small screen we have width 400. Then overflow uh, overflow y auto. So we can have the side, we can say the side to be left. So I'm going to also try and test it on more on the bottom sheet. So let's just create a filter inside our components here. I'm going to just say let's say filter .tx RASCE. So now we can import this. So we are going to, okay, after importing this, let's go ahead and work on this. We're going to work on it. So for, okay, we're going to also pass in we're going to create a state. Sorry, we're going to create a state at the top, which we're going to pass. So it's inside the listening, the all listening. We're going to be able to trigger the sheet. So we're going to modify this sheet later on. We're going to add its open and then set its open or open change to it. So let's just focus on working on the filter here. So on the filter, for the filter, so in order to see the filter, we are going to go back to search content and make this visible. So I'm going to remove this and show the block, and we should see filter here. This should display the filter by the side. Okay, we can see filter. So we can be able to see what we are doing on the filter. So let's go into filter, close this, and inside here we're going to have a class name of space y4, and then let's create a div. This div we can say mb3. This is going to be the session, um, the top session. So let's just create inside here the div. So inside this div, we're going to have a class name of flex item center and justify between. Sorry, justify between not center. And we're going to also have rounded 4 pixel. We're going to have BG primary, text white, and padding 8 pixel underscore 16 pixel. So inside here, we're going to have h2, which is going to be a class. We have a class name of font bold. We're going to also have text space, and then we can just name these filters. And then below we can have button, and this button we're going to have a class name. So let's import button from UI button or components UI button. We have a class name of height auto, text white, opacity of 80. We're going to set font light, and then PY0. Let's also set variant to link. And then we can just say reset all. So let's check this out. So we can see that this, okay, this is okay. So I want to make the bottom not to curve. So I'm going to modify this my rounded to 4 pixel and set this 0, 0. I think this should work. Yeah, this should work. You can see that it's working. The bottom are not rounded. So uh let's uh let's continue. But the width is kind of large. Okay, because we've not specified the, okay, because it's a mobile view, the width is being occupied. So it's occupying the full width because of this span one. If I give it a width of 300, let's see actual size. Let's wait for this. Okay, it's not responding to the width. So I just leave it like this. If I give this 3 now on mobile view, okay, it shrink this. So let's leave it like this. And then let's continue on the filter. So after the reset button, we are going to have accordion. So this is going to be under here. We're going to use accordion from UI accordion, that is from Shanty UI, not from Redux. We're going to set this to type single, collapsible, and default value brands. So this is going to hold the car brand. So this is going to hold the car brands, and we are going to have accordion item. So because of we want to use this filter for uh, all other criteria, all other filter like the price, different for different category like the price. We have the years of manufacture of web type. So I want to make the this reusable. So that is why we are going to have to create the accordion item, a reusable component. So for the other part, so this is going to be the car brand. Then below the div, we can also have another accordion, which is going to have uh, the price range, fuel type, condition, model, transmission, color, year of manufacture. So these are the filters we are going to build with uh, filter, the filter accordion type. So let's go ahead and build that. So I'm going to let's pass the props here first so that we can see how once we're building it. I'm going to say filter accordion item. So we're going to pass the title, which is car brand. We're going to pass the value, which is brand. So the value here is going to be, I think, this, because we have the default value here. So that's why we're passing the value. You can say accordion value. Then filter type. So filter type is going to be checkbox. We're going to use a checkbox for the brands. We want to be able to select multiple and brands. I'm going to say option. We are going to get our car brand option from the car options. I'm going to say selected values is going to be equals to empty array for now, and the on value change, we can just console that, or we can just leave it like this. Let's do it like this. Yeah. So let's go ahead and create this inside the component. .cxx, we say RASCE, and let's import this inside the filter. So inside the accordion, we are going to get the, so let's create a type. So I'm going to close this and say interface. We can call this prop type, and then prop type we're going to have the title, string, value, string, filter type. The filter type is going to be a checkbox, radio, range. No, I don't think we're going to use range here. Thread type, range. We can leave checkbox and radio for now. We can say disabled, make it optional, boolean, options. I'm just going to make this any for now. I think option we can say label, and then label, string, and value, string. We can say selected values. Selected values will be selected values can be string of array, or string, or undefined. So we're not going to pass in number here. So we're going to say on value change, on values change. This is going to be values of string, or undefined, void. Then we're going to also have a search. Our search is a boolean optional. We have as clear button. This is going to also be boolean. We have minimum. I think we're going to use minimum and maximum. Let's pass in children first. Children, we are going to use let's say React node render custom. We're going to pass JXX dot elements, and the last one is going to be unclear void. So we've been able to do that. So inside this, we're going to pass it. So I'm going to destructure everything out, and then let's put the props type. So here we can get the title, value, filter type, options. It's going to be empty array, selected values, unchanged values, on value change, I mean, handle as search is going to be false by default. We have has cleared, this is going to be false. We have disabled, no put comma here, this is going to be false. We have children, we have render custom, and we have unclear. So here we're going to first of all handle the search item. So I'm going to say search item for those that want search item, that enables has search. We use this. So set search and search them. This is going to be equals to let's say React.use state empty string. And then we can duplicate this, and let's also get the filtered option. We can just set that filtered, because we're going to search for the options. That is what we're setting search item for. And this is going to be the filter option we're going to display after being search after we search for the item we're looking for, or the key that matches. So set filter options, and then this is we're going to pass in the options here. And then let's also have a state too. The handle is custom selected. A custom selected. So this is going to be for any, if we're passing custom, because remember we set and render custom here. We can just do that. CSS set is custom. Sorry, selected, and we just set it to false. So I want to keep track if the user select custom, if there's a custom added to the list. So I'm going to let's do a use effect. React use effects. Let's say it's an empty array. So we're going to handle the filter here. We're going to say if has search and options. Then we can say constant filtered equals to options dot filter, as we'll get the option, and then we say option dot label dot to lowercase. Then we can say dot include. Let me bring this below. Dot include a search item dot to lowercase. Sorry. Okay. Options. The label, the lowercase, does include. So it's complaining about argument or string is not able to type of value and the string. So you're going to filter the label. Okay, I think I make a mistake. This should be inside. Yeah, so this should be inside. So let's say set filtered. Filtered. Let's remove the options. Yeah, sorry, I made a mistake there. We say else. So that means if not, just set your just set filtered to the options itself. Then for the empty state, we're going to put search item, and has search. So we are done with that. So let's pass our handle clear. I'll create a function for that handle clear, and let's pass this. So now let's get accordion item function to UI. Accordion item from UI accordion. I'm going to remove this. And inside here, we're going to have a class name. We're going to have width full, MB3, margin bottom 3, rounded 4 pixel. we're going to say a minimum height of 14, bg white, bx4, border 0. Then we are going to pass the value because this is missing the value. So value is going to be the value. The way they structure the value, I mean the way we get the value, we got the value from there. You can see the value and we passing the value. So let's get the accordion trigger from UI accordion. And this we just take in the title. And then we can have the class name of, we don't want it to be underlined, to have any line. So I'm going to say that to no underline, X small, font semi bold, flex, justify between, item center. So then inside we're going to have the accordion content from UI accordion. We're going to have class name pt0. Then we say has search. So if this have search, then we're going to render input. So make sure filter has the carbon has a search to it. So we're going to create it, let's say a div first, class name mb2 input from UI input. They're going to say disabled. So disabled type. So this is going to be text placeholder. We just set that to search. Value is going to be search term. Why is not picking this? Then we're going to say on change. We're going to get the events set search. Then it's going to be event.target of value. And then let's put a class name here. So for the class name, we're going to have width full, text small, focus. Want to disable, want to remove the ring once the input is on focus. I'm going to make it ring 0. Then focus again, no shadow, like shadow none, and then we just settle the border for the input. Then now inside here we're going to do a check if filter type is equals to checkbox. Then let's open it. Let's use scroll area from UI scroll. Let me open this. Let's pass in class name. We'll give it maximum height of 190 pixel, MB2, flex column. Then we're going to have overflow y auto. So we're going to also have a div, and this div is going to be inside the scroll area. And let's say div is going to be a class name of a space y2 And let's map through the filtered option. Let's say label. Label is going to be we're going to have key option value dot value, and we're going to have class name CN. So import that from utils flex item center and set this to cursor pointer. So we're going to add disable. Let's add disable here. We're going to say disabled. We're going to say then we're going to pass in the class. So if it's disabled, we should have pointer events none, text muted, foreground, and opacity of 75. So save that. Then let's get the checkbox. So I'm going to say checkbox functionality UI checkbox. Let me scroll up. And inside the checkbox, we're going to pass in the class name of MR2. We're going to have disabled of disabled. We are going to have check, which is going to be equal to selected values. We're going to check if included inside the option value is included into the inside the select values. Then we are going to set that to true. Let's make it to option value, not option. And let's also set this to use client. Then save that. Then inside the filter, make sure you set the changes to instead of on value, change to on values change. And then if we go back to our file filter accordion item, then we're going to say on check change. We're going to get the check, and then let's return this arrow. We're going to do a if check. If on values change is being passed, then we can first of all, let's say the current value is going to be equals to, we're going to check if this is an array. So array dot is array selected values. If this, we're going to, let's destructure the selected values. And we're going to say else, we're going to just, else we're going to pass an empty array. Then inside there, we're going to say if check, then we can say on value change, and we can just get the structure, the current values. Let's get the current values and let's pass the option dot value. So this will just pass in the current list of values checked. Then we can have else, we just set, so we filter out. So if check is false, that means we want to remove this. We're going to say let's get the current value dot filter value. We are going to get the value is not equals to option and the value. Yeah, so we are done with that. So below here, let's expand. We have a class name of text small, and we're going to say the option the label, And yes, that is so. We are going to also display the scroll bar. So for the scroll bar, we are going to put that here. And let's import the scroll bar. And the rotation is going to be vertical. So make sure that. So we are done with the checkbox. So let's go into filter. So and let's convert to use clients, and then this should stop the error. So we can be able to search and do anything here. So for the filter, we're going to filter radius. We're going to use that for the price. So I'm going to say filter type. This is going to be equals to radio. If it's equals to radio, then we can display the radio. So we're going to say radio from ShadCN radio group, get that from UI radio group, and then let's open this. Here we're going to have a class name, and we can just CN, and we can just say disabled. If disabled, we can set pointer. So events none, text muted foreground, and opacity 75. The same thing what we have in the checkbox. So there we can have disabled to disable. We can have value to selected. Oh, sorry. And selected values. We can set this as string. You can do a check for this by checking the type of the selected values. And then on-chain values. On-chain is going to be handle radio change, which we can just define there. We're going to come back to that. I'll just define it here. Constant radio change. Let me just leave it like this. And then come back. And inside there, we're going to create a div. And this div is going to have space and y2 and mb2. Let's use the filter option. We're going to map this, get the option, and then let's return the label first. We can pass in the key option the value. Let me close this. Then the HTML4, we can just say radio item, and we can pass in the option value or value. Then we can set the class name. The class name can be flex item center gap 2 text small font normal. Then we have cursor pointer. Then so we're going to inside the label, we're going to get the radio group item from UI video group. And then let's self close this. Let's pass in the value, which is option value, the value ID, which is going to be the same to radio the HTML ref HTML4. I'm going to say this to item and then pass in the option value. We can do check. So the check, we're going to check if the option value, that if the value we pass in custom, then we say if it's custom, then we're going to first of all check custom is custom selected, is custom. Then we're going to say selected values. So we can just work this first. So we're going to do a check for this before this. So if it's custom, then show the selected value here. Then we can say class name text primary. So remember we said it's custom as in the state here. We said the state for is custom, and then we check if that is true. We are going to toggle that if it is true, then this will be set to we know that the option value is equals to custom here. So we're going to check the custom value even if we didn't set the custom value to the state. So this is going to help us to set the radio group item to active, to check or to active here. So let's put a span here. This span will have a class name of flex, let's say flex1, and then we can just say option label. I think we can also set this to text small too, similar to what we have in the checkbox. Yeah, text small. So for the custom, remember we pass in the render custom here. We can do a check if this is true. If this is true, then we can render the custom. So I'm going to say it's custom, then render custom. So once that is done, we can go ahead and implement the has cleared button. So has cleared button, which we passed here, so we can work on that here. So to do that, we're going to go out of this. I think it should be out of this, and let's do has clear button. Then we're going to put a div here and say empty margin top 2 button. We're going to call it clear variant and ghost on click handle clear. Then class name text muted foreground. We have BG transparent font medium and text 13 pixel uppercase, and then padding 0 and width 0, width auto, then height auto, and then we are done with it. So I think we are done with this. So we remove the children. We are not going to use the children. You can also set the children if you want to pass in children, maybe outside there, but I'm not going to pass in the children. So I want to also use memo to memorize this filter accordion item, because we're going to use this inside the filter for multiple filters. So I'm going to memorize it. So once the pairing changes, it does not re-render the filter accordion item every time anything changes. Only changes when the prop changes. So I'm going to just do constant. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to say React.memo. We're going to pass this, but we're going to change this add components, which we are going to copy, and let's change it at the top. Change this to filter accordion item components, and the error should stop. So now we can go ahead and implement this inside the filter. So we are going to do for the filter now. for the price now. So let me save this and let's look at why the error is showing. So I'm going to just reload this. Okay, the error has stopped. The error has stopped. So we can look at for the price and other parts, other filters which we want to do. So for the price, I'm going to use, let's just copy this and we can just say price. And remember, we are going to use custom for price. So I'm going to come at the top and let's just set minimum price, which is 0. I'll just say constant, so maximum price, which is 1000. So this is just instance. We're going to create helper a helper function for that to retrieve to get the minimum and maximum price based on the range which we got from the car options. I'm going to pass this here, and instead of car we can say price range. We can say price range. So the values must match what we pass here. So let's open. Then instead of checkbox, we're going to use radio, and then we're going to say car price range option. And then we don't want search. What we want is let's render custom, and this will have a div, and this will have class name of py1, a div again which h5, class name of font medium, text small, and we can just name this price. Save that, and then let me move this and say class name flex item center, justify between, and margin bottom 5 pixel. So once we've done that, we can also put a span here and say this will just be class text small, and we can put the minimum price here, maximum price here, then save that. So below this div we can have the slider, so import slider from UI component UI slider, and this will just have the minimum, which is going to be equals to minimum price, maximum, which is going to be equals to maximum price, class name we can just say cursor pointer, default value, which is an array of minimum price and maximum price. Then value, we can set value to, let's say 0. Okay, let me put 0, or let's just remove the value for now. We can comment that later on when we start implementing the state management for this. I'm going to say on change value, on value change, which is going to be handle price range. So let's just create a function for that here. Constant on value, handle price range. And the other one, we can also create the function for this. We can say handle handle price, or handle price change. This should not be range. This should be price change, and let's just say constant handle price change, or we can do handle price custom range. Let's put custom so that to make it different. And let's move this down. So copy this and then let's pass it back. So we need to also add something inside the filter accorded item. So if you scroll back, remember we add radio change. We left it empty. So we're going to do an if check if value is equals to custom. Let me pass value here, string. Then we can say set is selected to true. Else we can say set is selected to false. And on value change, we can pass in the value. So that is it. So we're able to do that. So we've completed this part for the price. So we are going to come back later and manage the state and also do some modification for the price and then minimum price and maximum price. So let's go ahead and get the other filter we are going to do for the fuel type model. So for the fuel type, I'm going to just say fuel type, value, filter by filter type is going to be checkbox. Let's import this and let's set this to empty array. And there we can just do console.log fuel type values. So we can also duplicate this for the model. And we say models, and this we just have model checkbox. We can also have disabled there false or true. If you set this to true, we can say car model option. This we have search. You can say hash search to true, and we can say so. Let's look at this. If you see the custom, we can see the price and the slider. So we can modify the slider to have two tone. To do that, I'm going to go into let's go into UI. Go into your component UI, click on where we have slider, and let's duplicate the thumb into two. So once you save that, you can see we have two thumb slider. So once you move this, we're going to do it once you move this, the numbers here changes. So I'm going to close this, and for the model we can see that the disable works. So we are going to also have for condition, I'm going to say condition here, and let me change this to console.log, and then let me import car condition option. So same thing, you can also copy that and then pass it and duplicate that, or I'll just bring it here. Say color. Let me import this. I'll just say console.log. We have the color, the option, the selected value, and then the on value. And lastly, we are going to implement the year. So for the year, I will just bring that like this. And let's import the car year range. And this we have selected value. We can just set this to empty string for now. And then we can have unchanged value, which we can, let's put that here. I'll just say yeah. and this we have has clear button, and then if you pass that, you need to pass on clear, which we can just say console.log clear for now. So we are done with this. So let's look at it. So I'm going to remove the disable for the model. So let me set this to false. And then this should change. We can see we can filter EX Land Cruiser, and you can see that this works. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a hook that manage the state management for this, and we are going to be using Nox to do that, so that we can be seeing the URL, the any of the selected uh option here, like the field from the for the price, the field type will be set to the URL. So we're going to use Nox to manage the state. So I'm going to go into my hook and let me create use filter .txx, and then let's say RAFCE, and let's say use filter. So inside the use filter, we are going to let's set this to use client. So we're going to import from Nox. Yeah. So we're going to set the filter key to match all of the filters we want here, from model, fuel type, and so on and so forth, and also the fuel type. I mean the filter type. Sorry, I'm going to paste that here. I'll say the filter keys, brand, model, fuel type, year minimum, year maximum, price, condition, and keyword for search. Then we have the filter type, which is the brand, and the type, which is string, list or array of string, model, and then the years and number, price is string, condition, color, and then keyword. So we're going to make use of this inside here. So what we're going to do is we're going to say use Nox, use query. We're going to use query state from Nox. So just import that. We're going to have to pass in the key. So the first one is brand, and we're going to say price and pass as array, because this is going to be an array. So we're going to say as array of, we're going to say as array of, and then we're going to pass in the string, and the PS string is going to come from Nox dot with. So I think I made a mistake. Okay, let's import this. We didn't import this from Nox. So I'll say with default. So here I'm going to change this to array, and let's get the brand, set the brand, and set brand. So let's duplicate this for the model. So I'm going to say for model, and then set model, and this is going to be model. Then we can duplicate for the price. I'll set this to price and set price, and then for the price, because we're going to use string, I'm going to remove the array, and I'm going to remove this and change this to empty string. And then we're going to do for the fuel type and others. So I'm going to just bring that in. So I'm going to paste them inside here. So for the fuel type, we have the PS as array of, and the PS as string with the default to empty array. for the year, which is integer, we are going to use PS as integer from Nox with default to 0. Condition, set condition, pass as array of, and the pass as string for condition, color, and keyword. So we are done with that. Then we are going to create a function that will return, we can call that returns all of this in form of an object. So I'm going to say get filters. So I can use get filters, and this is going to be a function that return an object. We are going to pass in the brand, model, price. We want to pass fuel type. We can say fuel type here, minimum and then maximum. So here maximum, condition, color, and then keyword. Then we've done this. So we are going to create a function that updates the filter. So updates filter, and this is going to get in the key. So I'm going to just code like this, and we're going to pass in the key, and so the key is going to be of type filter keys, which we set at the top here. Then the value, the values is going to be string, array, and then string, number, and then null. So we're going to say switch key. We are going to use case brand. We are going to say the first case is brand. So if brand, we are going to return set brand. So before we set that, we need to check that the value is actually an array of value. Then if we just set the value, else we just set null. So for null in Nox, if you set null, it remove this brand from the URL. So I'm going to do for the next case, which is a model. Let's do price first. So for price, I will just say return set price, and then for price, it's going to be little different. We're going to do type of value is price is string, so I'm going to use string here, and I'm going to say value, and also set null for this. So and then we can do for the model now. Let's do case model, and let's return then we can do this like this. We are going to do the same thing for all of them. So I'm just going to let me do for the rest. So I'm going to just paste that here. So it's going to be for type, set for type, array is array, value null. We're going to do for condition the same. For year in number, we're going to check for number. Keyword, we're going to check for string, and that is its error. We're going to just default, we're going to throw an error. So here we're going to do clear. We're going to do a function to clear the filter. We're going to pass in the key, which is a filter key, and then we're going to say we can use the update, pass in the key, and then null, and this will clear this. So to clear all the filter, I'm going to do it like this. We're going to say clear filters. We can use to always promise or set all of them to null, or you can remove the promise and just set all of them to null individually. So I'm going to do it like that. And then we're going to just return all of this inside. We're going to return everything here. So I'm going to just return this. We say filter get filter. I'm passing the update filter and declare filter and declare filters. You can change this to remove filter. Yeah, anyone. So once we've done this, we can also say use filters. Yeah, use filters or use filter. I'm going to leave it like this. So let's go into our filter and we can get it here. So I'm going to say a constant use filter from a hook, and there we can just get the filter, update filter, clear filter, and clear filters. So the clear filters with S, we're going to pass it here for the reset, or we say on click, and we can pass it here. So then we can start to modify this. Yeah, let's scroll down to the car band, and there we can just remove this and set updates. Passing the band, we can get the values here. Just pass any to these values, and they should update this. So we can do that for the price. So the price is going to be a little bit different. We are going to come back for the price because of the slider involved in this. So let's just copy this. Let's come over to fuel type, paste that, and with passing, we can change this to fuel type. We can also pass this here. This will be model. You can also pass this here. This will be condition. Likewise, this and this will be color. So I think I also forgot to pass this here. We say filter dot brand MC area. We can do this for fuel type. Say filter dot fuel type. We can also do for model filters dot model. We can do it for the condition filters dot condition. Then for the color filters dot condition. And then lastly for the year. So for the year, we're going to handle it differently. So let's first of all look at days. So let's try and click on Mercedes Benz. We can see it on the URL. If I click on text now, we can see comma added to it. Lexus. We can see the end of the URL. If I go scroll down to first type and I select filter by petrol, we can see the value is being passed. Diesel, we can see the value is being passed. Likewise for model, NG class has been passed. I'll scroll down back to where we have this. So I can click on reset to clear everything out. We can toggle the brand, toggle it in and out, and you can see color. So now we can work on the years of manufacture or year of manufacture, something like that. So let me let's go back to this place and what we are going to do for the selected value, remember in the use filter, we have the minimum and maximum. So we need to get the minimum and maximum from this and update the and set it to the use filter so that it will show as minimum and maximum inside the URL. So to do that, so let's remove this, and I'm going to say constant. I'm going to get the values. Say values which is equals to, or say values is equals to, if value is equals to string, then we'll just set it to 0 and 0. Else, let me bring this, let me bring this down, and then we're going to say values dot split with the, we're going to split it dash here. If you remember the car year range option, if I go into it, we can see we have the value 2011 and 2013. So we want to split this, removing the, by the time we split the dash out of it, we get the first index and the second index. So that's what we're going to do. We are going to just to map, and we're going to pass number. Then we check, if not, we're just going to set no, no. Then once we've done this, we can then update the, we can update the filter. I'll just say year underscore minimum, and this is going to be if not not a number. Sorry, this should be is, if not is not a number, we put in minimum, and we do a check and set minimum, else we just pass in null. And to get this minimum, we can get that from here, the first index and the max. So we can also duplicate this and set this to max. And here we just say max and then max, and this should be null. So that is, so for the clear, we can just use we can say clear filter, and we just pass in the year minimum and the maximum. Yeah. So now for the selected value, we are going to modify this. So what we are going to do, we are going to get the filter dot year minimum and also filter your year maximum. If this, we are going to combine this. We're going to say filter. Let me break this. Filter dot year minimum. I'm going to put dash. And we're going to say filter dot year maximum. And we're going to say else empty string. And we're done with the year. So we can try this out and see. I'm going to click on the year, and we can see the minimum is 2011, maximum is 2013. And if I click on clear, you can see it's not showing here, and then declare as clear this. We can click on this again. You can switch between any of it, and you can see the minimum and maximum changes. So let's go ahead and implement the price range for the custom and also for this too. So I'm going to scroll back up to where we have the price range. And then what we're going to do here, I'm going to go back to the top. We're going to create some states at the top first. And yeah, so we're going to say, we're going to get the minimum from inside here. So we're going to get the, let's remove this. We're going to remove this. Then what we're going to do, we're going to calculate, we're going to create a function that calculates the price range. So I'm going to say price range. And this is going to give us the minimum price and then the maximum price. So what this does, we're going to create this inside the helper. So let's go into helper.tx, and yeah, we can do it below here. Let's do it here. So what I'm going to paste this and explain this. So what we did here is to set the minimum price to infinity, maximum price to minus infinity. So what we do, we get the car price range option. We check this, we filter uh, where where the value is not a custom. Then what we do, we split it, get the minimum and maximum. Then we set minimum, we get the minimum price and we get the maximum price. Then we set here minimum price equals to infinity, then zero, else the minimum price, then maximum price equals to minus infinity. Then uh, we set this to this is I think 1 million, or yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 100,000. Else maximum price. So once you save that, we can use this inside to get the minimum price and maximum price based on the car options we have here. So it's going to get this, the minimum from here and also the maximum from here. So that's what we're going to do. So let's go into the filter and we can import this. So if you save that, we can see that the price will change from 0 to 1 million. You can see that under 50 is equal to 50,000, and the maximum is 1 million. If you add more, this will increase. That's why we made it like that. So let's create a state for the slider, because we want to avoid, when moving this, to constantly call the API. So we're going to handle that with a separate state. I'm going to say slider values. This is going to be set slider values is equals to use states, and then use states. Let's uh let's make this an array and number. So let me import the use states, and let's pass in the minimum price and the maximum price here. Sorry, we need to pass in this to stop the error. And then we need to also say it's custom. So we need to also check is custom selected here. Set is custom selected. And this is going to be use state false. So we are going to use the bounds to bounce the call of the API, or trying to the updating of the slider to the state, that is to the filter to the filter state here. So it's going to be moving here, but what we are going to do is we are going to pass the set value inside the debounce and give it a delay of 500. And once the user keep on moving, it keeps on updating the state. And once the 500 delay has reached, then we use the bounce to pass it to update the we use to update the pass it into the update filter, and that will trigger the API to call. So to do that, we're going to create a hook called the bounce. So I'm going to say the bounce. We're going to say slider values is going to be equals to use the bounce. Well, we're going to use the bounce. We are going to say slider value, and we're going to give it a delay of 500. So let's create this. To create this, I'm going to go, let's go to hook, and let's just say use the bounce.tx. And for this, I'm going to say refce replaces, and then we remove it. So to implement the bounce, we are going to be using Lodash. So we are going to install, let's open our terminal. We're going to install Lodash, the bounce inside our terminal. So I'm going to open a new terminal, and let me install this. So we're going to say npm install lodash.debounce, and we can install this. And once this is installed, we can import this from Lodash. So what we're going to do, let's go into our hook. So we're going to give this a generic type of T, and then we say value. So this debounce can be used for any type of value being passed, whether string, array, or object. So that is why we are passing certain T, which is used as a generic type. So I'm going to say delay, but for delay is number, which is going to be equals to 300 by default. And this is going to give return. We're going to give it a generic return, which is T. So let's say constant. Let's create a state called the bounce value, which is going to be set. The bounce value is going to be use state, and let's set this to a generic T value. Make sure to import the use state from React, and then we're going to use effects. So for the use effects, I'm going to put in an empty array here, and let's say constant, and the bounce updates. The bounce updates is equals to the bounce. Let's get the bounce from, let's import it at the top here. Import the bounce. So from Lodash the bounce. Okay, we need to also set install the type. So let me install the type here, and then we can get the bounce, pass it here, and let's just set the bounce value to a value, and then we can give it a delay. We can pass a delay here. Then once we do that, we can just call the bounce here, then return the bounce updates.cancel. Then let's pass in the value, and then pass in the delay. So what we're going to do, we're going to return a bounce value. So we're returning 80, so we can see the error has stopped. So that is how to use it. So I'm going to, let me close this. I'm going to go back to my, let me remove this React, and let's go back to our filter, and let's import this from use the bounce. So I'm going to use effects here. I'll say React, and let's use effects. I'll say if is custom selected, then update the update filter. We are going to pass in the price, and then the bounce value dot join. I'm just going to pass in the dash there to divide the space here. We're going to, since it's going to be an array, so we're going to join and pass this dash there to join the two of them into one. And then once we have done that, we can pass in an empty array here and pass in the bounds value, slider values, I mean. And then let's say is, and then updated filter, update filter. Then that is it. So for the handle price change, what we're going to do, we are going to pass in values, number, empty array. So for the handle price change, I'm going to pass this um, for the unchanged value, yeah. And then the unchanged value change is going to be for the handle price custom range. So this is going to be let's move this. Okay, let's just do it here. What we're going to do instead of number, this is going to be string or string array or undefined. But I think the error should stop. Yeah, the error has stopped. And that is type for the unchanged value. So inside this, we're going to say if is custom selected, then we are going to set is custom selected to false. And then we're going to say set slider values. We are going to say minimum price and then maximum. We're going to set it to the default maximum price. Then if value, if values, then we're going to say updated filter is price. So the reason why we are doing this is if we are not selecting is so if we're not selecting is custom select, we are going to just add that to pass that to the update filter. But else if it's selected, then we need to set this to true, and then we are going to set the slider value and set the default, which is the 0 and then 1 million. So that is it. So for the price custom range, this is going to have value of number. This is what is going to be passed from the slider. So for inside the slider, we are going to do constants. We are going to get the minimum and the max. We are going to do a check first of array dot is array, and we're going to say and value dot length is greater than, let's check, is greater than equals to 2. Then we're going to say value 0 is less than, so if the minimum is less than equals to the maximum 1, then uh, we are going to just set the value 0. We are going to give it the order of the first index value and the second index value. So what we are doing here, we are trying to check if the minimum from the this, we check if this is this, and then if the length lies in the value, this should be like this. If the value is greater than 2, is greater than equals to 2, then we are going to check if the first index is lesser than the second value. That is, if the minimum is less than this, then we're just going to return that like the same way. But else, sorry, else if the value the index 1, else we're going to just if this is not true, then we'll just reposition it, post the value in value for the value index 1 as the minimum, and then the values index 0 as the maximum. Then the last else, we just set this to 0 0. So the first check is this: if this is lesser than this, we move on to this. But I mean, the first check is this. So uh, if this pass, we move on to this. Else, we're just going to return 0. But if this is true, then we check this. If this is true, then we return this. Else, we just reposition them, and then we can just set the slider values to the minimum and maximum. Then we say if not it's selected, we just set it's custom selected to true. Okay. I think I made a mistake here. Okay, it's custom selected. And then I think that is it. So for the handle clear, we are going to use it so that once we clear the filter, both the we reset the custom slider. So to do that, we're going to create a separate function for that. We're going to call it handle clear all. It's going to be let's return this. We are going to pass the clear filter. Then we're going to set updated filter price to empty string, or we can just do clear filter and just pass in the price like this, and set the slider value to the default minimum price and the maximum price. And then let's just copy the handle clear and let's pass it here. And then that is it. So let's check it out. Let's just reload. So for the custom, let's select, okay. Oh, we've not passed in the I've not passed in the values. So let's pass in the values here. Say filter just price. Yeah, so and then for the slider, we're going to pass in the value to selected value. So let's just pass it here. Let's say selected, not selected, sorry, slider value. So we're going to create a format price range that converts the price and minimum to a currency. So we're going to do that. Let us just do it like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to just say format price range, and we're going to get the slider value, the first index, which is the minimum, and then the slider value again, which is the maximum. Uh, so let's create this inside the helper. So I'm going to go into helper.lib, and then we can do that here. Export constant format price range, So inside this, we're going to get the minimum, which is number, maximum, which is number, and then we can pass in the currency, which is string, and the default is dollar. So I'm going to just pass in dollar sign, and this will just return a string. So we need to create another function that converts the amount so that we can pass in the amount for this. So what we're going to do, we're going to say return, I'm going to say format. I'm going to call the new function I'm going to create to format price. I will pass in the minimum amount and the currency, and this will just convert the minimum amount or the minimum price to uh, a currency format. We can even call it format currency price. Let's call it currency price. We are going to also do that for the maximum too. Let me just close this like this. We'll pass in maximum and we'll pass in the currency. So sorry, I'll just put price here because we already have format currency price, format currency here. So I'm going to create a separate function for that. So below here, above here, I'm going to just do it like this. I'm going to say currency. So format currency, we pass in the amount, which is the minimum price. We can call this price or amount, anyone. And this we just take in the amount and currency. We just join them together. Then we use it and just combine the minimum and maximum here. So let me clear this. So let me see. To make it easy to understand, I will just change this to price. And you can see format currency price. We pass in the price, we pass in the currency, and we just combine them together. While the format price range, we just pass in the minimum, pass in the maximum, the currency, and we say format currency price, minimum, and the currency. Then we do that for the format currency price for the maximum and currency. So I'll close this and let me import this from the helper. And then if I go back and then try to click on custom now. So let me try and reload this. So let me click on let me reset all of this first, and let me click on 50, and let's click on custom. Yeah, so we can see the $0 to $1 million. So if I move this, you can see that this is only, if you look at this, the price here is changing. For the debounce, so for you to notice the debounce, I'm going to hold this and drag. And once I drag it, the price does not change. Until I leave it, the price changes at the top here. I'm going to do that for the 1 million now. I'm going to hold and move. The 1 million does not change. But you can see the slider values change. But once I leave it, then it changes. So that's the reason that's why we use the debounce too. And also we use is custom selected to handle that. So once you move the price, you say, okay, if it's not, so once you set it, we just set this to true at once. So this is becoming true. And the only time it's not going to be true is once we click on this 500 to 1 million, then the handle price change. We say, okay, if selected is true, we just set it to false and set this to the default values. And then if value, we just pass in the value, and you can see that it's just 500,000 to 1 L. And if I click on custom, you can see it as if it's set this back to 0 to 1 million. And we can move this as we like, and it's not moving. Once I stop, the price changes. So that is it for the filter. So let's come over here and let's go to our search content, where we're going to go ahead and implement the all listening page. So let's scroll up, and let's create the state to handle the mobile view. So I'm going to return this back to hidden on mobile. So let me first of all set this. Say is filter open. Set is filter open. So I'm going to just do that. And then what we're going to do, we're going to come to the sheet, and we're going to say uh, open. We're going to pass in is filter open, and then open change. We are going to say set is filter open. So this will be the one triggering this to open and close. We can also set this to bottom if you want. So we're going to try it out later on. So what we're going to do is we are going to come over to uh, this, and let's create the component for this. We're going to call it all listening, and we're going to pass in the listing. Is pending, can be false. I will pass in the unopened. So I'm going to create a function for that. I will say constant filter open on filter open, and then let's just say set filter open and set that to true. You can use it for toggling. I'm going to just set that to true, or you can just set it to like this. So for this, I'm just going to set listening. Let's just set listening to no for now. Uh, let me remove this. So we're going to create the state for the all listening. So I'm going to open this, and let's go into my components here, and let's say all listening.txx race, and let's close it. So this is similar to the all listening page we created for the my shop. If you go into your dashboard, if you go into all listening, if I click on all listening page, and it's similar to what we're going to do here. At the same thing, so I'm going to majorly copy all of this and paste it the uh, inside the all listing for the search. So let's get the type first for the all listing, and then we're going to go over to my shop and copy most of them. So I'm going to set a type here. Let's first of all get the listening. For listening, we're going to say it's pending. And we're going to say on filter open. So we're going to just say listing. I'm just going to set this to empty array here. So let me go back to search, and let's set this to empty array instead. And let's import this. I think I've not saved this. All listing. And let me import this. This is throwing an error, so I'm just going to still set this here to empty array for now. Yeah. So let's go ahead to all listing page component, and then let's get the is pending to Boolean and then unfiltered open void. So I'm going to open the let me go into this place and let me close everything first. And inside the app, let's go into web, let's go into search, let's go into components, and let's get the all listing components you are working on. Then I'm going to go into my components, into shop, and click on this all listing too. And let me click on this and I click on the shop one. So this is the shop one, this is the one we are working on. So we're going to need the layout. So I'm going to copy the layout from there and put it here. Then uh then we've gotten this. So here we're going to just give this a div first of class name width full. We're going to have a div of class name width full flex item center justify between margin button 2. So we're going to have our h2 is going to be class name text to Excel and then font bold. We're going to say listening dot length or 0 cars found. Then we're going to have a div and this div is going to be class name flex item center justify between gap 4 and this is going to have our button. So this button is what we're going to use to trigger the sheet for mobile view. I'm going to import this. And then this we're going to say outline class sorry variance outline size small uh small. We are going to also have a class name. So I'm going to say class name, which is going to be flex 1 item center bg transparent shadow none border black px2 and py1 and h auto. Then on large view hidden. Then we have the on click on filter option. Then we can have span. This will have the class name of flex1 item center and gap 1 filter class name. So let's import filter from Lucy React. We can just call it filter icon instead, so we know that it's an icon. Class name width 3 height 3 and we can just say filters. So let's go into the shop all listing and we can copy let's open this and let's copy the grid and the list view. Just copy that and then we can do that here. After this button, we can paste it below this and let's import the grid and the list. and save that. So so we are done with this. So what we are going to do next, we can also copy this also, and we're going to do that after the div. So I'm going to check this and check this one. Let's put it here. So we didn't copy this properly. So let me copy this well, and let me paste this like this. So let's import all of this. Let's import this, the car font icon. Let's import the car card, and this we can just set the type, listing type here. And I think let's check the search contents. So we didn't have any error. So let's check this out. I think we need to add use client here. So just add that to this. And then also the, I think also the, oh yeah, also the all listening use clients. So save that. And then let me refresh this. So we can see the no car found and the filter. So I'm going to hide, let's go ahead and hide this filter. Go over to the search content, and yeah, we're going to say hidden large, or we can say medium. I'll just put large block, and they should disappear. So I think something is wrong inside this our listing components. No car found. Is it inside the search? Okay, yeah, inside the search content. I've removed this. So let me click on the filter, and we can see the this is displaying. You can also change this to bottom, and then the weight is going to have to be, let's change the weight to 100%, and then let's see. It's not going to work properly. It didn't work. So I'm going to, I think it's because we didn't mention it, we didn't set the height. Let's set the height to 400 pixel. Yeah, we can see that. We can also set the height to, let's say, 100 VH. And then we can see that. We can close it. And this is okay for mobile view. I think this is okay. I'm going to leave it like this. This will also be full. So so what we're going to do next is to implement the API. So we're going to create the API for this. So let's go ahead and create the API for the auth listing. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into the app, and then inside the API. So let's create a listening folder here. I'll just say listening. Let me click on this API again, click on folder, and let's say listening, and let's put a route.txt. So inside we're going to have to export export async function, which is going to be a get request, from next request. Let's use our try catch. So we're going to get the search params. This is going to be new URL request.url. Then we can extract the query. So I'm going to say constant brands. This is going to be equals to a search params. We're going to say does get the key reset, which is brand MD. And we're going to split this because this is going to be common a form of string. So we're going to split this with comma by comma. Then we can duplicate this for models. And also I'll just set this to model. The other one is colors. And this will be color. And we can also do the other one for condition. Condition. So for this, we're going to get condition. We can also do for price range. So for price range, we're not going to split by comma, but we're going to split, let's say price. Let me just price. And we're going to split by this hyphen here. Then we can also duplicate this and get a keyword. I'll just remove this and just pass in keyword there. And that is it. So we are going to have to build the queries, which we're going to pass to Appwrite. So I'm going to say queries is going to be equals to an empty array. So we are going to check the brand.length. So since we are split by a comma, this is going to return as an array of string. And we are going to check if length, then we say queries.push. You're going to get the query from node Appwrite dot equal. We're going to say brand. Let's specify the brand. We're going to pass in the brands. Yeah. Then we can duplicate this for models. I think, okay, models. And this is going to be models. And then we have model here. Then we can duplicate for colors. So if colors the length, we're going to pass in colors. I'm going to say color. We can duplicate this to I think we don't have color here. We're going to say exterior. You're going to only filter by exterior color. So exterior color, and this will be colors. We're going to have condition. So condition, and this will be conditions. Then for the price, we are going to do if price range dot length is equals to 2. Then we are going to do constant is equals to price range dot map number. And then we can extract the minimum price and then the maximum price. And then we can do queries dot push query dot greater than equal. We're going to say price, and we're going to pass in the minimum price. We can do the same thing for maximum price. Yeah. So we're going to say we're going to remember, if you notice, we didn't pass in the year minimum and the year maximum. This is because we want to handle it differently. So I'm going to say if search parent dot get. So you're going to get the um, year underscore minimum and search param dot has. Oh, sorry, this is not supposed to be get, it's supposed to be has. So if it has this, we want to make sure that this has this. Then we say maximum. Then we're going to convert this to make sure that this is converted to number. So here minimum number search param dot dot get the year minimum. Then we can also do that for the maximum. I'm going to say year maximum and underscore uh, maximum. So we are going to check if this is not a number, then I'll just say uh, if if is not a number, and we set it to false. If it's not a number, which is going to be putting this here, it's going to say if it's not a number, uh, if year minimum is not a number and not is not a number, and then not is not year maximum, then we are going to query push. So I'm going to just copy this. So we're going to push query greater than equals to, we're going to call it this year of manufacture. And then let's get the year minimum. And also for the year maximum, we can just get the year max and just pass it here. So that's it. So outside this, we're going to check if keyword, and we can do queries dot push, and we can use the search that comes with node Appwrite query. And we're going to search based on the display title. And we'll pass in keyword. So now we need to get the database. But we can't use the create session client because to use this endpoint, you must not be signed in. So we need to create a new, we can call it create anonymous client, which can be accessed, which does not require the session, the session from the cookie to be able for the user to access the API or to access that particular page. So I'm going to go into my Appwrite and I'm going to say, let's just copy all of this. And I'm going to just do create anonymous clients. And this we can return. So let's return the, and let's pass in the database which I've copied from here. I'll just remove this return. And this is get database, return new database clients. Just exactly like this, we just pass in clients. But if you know this, we have to check if a session, then set a session before returning this. But we don't need to set any session for the create anonymous client. So I'm going to copy this and go into my route, and then let me paste this here, and let's import this from Appwrite, and I'll just get the database. And then for this, I'll just say constant listening listings dot await databases list documents, and we're going to pass in the app config dot appwrite dot database id, also app config dot appwrite dot the car listening id, and then we're going to pass in the queries. So we are done with this. So let's just do a return next response from next server dot JSON. I'm going to send a message which is going to be listening fetch successfully, and we just pass in the listening and say listening dot documents. Then we can copy this and just bring it inside the cache and just make some changes. I'll just remove these changes to error, and I'll just set this to any, and we can just pass in error dot message or internal server error. Then we can just pass status 500. So that is it for this. So let's go to our fetcher and let's create a fetcher for this. I'll create our mutation function. No, not mutation. We're going to use query function for this. I can create that. So we're going to say export constant gets all listening. Let me change this to query function, not mutation. And then let me open this. So we can get all of the object out from this. We're going to set the type to all car and listing payload type. And we can create that inside the API and type, which is inside this type folder. So I'm going to just paste this here, and this is going to be brand string list model array of string color and price keyword year minimum and maximum. So we put optional to all of them. So I'm going to import this, and then we can get all of them here. Model, color, condition, keyword, price, year maximum and year minimum. So save that, and let's set the base URL first. This is going to be equals to slash API slash listening listing, and then we can create our query params here. So say a constant query params is going to be equals to new URL search query params. And what we're going to do, we're going to check if brand and brand.length is not equals to 0. Then we can say query params dot append brand, and we are going to say brand dot join and passing a comma here. We can also copy this for the model and let's pass a model and a model here. So we can also do that for color. I'll just say color, color, and then color. Then we can also do that for condition. Just copy condition here. Condition, 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 and then condition. So we can do if price and query append. I'll just remove this. So this should be like this. Likewise for the keyword. Let me just get the keyword. That's the keyword there and replace this to keyword. And the last two is the minimum and the max. So I'm going to pass in the minimum, minimum, and we're going to convert this to string because this is a number, integer. So I'm going to just convert it to string. Likewise for the max, I'm going to replace this, replace this, replace this, and set this to string. And so we're going to let's come down here and let's say constant URL is going to be equals to query and params dot to string. If this, then we can just pass in the base URL and then we can say query param s base URL. Then let's get a response from awaits Asios dot get URL return response dot data, and we're done with it. So we can just copy this and let's go into our search content and we're going to implement it. So what I'm going to do, let me bring this down here. I'm going to get use query from transfer query. And then we're going to set the query key. Let's set it to all cars. Sorry, I think I made a mistake here. So inside this, we're going to pass in the filter. So that once you make any changes, it triggers the endpoint to record. So I'm going to say constant filters. We're going to get that from use filter. Use filter. Then we can copy this use filter and let's pass them here. We say filter dot brand. Then we have filters dot model. Then we have filter dot color. We have filter dot price. We can duplicate this for year minimum, year maximum, keyword. Sorry. I think we have the fuel type here. We can get the keyword and condition. So we said brand, model, color, price. Yes, I think I made a mistake here. Let me remove this. So this is okay. And then we can set a query function, which we are going to say get query get all car query function. And let's pass this. We're going to pass brand, which is filter brand. We're going to press model, pass model, which is a filter model, color, filter color, price, filter price, dot price. We're going to say condition, filter dot condition. We have year minimum or year maximum, filters dot year maximum. We have year minimum. We have filters dot year minimum. We have I think we have fuel type. We didn't set that, so we need to go and add that. I'll say keyword first. Filters dot keyword. Then let me pass in the fuel type. I'll say filter dot fuel type. So I will just pass in as let's pass in the slate type to 0. So let's go ahead and then add this fuel type inside the all listing payload. I'm going to add it here. This is going to be string of list. Let me check if we added we have fuel type here. So I'm going to scroll. Yeah, we have fuel type here. So I'm going to pass that. Then inside here, we're going to pass fuel type here too. So I'm going to duplicate color and I'm going to pass fuel type, fuel type, uh, fuel type, and fuel type. So we've added fuel type. Then inside the route, I think we forgot to pass fuel type here. So I'm going to let me do that here. I'll say constant fuel type is equals to search param get fuel type split. So for the queries, we can just I duplicate the color. So I'm going to say fuel type dot length query fuel type matches with fuel types. So let me just put S for these fuel types. Hopefully this should work. So let's save that and let's go back to content. and then we can get the spending. Let's get the data first, and let's get the spending. Save that. Then we can scroll down and then change this from listening to data.listing. And then let's pass in the spending, and let's pass in the listing. Now save that, and let's see if this will get the okay. I think let's reset the whole. Let's reset this, and if you give us the first car, we can filter. I'm going to select Mercedes, and we can see. Let me inspect this so we can see the network tab. So for the network tab, I'm going to let me pick, let me remove this. I'm going to select. You can see band is being passed. You can see the response here. You can see the response here. So I'm going to add more cards so we can check out the filters before moving to a single listing page. So let me go ahead and add that. So most of the cards images are in the GitHub, which are shown in the GitHub public assets page, asset folder. I'm going to just add now, and then we are going to test out other parts like the price and the custom price. So let's go ahead and test